Arc 6, Chapter 82, Shackle Accompanying Battle. Translated by Archbishop Art Sources. Drawn by Archbishop, based off Harusabin's original sketch. All rights belong to TAPPEI Nagatsuki, the original author of Rei, Zero starting a life in a different world from Zero. This is a translation of the free Japanese web novel into English-Japanese web novel source. A Japanese letter, SLOWLY. Gradually unfastening her shackles step by step, she let her body heat escalate. She could feel her blood boil and sense all of the muscles in her petite figure be pressed and strained. Soft on touch, it was the body of a young girl which seemed even transient and helpless, but the blood flowing within it, the flesh and bones which composed it, belonged to the utmost excelling species in the world. And even therein, it had been christened as the reincarnation of the Oni-God Japanese letter, Lei. This is what you're about, Nisama Tildatsu. A tilde H, how utterly wonderful you are, Tildatsu, you're glittering Tildatsu. No matter how much effort, Rem couldn't possibly ever attain you, reach you, rival you. That is how Nisama is, Tildatsu. Ram, stop spitting around. It is unpleasant. Also, kindly stop comparing Ram with something. Lei, tilde H, why so? Ram, isn't it obvious? Japanese letter, IT is because any title aside from Rem's Nisama is unneeded for Ram. Declaring with apparent disgust, Ram twisted her frame as her elbow rebuff drilled into the air. Slashed upon touch, broke bones upon striking, a fearsome technique which pierced even into the insides. This was being performed lacking all frugality, as she fired a chain of strikes utilizing all of her limbs. It wasn't a move governed by simply physical ability or technique. Had it been brought forth by pure finesse, then Baten Kados, who reconstructed all kinds of techniques of the past and the present, of East and West, relying on the memories of eaten opponents, could have surely dealt with it. However, Ram's battle techniques marked a concise difference from that. Japanese letter, stepping in. The elbow or knee strikes which Ram fired changed their velocity midway through. That was because Ram clad herself in wind magic which she specialized in and wove truth and myth together in the midst of the battle. Accelerating or decelerating speed with wind, she derailed Baten Kato's cognizance as he counterattacked. In the end, Ram utilized wind and scattered her presence in all directions, and whilst slipping into the opponent's blind spot with nimble carriage of her body, struck countless fatal blows. Lei. Tilde H. How irresistible tilde. Whilst agilely evading those attacks of Ram's, Baten Kato's acclaimed with a joyful expression. Whilst bleeding from his cut right cheek, disheveling his unkempt, long, dark brown hair, Gluttony was enjoying comparing his own ability and his opponent's. Lei. Hot, irresistible spice, acerbic refinement, a gallant trick, making joyfulness explode, truly dynamic, Nisama is, a feast perfectly suited for our gourmet. Flying about the spiral staircase, Baten Kados laughed whilst shifting each other's positions, making the daggers on both of his arms collide with Ram's wand, and opening up distance, saliva dripped down from his open mouth. Lei. How nice, so nice, quite nice, very nice, as it's nice, isn't it nice, as it's probably nice, certainly it is nice, because it is certainly nice, Tildatsu. Gluttonous drinking Tildatsu. Gluttony Tildatsu. Japanese letter, Lei. Above all, what's nice is the scent of that rage. An opponent who gives us, individually, this much hatred. We wonder what kind of a gourmet delicacy will we get to have a fill of upon tasting that atop our tongue, tilde H. Clasping both of his hands, Baten Kados shivered about with an incomprehensible premonition of pleasure. Whilst witnessing that, Ram took a deep inhale and confirmed the condition of her own body. Ram, though far from its original condition, despite not letting it show on her face, in her truest heart Ram had been struck with admiration. Unlike the fools for whom it was a cliché to baselessly claim that they knew themselves the best, Ram truly had a complete understanding of herself. Losing the horn of the Oni tribe, Ram's body, which became hornless, was under the threat of being crushed by an enormous burden on a daily basis. Thus, Ram placed shackles onto her own consciousness. Normally, when she worked as a servant, she did everything with those shackles on. At times, there were situations of emergency, and she had no choice but to utilize magic, and do away with the situation. On those instances, she unfastened one shackle and allowed herself a bare minimum utilization of magic. And in circumstances which couldn't be sorted despite that, she unfastened two shackles, and though only in short decisive battles, Ram demonstrated about 20% of her original strength. That was around what she had done when she had faced and fought Garfield in the sanctuary approximately a year and a half ago. Ram had confidence that that was the maximum strength she could bring out as Hornless, and her body wouldn't be able to endure any further and become disabled. Those shackles, a double-edged sword right now, had already been unfastened that much by Ram. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. At that moment, an unusual vacillation distorted Ram's innermost heart. As aforementioned, Ram perfectly understood herself. For her, this absence of feeling recoil after fighting this much was something which hadn't happened to her ever since she was truly a child, around 10 years of age. Should the recoil of having fought this much rebound, Ram's head would ache as if fissuring, she would incessantly bleed from her nose or her eyes, so she must prepare herself for her body being rendered unusable for some duration. That wasn't present here. Japanese letter BECAUSE, it was flowing into Subaru, whom she had collective destiny with. Ram, if this takes too long, Barusu will die, isn't it? If everything was going by as they had discussed, then about now Subaru must be making efforts in order to deal with the rampaging Shola or the advancing hordes of witch beasts. With him was Beatrice, and perhaps Meili. Japanese letter EMILI, who made her memories throb, headed for the upper stories of the tower, and perhaps was putting up a fierce struggle as a solitary force. Mysteriously, some part of that positive, silver-haired girl made her curious. Without question, she was someone whose hand Ram must be held multiple times and guided before she got her name stolen. Each and every single one of them were helpless and unreliable without Ram. HENCEFORTH, Japanese letter, Ram. Kindly endure with the intent to die, Barusu. Japanese letter, REM will cry otherwise. Yes, hurling those inaudible words, Ram unfastened her third shackle after an interval of 10 years. Japanese letter, TH a T instant, Natsuki Subaru gnashed his teeth due to the recall of Core Leonis. Subaru, Japanese letter, GHUGH. As if vomiting blood, Japanese letter, NO, it was indeed the burden of vomiting blood. For a single instant, he felt one of the fleeting lights within the tower enlarge, and the next moment it assailed down upon Subaru. Beatrice, Subaru, Japanese letter, tilde HK. Letting out a cough mixed with blood, Subaru's stance crumbled as Beatrice, who was by his side, supported him. Unfortunately, what Subaru and Beatrice were currently riding wasn't Patrash, whom they had grown accustomed to riding on, but a witch beast who took no regard for a living being riding on it, a hungry horse king. He had very few experiences of riding without the divine protection of wind evasion, and since there was no saddle to place one's buttocks on or a stirrup to have one's legs supported, a single moment of carelessness would result in being thrown off. The reason why that hadn't happened to him so far was because he used his guilty whip as reins by wreathing it to the witch beast's upper body, and because Beatrice was restraining his body weight through an elaborate magic. Subaru couldn't allow himself to let that persistent effort go to waste. Beatrice, did Ram's recall reach, I suppose? Subaru, just as you conjecture indeed. Sorry, I'll somehow put up with it. HK. Reaffirming his grasp onto the whip, Subaru responded to Beatrice, who had a good sense of judgment. His rising vomit tasted and scented like rust, and he didn't have the slightest idea just which part of the body's burden this was. His internal organs letting out a creak, or something inside of his body being fractured, perhaps the damage was of that kind. Regardless, this was the proof that Ram had gotten serious. Subaru, if Ram could clean up the side of gluttony, he wouldn't say the situation would essen instantly due to that. First of all, he didn't even possess confidence whether gluttony being crushed would result in restoration of the names and memories it had stolen. He possessed confidence merely in the fact that Subaru's burden would be abated. Japanese letter, SHOULD that be. Subaru would be able to concentrate in taking up the inferior physical form of Meili alone. Meili. Ha ha, HK. Clinging to the hungry horse king's upper body, Meili was giving commands to the witch beasts whilst risking her life. In order to face off against the titanic scorpion aiming for Subaru, whilst fiercely shaking about its pincers and tail stinger, Meili's risky battling was indispensable. Insufficient war potential could not be supplemented by material resources. Subaru and the rest pushed themselves and created a stalemate which did not exist. When Subaru shouted for that purpose, that it was vital to admire Meili like a princess, he was neither playing around nor joking, but was absolutely serious when he made that comment. At present, though Emilia, Ram, and Julius and the others' strength was absolutely necessary for each respective obstacle amongst the 5 obstacles aiming for the Pleiades watchtower, but the one necessary to maintain each of those battlefields was nobody but Meili Portrout. Thus, already for a while now, Subaru had been taking up the feedback from her divine protection which rained upon her. Meili, winged Mole-chan, courtesan Bear-chan, together. With a shrill voice, Meili pushed the witch beasts to their death whilst overlooking the battlefield, clapping her hands, clicking her fingers, or sometimes giving orders with her voice. Though her way of action depended on the witch beasts, her divine protection was being used at full throttle for all of them to abide. Subaru realized that it brought about suitable burden by feeling as if his own brain was aching, becoming swollen. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. The grace brought forth by Arto's divine protection of soul language or Meili's divine protection of magic manipulation felt much more like an expansion of human ability rather than something magical. Upon expressing it, it seemed like a power in the field of superhuman abilities instead of magic. If that was the case, then it was also understandable that its feedback would be far greater compared to other divine protections, in the sense that the divine protection's object wasn't the surroundings or other people, but it worked only upon oneself. Subaru. After all, divine protections and authorities are both a part of an incomprehensible system. The authorities wielded by Sin archbishops or the witches, and Subaru by some twist of fate. Or the divine protections which had a possibility of being bestowed upon those born into this world. All powers have some way of being put to use, though even Subaru recognized that was truth of a certain kind Japanese letter, Subaru. It's because something like that exists. He couldn't stop thinking that it could give rise to tragedies. The context behind why the Sin archbishops and the witches were feared, and their audacious power, was unmistakably greatly concerned with the strength of the authorities, which allowed nobody else to get close. Even divine protections, if things like those didn't exist then, there could have been countless who would have lived without their destiny being distorted. If an example were to be taken, even Meili was a victim to the negative aspect of divine protections. Since she possessed the power to communicate with witch beasts by birth, she had been abandoned by her true parents. Japanese letter HE was unaware whether that was true. However, it was a convincing elucidation, self-evident logic. At the very least, that was the truth within Meili's heart. That is precisely WHY Japanese letter Subaru. I really have double standards. On one side, he thought he didn't want to rely on authorities or divine protections, but upon rise of necessity, he didn't think twice before using them. Though it was true that a weak human possessed limited choices, he didn't want even his heart to coarsen by that. He was walking down a path which shouldn't even be a path. He never wanted to forget that fact. Meili, Oni-san, are you concentrati tilde ng? If Oni-san or Beatrice-chan get done, then that'll be the end, tilde W. Subaru. I know. Japanese letter WH do you say, Meili? Once everything's over, wouldn't you become my daughter? Meili. Japanese letter tilde HK. Like I said, concentra tilde T. Meili howled in response to Subaru, who made that inquiry whilst enduring the heaviness of his head. Neither of them had any leisure. Should their concentration get decomposed, everything could end in but a moment. However, but STILL Japanese letter Subaru. After putting up with this much suffering, it wouldn't make sense if you won't think that a happy tomorrow awaits. Yes, whilst vomiting blood, That was the thought which came to Natsuki Subaru's mind. Whilst resuming the battle on the sand, Meili whispered, "Something's wrong with me," to herself. Of course, there were plenty of things that could be labeled as something being wrong with her. The same went for Scholla before her eyes, who had transformed into the Titanic Scorpion. The same also went for Ram, Julius, and the others who were fighting various opponents inside the watchtower. And it was especially the same for Subaru and Beatrice, who were fighting alongside her. However, the one who had the most of something wrong with oneself was CERT, or INLY Japanese letter, Meili. Me, isn't IT? Why was herself becoming like this? Meili herself had no idea about herself. In fact, Meili believed she had started undertaking action unbefitting of herself from the moment she accompanied Subaru and the others for their journey through the Ogrius sand dunes. As per the flow, as per the need, regardless whether right or wrong, she had continued to meekly submit to everything that was ordered to her. Since that was Meili's secret to success in life, she had intended to do the same here as well. YET Japanese letter, Meili. Japanese letter, SOMETHING, like the Book of the Dead. It's because something like that exists. Upon hearing it was possible to personally experience the feelings of the dead, Meili was defeated by the inquisitiveness dwelling within her. Possessing no choice but to unseal her emotions towards Elsa Granhirt, which had always been soldering. Resultantly, Meili ended up stockpiling blunders utmost unbefitting of herself. In the end, being taken to task for that, she even ended up being lectured a great deal from Subaru, though she did not feel like simply doing away his call with a snicker. For some reason, she was even made to promise cooperation thereafter. Though Subaru had even told her she will always have his back to look up to, she wondered to what extent did he intend to take responsibility for that, and whether he belonged to the type of people who first said rash things, then later regretted them. In the sense of easily being swept away with the flow, many things came to Meili's mind as well. However, what differed between Meili and Subaru was that he didn't offer mere lip service. If Subaru said he would do it, then he would surely make efforts to do it. And the one who was present at the scene of the PROMISE Japanese letter, was it Beatrice. Beatrice shall certainly also try to make him uphold that. If that was so, she felt as if she was being arbitrarily spoilt, and also that she should help someone. But she hadn't been told anything like that till now. Japanese letter. Even now, the hordes of winged moles flying about and responding to Meili's hand gestures were being struck down into bits and pieces by the Titanic Scorpion's tail stinger. Normally, the timid winged moles would never charge towards an enemy larger than themselves, but even Meili, who was able to walk over that instinct of theirs, couldn't make them stronger. Meili, a tilde H, their done foe tilde R. Swinging about its colossal pincers, the violence of the enraged Titanic Scorpion killed the witch beasts one after the other. The blood of the slashed, crushed, torn witch beasts permeated into the thirstful sand, and the sand which appeared yellow changed its form to a dark red hue. Meili, Japanese letter, tilde HK. Grinding her teeth in response to that reality, Meili nimbly turned her eyesight to the environs, probing the presence of the witch beasts in the sky, on the sand, or even underground, and tamed all those who could be tamed. She could not interfere with their quality. What was necessary at this moment were resources, an inexhaustible number of pieces under control. Meili, G tilde Z, G tilde ZG tilde ZGZ. Because of this, I'm definitely having Oni-san listen to whatever I demand later, Okawai. With not even the flexibility to wipe off the sweat on her forehead, Meili slammed harsh words towards Subaru, who was restraining the Titanic Scorpion from a distance neither too close nor too far. Even for Meili, the back of the hungry horse king did not make for a pleasant riding experience. However, in Meili's case, she had stabbed the mantle enveloping her body through to the witch beast's back with a knife, forcing her body to remain fixed. It was a witch beast under her territory of control. It could accept that level of injury without any problems. The problem lied not in the witch beast, but in the strength of Meili, who had been placed into that situation. First of all, this last moment kind of battling wasn't Meili's way of doing things. Meili's battle style was that prior preparation meant LIFE Japanese letter, arranging to place the witch beasts around within Meili's territory of control, deploying them in the battleground, and then watching their conjunct assail from distance. That was precisely what the specialty of the witch beast Master Meili Portrout was. Of course, directly giving orders in the battlefield enhanced the precision of the witch beast's offense and defense, but even that was something Meili's didn't have to do if it compromised on herself. Because she blundered that choice, Meili had lost against Subaru and the others in battle and had become a prisoner. Meili, Elsa was. The reason why she died was also due to the repetition of such blunders. Of course, neither would Elsa ever wish for Meili to reproach herself. In fact, it was possible she thought nothing of having to die. That is why she couldn't help but get anxious. Just as she did not understand Elsa's feelings, she did not understand her own feelings too well either. First of all, though she was taking part in stalling against the Titanic Scorpion like this, and forcing through buying time in exchange for the lives of the witch beasts, Meili had never done things this way even once. Though young, Meili Portrout was a killer. Taking someone's life on the command, order, request of someone was her occupation. That is why this was the first time for her. Japanese letter, FIGHTING in order to help save someone's life. Meili, this isn't my way of doing things, Okawai. Subaru's earlier words, akin to incoherent muttering, were excessively infuriating. Quite a thing to ask, saying, "Wouldn't you become my daughter?" With an attitude as if he had no hint of being hated by others, truly provoking. Even if her direct enemy was Garfield, it was Subaru who constructed those circumstances, just as he had indeed constructed the circumstances in this Pleiades watchtower, as per his own freedom as well. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Yes, though she thought of Subaru's words and deeds in negation. Upon taking notice, Meili herself had abided by his commands, and was moving like a piece to set up the board just like the other members. If that was the circumstance constructed by Subaru's farsightedness, then it was still convincing. However, no matter what, Subaru did not seem like someone of that caliber. What Subaru possessed was merely desperation, self-assertive expectations, and insane faith as if entrusting his own LIFE Japanese letter, Meili. It feels like I've turned into a stupid fool as we tilde her LL. Whilst pronouncing, Meili drew up the witch beasts she had grasped in the underground and made them aim for the Titanic Scorpion. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Exploding through the sand sea dyed red. What flew out of the underground was a sand earthworm, with its large frame trembling about. Twisting its enormous build, which was greater than 10 meters in size, it heartily collapsed into the Titanic Scorpion. Crushed underneath, swallowed by the sand, a magnificent VICTORY Japanese letter, there was no way things were going to proceed so smoothly, though. Blown by the corona's torrent, the sand earthworm's thick trunk was scattered away in an instant. As the sand earthworm fell over with its body divided into two, splattering out bodily fluids with a strange noise, it was smashed with further precision by the successive attack of the tail stinger. However, that was a smokescreen of blood and flesh, utilizing the life of the sand earthworm. Japanese letter, THE3 Hungry Horse Kings, which appeared from underground which the sand earthworm had broken through, were the real deal. Japanese letter, GUGYUGUBRH. With a howl akin to a child's crying, the flaming half-human, half-horses launched a suicide assault towards the Titanic Scorpion. Though multiple kinds of witch beasts called the Ogria Sand Dunes their home, the ones which were the utmost excelling in terms of standalone steam power were these hungry horse kings. Using the winged moles, which were large in numbers but couldn't make for a decisive blow, or the courtesan bears with extremely low endurance, and the sand earthworms which tried to crush with their enormous builds altogether as cover, Meili had preserved the real deal. Drawn by the traces of this battle, the three hungry horse kings which had gathered here, they fell behind the Titanic Scorpion in terms of fighting strength, but these were the witch beasts which the opponent was utmost vigilant about. That was the indisputable proof of the fact that it sensed the steam power of the witch beasts to be a threat. Meili, Looks like I'm fine after all. One which Meili herself was on, one on which Subaru and Beatrice were seated, and the three hungry horse kings which she had prepared for this strike. The burden of making all of them move at the same time must be befittingly, substantially heavy. Meili was, however, not experiencing that recoil right now, mysteriously enough. It was possible that the battle's enhancement let that happen, and if that was the case, then she would like to presume upon that. She did not think of bringing the enemy down. However, should she be able to land even a slightly deadly blow, then it would also ease achieving Subaru's purpose. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. In a certain sense, this may have been the third time the young girl named Meili, who had lived her life going by the flow, had desired to do something by her own will. The first was when she had wandered around the watchtower at night time, seeking salvation through the Book of the Dead. The second was when she had been mentally cornered and had drawn close Subaru's back as he stood by the spiral staircase. And the third, with the purpose of buying time, seeking a result greater than what was expected of her. Subaru, Meili. The moment the three hungry horse kings approached the titanic scorpion, a scream accompanied with blood called Meili. That was, quite literally, Subaru's voice as he bled by the edge of his mouth. Meili was puzzled, because it was neither exaltating, nor joyful, nor admirating, wondering what was there to be so angry about when she was doing her job this well. HOWEVER Japanese letter, Meili. Japanese letter, HUH. Wielding lances of spears, the three hungry horse kings viciously leapt upon the titanic scorpion. No matter how efficiently was it to use its pincers or tail stinger, it would fail to block it was what she expected Japanese letter, but she took notice, upon observing the change that occurred on the titanic scorpion's body, as if it had been scorched by flames, or as if it had sipped blood just like the sand. The exterior shell that had been shining dully like blackened steel changed its color as if opening its eyes. An instant later, a second later, the jet-black color of the shell had changed to blood-like red. Japanese letter, in certain kinds of witch beasts, there are those who invoke a transformation called offense hue. The transformation causes their behavior to change with a distinct difference from normal, and they become aggressive with greater ferociousness. As a transformation easy to grasp, the outward appearance changes in the majority of cases. The inflation of the hungry horse king's flames, or countless eyes being yielded throughout the body of the white whale, also corresponded to the same. And that was something the titanic SCORPION Japanese letter no, the crimson scorpion corresponded to as well, becoming further aggressive, further destructive, further DELETERIOUS Japanese letter, Meili, Japanese letter, H. A white sheen was fired in all directions, making the leaping hungry horse kings vanish in thin air. At the same time, the aftermath of the wild corona outraged about, as if mowing down the sand sea. RND Japanese letter, swallowed by the torrent of exploding light, Meili's petite figure fluttered midair, a spray of blood accompanying. Japanese letter, ENH, or NC, EM, ENT, overflowing with the sensation of boiling blood. She had despised that ever since she was a child. Omnipotence which seemed as if she could govern all things in this world. Had the time of her being intoxicated with that hallucination continued, no matter how firm a spirituality she may have been blessed with, time would have unquestionably made her err in her path. She was aware that she surpassed others. However, she did not lay too much trust in that. She also made mistakes. Simply by possessing a will to not make mistakes and a stance to correct mistakes. The reason why she had been able to embrace that will was also thanks to her not being intoxicated with omnipotence and acting like a fool. Thanks to her not committing the misunderstanding of believing she was something wonderful by going along with the extravagant praises of her surroundings, and remaining without becoming a yes-man of those who revered stale traditions and old-fashioned mystiques. And the reason why she remained without being crushed by such surface reasons was thanks to whom, she wondered. She knew that it was surely thanks to something which couldn't be remembered, which was missing. The reason Japanese letter, Ram. Japanese letter, or FTER all. Ram is not only cute, but also wise. Deserting words of her own praises, Ram's unremitting footing smashed the difference in stair levels of the spiral staircase. That instant, the peach-haired Oni clad in wind swung her arm, crushing the arm of her opponent who tried to accept it. Twisting it in an instant till the wrist, elbow, and finally the shoulder, she fractured it. Lei, Japanese letter, GH tilde. She shan't let the grumble of agony reach. Knocking her fist to the side of the face about to give rise to a ball, Ram's fair fingers turned into buckshots. With countless blows fired onto his entire body, Baiting Kato's jumped away whilst vomiting blood. Pursuing him, Ram rode on the wind she had produced below her feet and leapt extremely high up. Lei, Hihai tilde. As if assaulting Ram, Baiting Kato swung both of his feet around whilst midair. The following instant, the created distortion of space came in contact with Ram's shoulder and slashed her clothes, skin, and flesh. A leftover souvenir of a blade invisible in the air, an impudent trap brought forth by wind magic. Ram, something of this LEVEL Japanese letter, Lei. You're saying that you will blast it away with wind. Won't do, useless. As it's something that's been fixed in space, you see tilde. Even Nisama wouldn't be able to kick it away. How unfortunate, 2 bar tilde D. Seeing through her plan beforehand, Baiting Kato's, with a blood-stained smile, kicked the air. Though he was not truly kicking the air, but was using the blades which had slashed Ram as a foothold, walking a ERIRLLY Japanese letter, using those whose positions were known only by him as footing. He freely flew about the spiral staircase, which heavily made use of the tower. HOWEVER Japanese letter, Ram. Japanese letter, clairvoyance. Even if she weren't able to capture that within her perception, should she be able to overlap with the field of vision of established humans, she could grasp the hiding spot even with the slightest change in consciousness. As Gluttony tried to escape upwards and upwards into the air by using his traps as footings, Ram overlapped with her opponent's field of vision and using the same as footing bolted towards him with conviction. Lei, ha tildetsu. Ah ha ha. Seriously, Nisama, are you for real? Ram, what a Barusu-like thing to say. Japanese letter, ITD help if you'd stop this tug of war. Baiting Kato's was surprised, and having jumped through the air faster than his ascent, Ram looked below towards his creepy face, and she mercilessly drived in the bottom of her shoe towards that face, with an opened mouth lined up with sharp fangs. Lei, BH. Ram. All right, let's see how many times you will be able to get a taste of Ram's shoe until you fall below. With his snout crushed, Baiting Kato's petite frame rolled over midair. With the vigor of his ascent killed off, this time Gluttony was made to fall directly below due to the strength of Ram's kick at the same pace. Pursuing him, Ram raised both of her hands towards the heavens, yielding whined her palms and swiftly downwards, towards the falling Baiting Kato's face. Hammered a second KICK Japanese letter, no, the third, the fourth, and continued hammering kicks in. Mercilessly, Ram's heel kicked into his nose, his teeth, his chin, his forehead with each shot. She had found that sneering face, and that mouth which time and again called Ram Nisama to be unpleasant. She intended to spoil them both as their descent yet resumed. By the W or Y Japanese letter, Ram. It's not Ram's fault even if you get hit by the traps you laid. You reap what you sow. Lei, GH, Gaia, Higii tilde tsu. Route to fall by the kick, the invisible blades he had laid in the empty air cleaved Baiting Kato's body. He was bleeding, and it seemed a few of the wounds had gouged his flesh as well, but Ram shall not ignore them. Ram did not like to go out of her way and go as far as to make her opponent suffer and agonize. However, that applied to the cases where her opponent had sympathetic qualities, and if her opponent was a detested enemy of hers, she shall not falter in making them shriek like a pig. Ram, so, do you regret it? Skillfully halting her body in the air, Ram inquired with her legs remaining on the opponent's face and chest. With his face polluted by thick blood, Baiting Kato's did not respond to the question, but instead raised the daggers on both of his hands overhead. In that juncture, both of Ram's hands, used as swords, struck the opponent's shoulders, coercively dislocating the shoulders' joints. Lei, Japanese letter, or OH. Ram, so, do you regret it? No matter how excellent a technique he wielded, with dislocated shoulders, his arms shan't swing. Whilst looking downwards onto the surprised face with eyes widened, Ram once again repeated the same question. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. As Bait and Katos gazed at Ram, she tried to search for fright being born in his eyes. Her motive was to etch in fright, anguish, an indefinable sense of defeat. For the purpose of REVENGE Japanese letter, no, not something trivial of that kind. Ram. REM Japanese letter. It was for the purpose of recovering her. The ginormous number of victims who had been met by the tragedy of gluttony until now. For the purpose of recovering the masses who had gotten their name and memories plundered and the history they had come in contact with usurped. If killing was all that was needed, then Ram was capable of doing that even right now. All she had to do was to have her feet where a blade of wind and decapitate him with the same toil as when she had kicked his face in. Even if he was a witch cultist, renowned for being living foulness, if his neck and body were to be sundered, he would effectually die. With a process of retribution, by one who was from the village of the Oni clan which had been burnt to the ground, onto those who had brought about the village's destruction. After all, she was aware that the character of the witch cult was merely repugnant, being a horde of weak buffoons. Thus she questioned, in order to kill his heart prior to his life. Ram, so, do you regret it? Lei, Japanese letter, tilde-tsu, solar eclipse-tsu. Upon hearing the question for the third time, faint trepidation got mixed in even amongst the hue of blood. However, he disappeared right before Ram's eyes, literally in the blink of an eye. His disappearance wasn't at a level of merely being movement at high speeds. The sensation of the face, the body of her opponent beneath her feet, vanished. However, she immediately got an idea about where Bait and Katos had disappeared to. Ram, Japanese letter, clairvoyance. As long as she had the opponent's field of vision pinned down, nobody could escape from Ram. Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Following the field of vision visible to her, she pinpointed the location in the spiral staircase where the opponent was. Upon enveloping herself in wind and catching up to that, she discovered the form of a bald old man wearing something akin to a priest's garb. That transformation of outward appearance could bewilder and mislead anyone, except for Ram, that is. However, due to the sharing of the field of vision, Ram had conviction that regardless of what form the opponent may have, he was baiting Katos. Ram. It was said that changing form and disguising oneself was lust's technique, but what other tricks do you possess? Lei. Ah, a tilde H, shit. Even though there was no intention to use it. No, even though there was supposed to be none, tilde-tsu. Ram. Japanese letter. What are you saying? Upon catching up at the spiral staircase, there present was a kneeling old M.R.N. Japanese letter, Bait and Katos, as he groaned in agony. She furrowed her eyebrows upon his attitude, which seemed completely genuine. However, Ram immediately cast aside the resolution of her doubt. What was momentous was that the opponent was still alive and breathing, and that his heart had suffered no cracks. BESIDES Japanese letter, Ram. Japanese letter, C, or NNOT take too long. Though she murmured that to herself, it had already been greater than a minute since Ram had unfastened her great SHCKLE Japanese letter, though there was some faint burden saddled onto Ram as well. The majority of it was going to Subaru, is what the situation was, though she had told Subaru to make minute adjustments. But just as she had conjectured, he was arbitrarily taking up the entirety of Ram's burden. He would go to any lengths in order to act cool. Something like that he should have done just for the sake of those he loved, or Ram. Japanese letter. The situation remains unknown to Ram, but are you finally willing to gulp down this side's demand? Kindly restore everything you have eaten as gluttony up until now. If you do that, Lei. If you do that, then what are you proposing you'd let us off the hook? 1 Ram. No. If you do that, then Ram shall kill you immediately. Is it not a nice deal? All of your qualities that deserve death, you shall be pardoned by having it merely once. Lei, beware. Whilst using even an elderly pronoun, Baiting Kato's leaked out a similarly elderly laugh. Observing his conduct, Ram guessed whether this change of FORM, Japanese letter, that it was perhaps a necessary procedure in order to use that personage's ability to its fullest. Earlier, when he had completely disappeared before Ram, that was a technique which should be epithethed as a short-distance spatial leap. The one who used that must have been the bold old man which Baiting Kato's took the form of. Ram. But it is quite strange. If you had this trump card all along, then it wouldn't have been strange to have used a further earlier. Yet, wonder why you continued to hide it. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Ram. Do have a reason why you do not want to use it or such, like being dragged along by the vessel. Lay, good gracious. Truly, never have we come across a lady this terrifying. No tilde p. Really, Nisama, you are scary. Upon the conjecture through the enchased possibility, the form of the old man slowly changed into a small stature. That was the affirmation of Ram's identification, and also evidence of the fact that the transformation did not make the received wounds disappear at the same time. Baiting Kato's was blood-stained. His face was spoiled as well. Ram, what about your shoulders? Lay, relocated them by slamming into the wall. Because it's something that doesn't go well if done just once. You see, tilde, it hurts. A tilde H, it hurts. As if confirming the sensation, Baiting Kato's greatly gyrated both of his shoulders, which he had relocated and healed. Witnessing that, Ram introspected that instead of dislocating his shoulders, she should have slashed his arms off from his shoulders. Or if she were to crush the ends of his limbs, then she might perhaps crush all of his absurd tricks as well. Lay, both this and that, forestalling what this side's supposed to do, supposed to achieve, everything, every tilde thing. How amazing, Nisama. Could it be, Nisama, aren't you yourself using an authority like Oni-san? Ram, truly unthinkable. This is merely Ram's excellent power of insight. Don't group it together with Barusu's incomprehensible instinct. It is unpleasant. Kindly die. Lay, a tilde, ha 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 tilde, bitar, but is that so, guess that's so. Languidly dropping out his torn tongue from his mouth, filled with fangs, Baiting Kato's expressed a blood-stained smile. Widening her eyes in guard upon that ominous gesture, Ram let strength flow into her shoulders. If he made any unusual movement, Japanese letter, no, Ram. Before you do anything, kindly have a taste of this. Before he could make any unusual movement, Ram opted to blow away the opponent's limbs with blades of wind. There existed ways to halt bleeding. There existed no ways to halt pain, but that questioning would resume until and unless he died. Making that judgment, she struck unhesitating blades of wind. HOWEVER, Japanese letter, lay. Japanese letter, THE bet is our win. 2. Whilst basking in the blades on wind, the plump, stout man with an unshaved face jumped towards the rear. The blades of wind which should have been able to cleave, rather than merely limbs, even his fat trunk regardless how thick his skin was, were unable to bring about anything but a light tinge of red on the stout man's skin, and were swept off. Lay, Nisama, wonder if you have a teensy bit of misunderstanding. Japanese letter, JUST, to let you know, you aren't the only one who's keeping a watch on the opponent, you know. As Ram advanced, believing she mustn't let that giant get away, that voice was slammed onto her. The subsequent instant, Ram got her throat slashed by one of the leftover souvenir blades, and her proceed was delayed half a step. Baiting Kato slipped into that interval of merely half a step. Lay. This is our hit. Fro tilde our approach. 3. The form of the old man disappeared with the speed of a blink of an eye, and the intimidating air of the presence which had appeared right behind her intensified. Granting her not even the time to turn backwards, a mighty fist was hammered into Ram's side, blowing away her slender figure. Whilst being hurled away, pronouncing Ga tilde H, Ram glanced and observed that the one who had swept and sent her flying was a man with a robust physique, and a violent Japanese letter, instantaneously switching the forms of 3 men. The linkage which utilized their special qualities to their FULLEST Japanese letter, Ram. Even so, you do not think that a technique once shown will work a GRI Japanese letter, lay. Don't think so. Do not think so. Don't think so, you know. Don't think so, indeed. Don't think so, thus. Exactly because don't think so. Don't think so as it's said. The form of the hollering baiting Kados changed into the old man once again and covered one of his own eyes with his hand. Experiencing dread and fright upon his movement, Ram stretched her long legs, promptly kicking the wall, testing to take the position in order to agilely spring at the opponent. However, she could not make it. Lei, we are aware. Japanese letter REMS Nisama cannot continue to move in that fashion without any tricks. 4. Japanese letter, not Ram's movement, but Rem's knowledge had drawn that answer. Witnessing Ram's movements, who had transcended the confines of being hornless, Baiting Katos averred that conjecture with resolve, and when Ram returned to the difference in levels in the staircase, he realized that malice. NRMELY Japanese letter, lay. Nisama, we don't really want to compare strengths with Nisama, tilde W. Yes, the cunning smile vanished as if thawing space. Temporally instantaneous mobility brought forth by short-distance distortion of SP a CE Japanese letter, upon that being executed consecutively. Withdrawing from the battlefield was a simple, easy matter. Though she hadn't expected him to respectably fight until death without giving in. Ram, quick to decide, escaping. No, rather than THAT Japanese letter, if he was aware of Ram's clairvoyance, then he would not think he would be able to simply levant. The reason why he took distance whilst knowing that was because he had realized the time restriction placed onto Ram. And though vexing, Ram had been made to lose a considerable amount of time. The burden placed onto Subaru shall exceed a minute in duration. As quickly as possible, she must discover the whereabouts of Baiting Kados, who had escaped into the tower. By the time those thoughts dawned upon her, she took notice. That sin archbishop, a clod of malice, shall not slip into the tower simply for the purpose of escaping. He was familiar with what the greatest medium of tormenting Ram, whom he was confronting, would be. That WRS Japanese letter, Ram. Japanese letter, REM. At last, the field of vision of the evil overlapped with Ram's field of vision in grasp once again. Reflected therein was the tail of a black earth dragon, scurrying with the sleeping beauty atop itself. Right arrow, the we, and us, in italics used by Lei indicate usage of different pronouns. 1. Here, instead of using his usual Chinese letter, Bokutachi, or Chinese letter, or Itachi, the pronoun used here by Lei is Chinese letter, Washitachi, which has never been used by Gluttony. This likely reflects the speech pattern of the person Lei transformed into, along with other speech style changes which I've tried to incorporate, possibly hinting towards a mixing of personas. 2. Here, Lei uses the pronoun Japanese letter, Atashitachi, which may reflect the person whom Lei has transformed into, but it is also a pronoun regularly used by Louis Arneb. 3. A switch of pronouns midway through. The former our is Chinese letter, or Ichitachi, likely reflecting the new person Lei transformed into, while the second our is again Chinese letter, Washitachi, likely reflecting the old man. 4. The pronoun used here is once again Chinese letter, Washitachi. So Lei likely changes his pronouns depending on the form he takes, accompanied with the possible mixing of personalities. Did you enjoy reading this translation of The Ray, Zero Starting Life in Another World unlicensed web novel? Please consider supporting the translators of the Witch Cult translation team through our Patreon. Arc 6, Chapter 83, Ram. Hornless translated by Archbishop Art Sources. Cover. Japanese letter, Art Source 1. Ho no Art Source 2. Japanese letter, Art Source 3. Archbishop Art Source 4. Paru Art Source 5. Sandaneva. All rights belong to TAPPEI Nagatsuki, the original author of Ray. Zero starting a life in a different world from Zero. This is a translation of the free Japanese web novel into English Japanese web novel source. Japanese letter, SHE remembered. Anything and everything being scorched, engulfed in red, scarlet flames. The decadencing days, calm and stagnant, met an abrupt end. Before that insanic violence, even the title of strongest demihumans, even the position of the most feared headman in the village, even the ubiquitous love of parents who protected their child, all held no purport. It was regrettable that she had been late to take notice of the slaughter's rampancy. Japanese letter, NO. This time, perhaps the tactfulness of the opponent was worthy of praise. They were detested, shunned, ostracized by the world. Therefore, they lurked in darkness, erased their presence, silenced their noise, and had knowledge of techniques to draw near unnoticed. It would be correct to say that at the point of the first ambush, victory and defeat had already been incised. Faint quiescence was mingled into the atmospheric mana. By the time her horn had sensed that aberration, it had already been far too late. First, half of the village persons had been retrenched initially, leaving less than half of those capable of battle. Adding to that, further half of those had not come about, due to the exigent nature of pondering whether they had been mistaken. To summarize, their hearts had been putrefied by peace and harmony. The Oni clan, once named as the strongest demihumans, even said to have been capable of bringing about change in the state of affairs of the kingdom of Lugnica, if they had taken part in the demi-human war Japanese letter, even had the if of that history occurred for the argument's sake. The Oni clan unmistakably wouldn't have bore great results either. Anyhow, the half that had been abated by the first assault were further reduced to another half by the following second assault. By that point, blazes arose throughout the village. By the time death wails resounded into the night sky illuminated scarlet, all of the honest in the village had inferred the aberration. However, in those moments, only two had perceived so much as the fall of the Oni CL Japanese letter, RRM. Break out of the siege. It's fine as long as you alone stay alive. With two enlarged, gigantic horns, her elder cried with all muscles of his body bulked up. Her elder, carrying the longsword he specialized in, leapt out of the room and vented that at Ram as she slashed the ordinary combatants down using wind, telling her to stay alive, but that was not because he possessed disquietude regarding Ram, for it had been her elder who believed with the greatest undiscerning honesty that Ram herself was the promising, dazzling, gleaming future of the Oni clan. The reincarnation of the former glory of the Oni clan, the Oni god who had advanced domination and conquest in the era of the witch. That was the role expected of the prodigy named Ram, and must have been his ardent wish as the final patriarch of the Oni clan, which had all but forgotten battling. Ha, tilde HK. She felt like laughing it off with an exhale, finding it to be just ludicrous. Even in this age, did the wish of the Oni who represented the village refer to entrusting the realization of an impossible dream to the future? He could nimbly consolidate his comrades, attempt to launch a counterattack at the enemy. The options he possessed for taking action were countless. However, Ram did not intend to offer that as advice to the patriarch. This night was not the cause, for Ram had already, since a long time in the past, turned her back towards her tribe. Something like the glory of the honest, worthless, worthless, worthless. Even the reality that the purest blood of that Oni clan was flowing within her was repulsive. Certainly, upon wishing for strength her blood boiled, enhancement reigned over her entire body, a sense of omnipotence, as if the entirety of all and everything existed for her sake appeased her. The truth was that had Ram grown into adulthood healthily, then that sense of omnipotence might have become genuine. However, Ram did not wish for that. Within this confined world, rather than putting on airs as the child of God, Ram had a future she seeked to choose. It was, instead of being lionized as the reincarnation of the Oni god, etc., instead of spending her lifetime as a shrine for her blood relatives who resumed to cling to a glory already met by ruin, something possessing far more worth. Japanese letter, IT was to live as the black square of black, black, black. Japanese letter, centralizing her attention to her forehead, She encompassed the mana scintillating with heat into her entire body through her white horn. Upon praying for it with might, Ram's perception greatly, immensely magnified, hijacking the field of vision of all that was breathing and living in her environs. She grasped all happenings of the confined village with perfection. The number of enemies was large, and they had taken positions encircling the village, ensuring escape was improbable. Correspondence at the first instance had been delayed. The only ones who had been able to oppose properly were the half of half, and they too had lost numbers such that the remaining ones could be counted on one hand, indicating the exhaustion of the Oni clan's spirit. One person, the elder, seemed to be making strenuous efforts and battling, but the enemies who had assembled there were quite well TRINED Japanese letter, the traces of the elder, as he fell into disadvantage, were enveloped in rich death. Japanese letter, black, black, black. Cladding her small body in wind, Ram bolted through the village as if a gale. What those lips announced referred to her one and only black square, whom she loved even within the slightest thought. This was not Ram's heartlessness. She was simply renewing her consciousness. For Ram's parents had been within the first half of people assaulted, and no longer had any hope of their lives being saved. Japanese letter, NEVER had she detested her parents. However, both of them, for better or worse, had been born into this village, had been members of the Oni clan who chose to die within this village, and had unmindfully accepted a rather lenient perish, was what she believed. Hence, for them to lose their lives on this night was a certain kind of inevitability. HOWEVER Japanese letter, THIS does not mean they will not be avenged. The black shadow obstructing her way, the enemy with its entire frame clad in a robe. Towards the underlings wielding and romping with the cross-shaped daggers, Ram delivered an unfaltering wind, whether they had made light of her as a mere child, or if they simply lacked ability. Failing to accept Ram's wind blades, the black shadows proceeded to be slashed down from one to the next, giving an atrocious rise to dead bodies in great count. Even then, Ram enveloped herself in wind and resumed her slaughter, as if dancing within the flares. Should it be likened to, then perhaps it had indeed appeared as if a glamorous pirouette. However, in reality, with the swing of an arm, Ram robbed life, and each time she made what had shaped disappear, dark joy cried for exultation through her youthful mind. Kill more, so it howled vehemently. Her inner oneself urged her to pillage blood, flesh, bones, soul, life. This evening was not the first time she had lent her ears to that appeal. Japanese letter, SINCE in the distant past. Since the moment she had taken birth, precisely this voice allured her upon the slightest interlude. It sought the awakening of her inner oneself, apprising her to entrust her life, to her blood, her flesh, her bones, her soul. It appealed to her that she could kill far more, that she could destroy far more. Ram seemingly couldn't comprehend about simply what was so wonderful about this. Neither the elder, nor her parents, no one, could comprehend this. Ram did not even feel inclined towards conveying about this to those who sought of her a duty which departed from her being Ram. It appeared as if she was being controlled by her horn. Had she not possessed a firm self, her youthful persona would have gotten easily swallowed, demolished, and precisely then she surely would have become the reincarnation of the Oni god in accordance with the desires of her surroundings. However, she did not become that way. The reason BEING Japanese letter, black square Chan, called by a shrill voice. Upon turning back there, she saw black, 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 irradiated by the blaze. During that instant, a surging wind dispelled the obstructive crowd of black shadows away, blowing them away into fragments in one go. And making haste, Ram headed to black, black, black. Black, 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 gaze pervaded with fright, with no strength in legs, black, black, black had collapsed at that spot. Extending her hand to her beloved black square, she helped stand up. In accordance with the elder's wish, Ram must survive. However, not by herself, but together with black, black, black. Japanese letter, THAT had been the instant, ascertaining black, black, black's safety. For but a moment she let her guard down. By the time she took notice of the presences, she had been encircled, a situation arduous to make even an escape route through. By herself, It would not be impossible. However, if she alone were to survive, then that would be no different from dying. She possessed no choice but to, come what may, break through the situation. For that purpose, she shall unfasten all shackles sealing her might, and impel an enraged wind towards the ENEMY Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, that must have been an interval within her heart, sired by the sense of omnipotence she abhorred. The black shadow slipped through the blades of wind. The single burnish it fired tenaciously afflicted her forehead, her field of vision fulminating. Reclining due to the enormous impact, whilst tasting an excruciating sense of loss, Ram gazed, steadily, swiveling, towards the scarlet night illuminated by the blaze scorching the village to knout, gyrating a white horn sword. Apprehending that was her own horn, her slim throat gave way to a screech, begotten by agony and sense of loss. Whilst screeching, however, alongside, Ram detected. Ever since she had been born, that voice which continued to eat into Ram had become inaudible. Ah, so it was something that simple, she thought, being amused by her own imbecility. Whilst watching the horn paint a parabola into the scarlet, NIGHT, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, or H, it finally broke. So spoke her mind. Japanese letter, DEVOUTLY. Fervidly, the black earth dragon absconded from the field of vision she shared through clairvoyance. On its back was the young girl, bound to be Ram's cherished other half. One of her wings, unremembered, absent, having bequeathed merely a gaping void of LOSS Japanese letter, Ram, Japanese letter, REM. Apprehending what meaning this held, Ram's heart tremored with rage. Though exasperating to admit, Ram had managed to regain a part of her strength of heyday owing to Subaru's cooperation, and that potency had overpowered the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Lay Batinkados, slowly cornering him into disadvantage. Ram herself could affirm that in terms of simply killing him, she had attained a countless amount of opportunities. However, the vexatious authority he had been endowed with, the existence of the power and ability to eat the memories and name of the opponent, made Ram hesitate in imprudently taking the life of that blasphemer. A judgment compelled by, not kindliness, but necessity. But the result remained the way it was, the result. Resultantly, Batinkados freely utilized his authority and made a safe escape before Ram, and with the same momentum, headed to secure Rem's person, Ram's other half. His aim was OBVIOUS Japanese letter, because he possessed conviction that he shan't win even if he were to uprightly battle Ram. Fighting face to face, and upon the instance of discerning drawback, withdrawing and altering the way of action. Sin archbishops were no warriors. They were existences who acted with avarice for the sole purpose of fulfilling their own desires, possessing not a single reason to be concerned with what path ought to be taken for victory. Thus, he plotted revenge against Ram, who had made him taste humiliation, and to further curtail the time limit placed onto the hornless Ram using Rem's memories, which he had stolen as basis. Infuriatingly, that strategy was the optimum solution. Should he seize and gain control of Rem's person, he could incapacitate Ram with ease. Even should that not be, should he buy any more time than this camp's war potential would suffer an immense loss. With the flow of time, her chances of victory diminished. HENCE Japanese letter, Ram, must catch up to Patrash as soon as possible. Fortunately, Patrash, whom Rem had been entrusted to, was a ground dragon so intelligent. It could be said that amongst the battle array assembled within this tower, it was second only to Julius. Subaru and Beatrice had foibles, and Echidna and Melee had far too many unknown aspects to them. Those like Emilia, who brandished an air of being unreliable, were outrageous. And though complicated, Batinkados was evidently tormenting Patrash. Despite being capable of running it down in an instant at simply the thought of running it down, Batinkados had intentionally waned his onslaught, cultivating an interval through his pursuit, and had been taking joy in a hunt, emaciating his prey. All for the sake of sharing his field of vision and scorching this spectacle into Ram's memory. She could no longer allow him to take any further arbitrary action, as per he PLERSED Japanese letter, Ram, Japanese letter or H. It had been the moment she was enveloping herself in wind, seeking to break into a sprint. Her field of vision, aiming for the floor above the spiral staircase, obfuscated, and for an instant, clairvoyance game undone. Whilst maintaining the projection of Bait and Cato's field of vision in her right eye, preserving her own field of vision in her left eye, the scenery blurred further. That was not all. The heavy exhaustion she could not feel till now, and the jip and affliction as if her organs were being churned by an invisible hand, descended upon Ram herself. That was, indubitably, the effect of weariness Ram was ordinarily made to taste. What Subaru or bombasted he shall take over through some kind of an authority, the indemnification bound to eternally eat into the hornless RRM Japanese letter it, rebounded towards Ram. What dawned upon her forthwith was the possibility of Subaru having died, vainly and uncouthly. However, she could judge that wasn't the case due to the lightness of the burden rebounding onto Ram. Though merely for a few minutes, taking the might Ram had brought forth into account, its indemnification shan't be this meagre. It was supposed to be such agony that it should be no peculiarity, even if she were to literally vomit blood and oscillate. The fact that that had not occurred, though an unforeseen circumstance had taken shape, implied Subaru had not unreservedly withdrawn from the war front. Otherwise, a progression of events entirely contrasting the occurred happenings also came to her mind. Namely, a disaster which Subaru was obliged to take up had occurred onto someone else's body beyond the burden of Ram's body. Ram, Beatrice Sama or Maylie, Knight Julius. Her mind drifted in that direction, but affirming that answer held no significance. What was momentous was that it had now become onerous for Ram to bring forth the might akin to what she had earlier, which had succeeded in overpowering Bait and Cato's. Japanese letter, in terms of shackles, merely one was unfastened. Should she strain herself, it would be feasible for her to unfasten the second one, though that too couldn't be persevered for more than a few tenfold of seconds. Thus, in this plight, would she truly even be able to win against Lei B a TENK or ITOS Japanese letter, Ram? Why become so weak-kneed? Japanese letter THERE is no choice, but to follow the plan for winning. Even whilst she was spending her time this way, the possibility of her camp's victory continued to be diminished. Now, for once, nearly missing her step, Ram stepped on the steps and darted upwards of the spiral staircase. Japanese letter WHILST, feeling the void of absence throb, sensing as if she had also in the past, whilst panting, chased after her younger sister being pursued, just like this. Japanese letter DODOGYUUUN. Haha, Tilda. Truly, it sure is nigh Tilda C. You sure are doing your best holding out, despite being just a ground dragon, who Tilda H. Whilst continuing to lacerate its scales through the casted daggers, he commended the black ground dragon scampering through the narrow aisle. It was bleeding through the slashed and gouged wounds. Painful to even look at, however, the ground dragon decisively made a prudent escape, completely discarding its own conditions for victory. The divine protection of wind evasion was a hallmark belonging to all species of ground dragons. As long as the ground dragon resumed running, a large part of the adversity of external factors, such as wind or footholding, was nullified, affirming the deed of running in order to achieve an objective. Its grace also subsumed the carriage fastened to the ground dragon, or its rider. In other words, the reason why the sleeping beauty, in an unconscious state, bound and fastened to its saddle, had not been ejected off yet, mostly owed to the influence of the divine protection of wind evasion. Had it been absent, the sleeping beauty surely would have already fallen into the hands of Bait and Cato's. Lay. Amazing, gallant Tildatsu. Despite all the hindrances done here and there in your dash so far, you shall have the nerve to still not halt your feet and keep holding out. Well, if you halt your feet, then the divine protection of wind evasion will be rescinded, and we get the reason why you'd be so desperate. But you know, Tilda W. Japanese letter DODOGYUUUN. Lay. Ground dragons. Aren't they nice? They're indefatigable and are devoted to their masters. Surely, had you been a human, we think you would be certainly made for one mouth-watering platter for us of gourmetsu. But. Though lamentable, our stomach can't get filled by a ground dragon tildatsu. In possession of will, in possession of a soul, in possession of memories, in possession of a name. Nevertheless, the authority of gluttony couldn't eat that, belonging to all which nowise was human. Thus, Batenkados could not adore and cherish the ground dragon, directly confronting an enemy onerous to oppose with such desperation and earnestness, through what was the greatest medium of doing so for himself. Despite him drooling over simply how delicious it seemed, he could not eat it. That was, as though a meal illustrated onto a painting with the utmost supreme paintbrush. Japanese letter, RICE cakes illustrated onto a picture couldn't be eaten, though a phraseology like that did seem as if something he had come across. Lay, a tilde H, that's it, that's completely it. When the stomach is feeling so hungry and hungry and hungry and hungry and hungry, and nothing can be done tildatsu. Something like the drawing of food this delicious looking is just letting live, and then killing. Isn't this completely what's called child abuse tildatsu? Whilst resuming his pursuit of the sprinting ground dragon, he spouted the clod of blood clogged within his nose. In the immediately previous battle, his face had suffered damage, and his left eyeball was gurgling as if its retina had been shattered. His fangs marred, his tongue torn, blood ceaselessly cascaded down to his jaw, but none of it mattered. Japanese letter, CONTEMPLATING, that Ram, at present, was viewing this spectacle. His deepermost heart pulsated. Lei, Nisama, is Japanese letter, pure, noble, perfect, an impeccable being concocted devoid of flaws. That was what the memories slumbering within Batenkados implored, and also believably his rational appraisal after having been half killed, unable to undertake any resistance. Against a serious ram, Batenkados shan't be able to compete. Japanese letter, NO, plausibly, whichever sin archbishop may it be, they would all get easily killed with a twist of serious ram's finger. Though possibly Regulus, he might have been able to put up a fight due to the absolute nature of his UTHORITY Japanese letter, lay. We tilde LL. There's no way that idiot could kill Nisama anyway, tilde W. At most, if she couldn't kill him then she wouldn't have killed him, but ended it by just dropping him down the great waterfall or something, isn't it? Even without having to kill, there existed countless ways of confinement. Precisely how the Witch of Envy failed to die even to the hands of the three heroes, and was imprisoned in the evil sealing stone shrine at present as well. In other words, no matter WHT Japanese letter, lay, for providing hospitality to the greatest, perfect Nisama, we must arrange for suitable preparation as well, or it'll be quite rude, is what it's about, tilde W. Dilating his unsteady left eye, Batenkados expressed a melancholic smile dripping blood. Though the ground dragon's velocity was considerable, indoors it was merely a neutral treasure. Much less, since Batenkados was capable of chauffeuring across space through a method of traipsing, making practical use of memories throughout times, even entirely nullifying the distance opened in between lay. As Nisama's little sister must grow up without any embarrassment. With a rising sense of purpose seated in his chest, Batenkados hold the memories in the depths of oneself. The authority of gluttony in its types existed an ability called eclipse. It could concisely be classified into two parts, solar eclipse and lunar eclipse, but its use was extraordinarily difficult. Lunar eclipse was a phenomenon wherein the moon was visible as waned. Japanese letter, on one hand, it referred to hauling out the memories of the eaten opponents and recreating them in Batenkados' own flesh body. Normally, Batenkados browsing multifarious memories, combining them, and practically utilizing them as a hyperlevel synthesis, could be stated as this lunar eclipse's specialty. On the other hand, solar eclipse was a phenomenon wherein the sun was visible as waned. Japanese letter, DENOTING here, a technique wherein not simply the memories of eaten opponents, but to cover oneself with their existence itself, utilizing them in accordance with their original specs. Naturally, the primal bodies of the techniques, masters served with greater might for having a good command on those techniques. However, upon transforming the flesh body into that of the opponent, there lied the fear of sustaining far too mighty influence of the opponent's mind, having the possibility of it resonating on a sizable scale in the future. Hence, unless a rigorous state of affairs, Baton Cados or Alford did not make heavy use of these. What Lay Baton Cados and Roy Alford principally exercised was lunar eclipse. What Louis Arneb principally exercised was solar eclipse. Japanese letter, IT, remained as a last resort which Louis could buoyantly utilize, for she owned no flesh body of her own and possessed no firm self. However, half killed in his battle with Ram, the moment he reconstructed Lipa Dorkel in order to survive, Baton Cados shattered the shell. Acquiring a command of solar eclipse, which he had not utilized until now due to being apprehensive of losing his self, he had discovered a technique of maintaining a firm oneself. He could now, better than before, with perfection and devoid of waste, enjoy the main dish named the life of the opponent. Lay, to grow in the midst of battle, is something which originally wouldn't have ever happened to a senile old fool like me, yeah. Haha, Tildatsu. This sure as heck's a masterpiece. Ain't that right, Nisama? 1. Thanks to having established a tenacious self, he felt abundantly refreshed. He wanted to properly show this awakened condition of himself to the wonderful Nisama. For that purpose as well, he must opt for a method which exhorts her hatred even further. Scent of rage, flavor of rage, texture of rage, full course of rage. Should he not, with all of his might, surfeit the entirety of what he could experience through someone beloved, just what of him would be gourmet? Henceforth, to himself atop of the ground dragon's spine before his eyes, SHLL Japanese letter, lay. Speaking of, it's something that's never been done before, unexpectedly. Killing oneself by oneself. Wonder if this would also make for discovery of new sense of values, you know. Japanese letter, DODOGYUUUN. The instant he winked, the world altered due to the short distance spatial leap. The ground dragon, erupting a screech from the depths of its throat, was flabbergasted by Baton Cado's arrival, who was supposed to be in the rear, and attempted to run past him directly horizontally without halting its legs. Gallant, truly gallant. However, gallantness served to be nothing but a spice of the tragedies in future. Lay, Japanese letter PRLM of the Fist King. The oscillating strike of the fist vigorously stabbed into the ground dragon's flank. Ordinarily, the strike would be fired by Baton Cado's petite stature. But that wasn't how it was for Baton Cado's, who had been awakened by witnessing the abyss of death, and had acquired novel strength by shattering the shell. Niji Rockhart's original body drilled and penetrated the impact through the ground dragon's torso. The fist of the Fist King, which had vanquished even enormous full-body armors in countless fights to the death in the Gladiator Island. Basking its potency, the ground dragon exuded a voice suggesting fatality and was vehemently bashed into the isle's wall. However, the ground dragon continued to shield the young girl atop itself, from the fist, from the wall, from the floor, and from its own build as well. Tenderly catching the body of the plummeting young girl with its extended tail, it gently dropped her off on the floor of the aisle. Though supposed to be a female animal, its handling was with such smartness, all gentlemen could follow it as an example. Involuntarily, even Baton Cados couldn't help but applaud. Lay, how tildatsu. Even if you're to gently lay down on the floor and everything, hereafter the head will courteously be chopped off, and it will become a present for Nisama. Hopefully you do understand. Japanese letter DODOGYUUUN. Lay, all right. No violence, no violence. It's praise for doing your best. Even whilst toppling sideways, the ground dragon attempted to crunch him, whom he kicked into the jaws upwards. Though he seemed to nearly tear up upon its will and maximal of efforts, regrettably, Baton Cados and the ground dragon were mutual enemies. Even if he could extol its heroic endeavors, they could never look up toward the same sky of triumph. Should one side be victorious, another side shall be defeated. Though lamentable, that was what is called reality. Let's firmly bear that in mind, okay. A pause per word, a scrupulous clamor, he knocked that into the black ground dragon. He must be now etched, alongside agony, a lesson into the crouched ground dragon with shattered cheekbones and forelegs. Fortunately, Baton Cados could not eat the memories of the ground dragon. Thus, nor did he hold any reason to rob its life. He wished for them to both remember this day together. What remained, WRS Japanese letter, lay. For Nisama's sake, by Rem's hand, Nisama's precious Rem shall be. Japanese letter, stop, pronouncing such eerie things. The moment immediately following the echo of the unyielding voice, his face, dangling above and towards Rem, was potently repelled. The face raised upon the reverberating voice, it had accepted the direct hit of two heels approaching from the immediate front. Subsequently repelled to the rear, Baiting Kato's glided through the floor on his back. A ND Japanese letter, lay, a tilde ha tilde, so you finally were kind enough to catch up Nisama. We us. Japanese letter, Rem, and we all had been a weighty tilde ng. Two, steadily, he got up from a sprawled posture through merely the strength of his feet. And upon gazing at the facade of his beloved other half, he observed Ram making an expression as if her first instance of witnessing something. Ram, in this short while, you certainly became considerably ugly. Ram, in this short while, you certainly became considerably ugly. That had been Ram's candid impression, having caught up to a terribly foul and malevolent game of tag. Baiting Kato's, field of vision remaining in her grasp, Ram had headed to the locus, dragging her flesh body in a state of incomplete liberation, placing her trust in Patrash's tremendous efforts. In that aisle shorty distant from the spiral staircase in the fourth layer, she had discovered the form of the ground dragon, which had been tormented to the point of triturating, and Rem, who had been put to sleep by its side. And the one who had been playing tag with REM Japanese letter, lay. Ugly, you say, Nisama is cruel. We so much you know tilde W. Cherish Nisama so much tilde tsu so much sa much. Unascertained, his articulation revolved, speech and conduct of reason disarrayed into fragments. The cause surely being it inducing abnormality onto his mind, Ram could Japanese letter no. Perhaps anyone could comprehend that with a single glimpse. For Baiting Kato's form was in an equally distorted condition. Lay. Japanese letter, reconstructing the whole memories in his flesh body, and facsimiling the shape and form of that opponent was supposed to be Baiting Kato's, ace in the hole, as she had priorly witnessed. However, it seemed to be a forbidden card for Baiting Kato's as well, and the form of gluttony before Ram's eyes was any amongst all of the hold memories, yet none. They were blended together, flabbily. With a part of the bald old man who had leaped through space, with a part of the corpulent giant who had taken no damage from Ram's blade of wind, with a part of the martial artist endowed with combat ability reaching holy precincts, as well as the physical features of variegated and profuse other humans, composed the ghastly, ominous appearance of his body. The length of his right hand and left hand, the size of his hands was dissimilar. Tactlessly, even parts of his face were disparate and appeared as if referring to that of someone else. The remaining traits of the former Baiting Kato's, if anything, was the expression of his eyes, but even that may have become a borrowed article by now. And it rather seemed that Baiting Kato's himself remained ignorant to this distorted circumstance. Lay. Japanese letter. Baiting Kato's had now come to be something that was nobody. Before all else, an existence who resumed to specialize ransacking the memories of others may have been deficient in having a firm foundation of what is called self. That being the cause of origin, he broke. And what had taken birth in Lu was a Japanese letter, Ram. Japanese letter, monster, posing as Rem to be truthful. Never has Ram been this infuriated. Whilst glancing down onto the face of younger sister, whom she knew as fragments burying the damaged place of belonging, Ram embraced revulsion for Baiting Kato's who had appended her traits in a part of his face as well. Impressive how he could provoke someone with such precision. Subaru and him would have made for a good competition of who could irritate more. Ram, you did wonderfully, Patrash. Take Rem and stand back. Dada June, with even its responding voice frail, she covered for a bleeding Patrash to the rear. Whilst dragging its large build, Patrash held Rem's nape in its mouth and withdrew. Seeking to keep distance from the battlefield Huron, but Japanese letter, lay. That shan't do tilde Nisama. That is a valuable hors d'oeuvre. Because before surfeiting the main dish, garnishing is indispensable, USE Japanese letter, RAM. Japanese letter, KINDLY die. Lifting her leg up to her head, she commenced her sprint with her palm turned towards the face, seeking to state an irrational line of argument. The blade of wind, swirling therein, was a minute storm concealing the potency to tear up everything atop of the opponent's neck into shreds. Japanese letter, WITH, the matter having come this far, Ram abdicated, holding back. As a result of having tormented him without killing him, searching for a way to restore memories, she had endangered Rem's person, and as a matter of fact had invited a situation wherein Patrash sustained immense injuries. Ram shall accept the weight of that truth. Japanese letter, SHE must offer her heaviest apologies to Subaru. And in order to never repeat that she realized her intent to kill. Even if she were to take the earlier utterance of a destroyed mind into account, the possibility of gaining a decent answer from Baiting Kato's was slim. Putting two and two together, this opt seemed correct. Crushing Baiting Kato's and taking the burden of her flesh body back from Subaru. On top of that, returning Patrash and Rem to the green room, and Ram should likely head to back someone else. That was how far her plans went. Japanese letter. On the brink of tearing his face apart with the storm, Ram gazed at the yielded alteration in awe. It was not anything else. Once again, change had been generated in Baiting Kato's outward appearance, that was all. However, for nobody but Ram, that had been an alteration difficult to let pass. Japanese letter, ON the forehead of that face, wherein a plurality of features had assembled, a single white horn was summoned. Ram, that is, truly, from the bottom of her heart, had she been moving by her instincts, she shall veil before him. For in their entirety, Baiting Kato's deeds had been nothing but exasperating Ram. Lay, Japanese letter, NEE-sama. That moment in time, with certainty, by a face the same as that of Rem's, by a voice which seemingly nobody Rem would vocalize, she was called. Subsequently, Baiting Kato's behemoth arm hammered a strike into Ram's petrified face. It was not fatal. However, neither was it a hit light enough to be optimistic about. Her skull and brain undulating, blood cascaded down her nose. Her underfoot becoming unsteady regardless of the floor was the proof of her having sustained enormous damage and injury. And the one to have brought it forth, a touchingly lovely young girl with an amiable countenance and blue HRIR Japanese letter, seeming a jest as it were, in this sight had assembled three faces of the same aura. Lay, please do cry, Nisama. Wafting the ambience of the plead, whilst inducing tears into those pale blue eyes, his fist swung. In but a single strike, the impact entered into her bone medullas, or even the soul present in their depths. Lay, please do get angry, Nisama. Her face lowered once her abdomen was bludgeoned, and a punch impaled into her jaw. Though her tongue survived being crunched, her abdomen was bludgeoned once again, and she was thrown backwards, falling prey to consecutive elbows into her cranium. Lay, please do laugh, Nisama. The deep affection that voice was subsumed in abraded Ram's heart with each word. Rem, who had always continued to sleep within Ram's cognizance. Her robbed younger sister, with her memories erased, whom she was supposed to always be beside, yet she wasn't anywhere. She had been looking forward to being called by her for the first time, after her eyes opened, one day, eventually. Though would Ram have regained the memories of her younger sister at that time? She did not know. Even if they did not return, even if they did return, her words at that time would surely be special like a baby's cry. That was now BEING Japanese letter, lay, please cry, please get angry, please laugh, please suffer, please smile, please ache, please be sullen, please get excited, please be bashful, please sleep, please blush, please take umbrage, please be surprised, please wish well. Nisama, Nisama, Nisama. Nisama. Nisama, 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 Nisama. Nisama, 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 Nisama. Ram, DONT Japanese letter tilde HK. Refer to her that way, as she was about to cry those words out. Her mouth was plugged by the sole of his palm, rendering her unable to voice. The monster given rise to by Ram, in the final STAGE Japanese letter, his ability and strength was immense and overwhelming. He possessed no hesitancy. He possessed no restraints in what he hauled out. He possessed no awareness that he was losing himself. Yet never did he sunder his form from that of Ram's precious other half. Heedless of the moon and the sun being obscured, the darkness had painted gluttony with flawless perfection. Of course, Ram did not get complacent either. She made efforts to counter-strike, unfastening her shackles until the limit of what Subaru could shoulder, leaping over the limitation she had levied on herself that she shan't use her strength greater than for a few tens of seconds, devoting strength capable of ending life with certainty this time. It stood no chance. Seemingly, none of it could contend against him. Lay, Nisama, Nisama, such an expression seems unbefitting of Nisama. Ram, Japanese letter tilde HK. A fist by her younger sister, with tapered lips and a dependent expression, made her correct her blunder. Her face perforated and knocked off, crashing into the wall behind. Ram somehow wielded the pride of not collapsing before the blasphemer. However, at present, that alone took the entirety of Ram's might, this being the condition she was in. Just how much time had passed since she had commenced fighting this monster? 10 seconds, 20 seconds. She had unmistakably far exceeded the time limit she had initially established. The time she felt sensation of held no purport, and the flexibility to count the actual time passed, non-existent. However, whether escape had been possible or not was what was utmost portentous. Carrying through as a substitute Dal which sustained all attacks, she had supported Patrash and Rem's retreat. Perhaps that was what her objective had been, but due to pummeled in the head far too many times, even that she couldn't recall with precision. Her body was heavy, her breath was worn, her head aching, her throat parched, her limbs numb, the old wound on her forehead surging blood forth. From the colorless white scar, blood rivulet down her face as if a longitudinal slash. Lay, Japanese letter SOMETHING, so unclean, that shan't do. The face traced with blood was slammed yet again by the fist. Bathing in the single strike, her body slid, and at last her knees lost their capacity to bear her body weight. Within the interval as she proceeded to topple sideways, a faint voice saying, "No," split through in between, and a kick was fired. Defenselessly receiving it by her chest, Ram crashed into the wall whilst her breastbone creaked. Before one could take notice, the Pleiades watchtower, supposed to be a firm existence, parted with its sturdiness, and had altered into what had resilience befitting of mere raw material. In other words, basking in the outrage and assault against Ram alongside, the wall shattered at last. Ram rended through the stone wall and collapsed into the opposite side of the aisle. Thick plumes of dust shrouded her environs as she violently coughed up blood and something of floury texture. That very instant, her broken bones and shattered flesh commenced a great orchestra of screeches, each striving to be the greatest. Turning her head, she attempted to confirm exactly what location had she been pummeled into. Ram, Japanese letter RH. A muffled, husky breath escaped out of her. It may have been one mixed with despondency or deficit sentiment. In Ram's line of sight, ahead of the aisle she had collapsed into, were the figures of Patrash and Rem at a distance of a few tens of meters. At BEST Japanese letter, The time Ram had bought had been markedly prolonged than the anguish Ram had tasted, being 10 seconds which merely felt overlong. Lay, Nisama, Nisama, are you unhurt? Barefacedly inquiring about her safety, without treading across the shattered wall, Bait and Kados took a detour of the aisle and headed towards her. Ad interim, whilst hugging her arm, Ram somehow stood up at her place. Entrusting her body onto the wall, the decrepit Patrash and her mutually exchanged glances. Japanese letter, DODOGYUUUN Ram. Yes, it is understood. Once everything is over, let us chastise Barusu together. The truth was, she was unaware of what Patrash had stated. However, the fact that the black-ground dragon made no effort for revision was proof that Ram's response had been unmistaken. Ram. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Ram's judgment. She was compelled to acquiesce it had backfired. The fact that she did not kill Bait and Kados at the foremost, that developed to be the trigger for everything. Attempting to rectify that she had waged combat aiming to instantaneously take his life this time. But Bait and Kados, having survived from the brink of death, ultimately resorted to what was the optimum solution for him. Consequently, with her asleep younger sister's living body laid hold of, Ram, as she plummeted into turmoil, faced onslaught. She had used up all of the cards she possessed in her hand, and the card she pulled turned traitor to her as well. Though Ram had awareness of being outstripping in multitudes of facets, she also possessed awareness of being helplessly dearth regarding one particular facet. Japanese letter, T-H-E serendipity of time. Ever since the day she had her horns slashed off and had failed the way of the Oni clan, that remained unswerving. Above all, she did possess much attachment to its way, for Ram herself had been the one to find it utmost objectionable in the whole world. Yet, as fate would have it, she couldn't help but long for having a horn now. Japanese letter, N-O, that would not be veracious. Speaking with precision, she did have the horn itself. The horn itself presently was with Ram within her reach. The wand of her habitual use which she always carried with HERSELF, Japanese letter, in that wand's foundation, Ram's broken horn was being utilized. The horn was a crucial organ that efficiently congregated mana required by the tenacious bodies of the Oni clan members. Therefore, as a catalyst for exercising magic, there existed not another article which Ram was further accustomed to. For that purpose, Roswal had taken the pains of retrieving the horn and had custom-made this wand. Whether in the wand or on her forehead, simply differing positions of the horn made so immense of a Japanese letter, so immense of a Japanese letter, Ram. Japanese letter, Incidentally, whilst pondering over her horn, a particular thought levitated in Ram's mind. The consequence of Ram mobilizing her knowledge in order to connect possibilities of defeating this situation through contemplating about the presence and absence of her horn, as well as the truth that she had once overwhelmed Bait and Kados. Ram, whose horn was broken, and Rem, who remained asleep. The latter concerned with consequence, but with regards the former. Japanese letter, WHY, did Roswal retrieve Ram. Ram was au courant of the duty Roswal sought of her. She was also mindful of what scheme Roswal was seeking to carry out in its course. Ram had also heard that she was necessary for that purpose, that it would be natural once the time arrived, and that he was aware of the means for it. Thus, Ram purposively intended not to inquire into it until the time arrived. However, in these moments levitated a thought necessary for Ram herself, for Rem, who continued to slumber, for Patrash, who fought for the sake of the sisters to survive. It was a dreadfully preposterous possibility. However, it also withheld her chest, conveying it was also convincing and reasonable. Had it been Roswal L. Mathers, whom Ram had fallen in love, WITH Japanese letter, Ram, he would have surely done it as well, with courage befittingly being called inhuman. Spilling those words, Ram withdrew the wand her thigh was equipped with juddering hands. Intently gazing at the wand she had operated for 10 years, and she vigorously knocked it into the wall. From the interior of the splintered wand flew out that which she hadn't laid her eyes upon for a long span of time. Japanese letter, a S. It swiveled and gyrated nearly to an unpleasant extent, just like back then. Steadily, clearing away the colorless dust enshrouding the aisle with his hand, Baton Cato stepped forth. With an elegant gait brimming with graceful conduct, to not cause any noise greater than necessary was the etiquette of a maid, and the minimum consideration in order to not bring shame to one's master. Ahead of the smoke was supposed to be his beloved elder sister, collapsed. He had wished to see her various expressions. Conceiving potent emotions, her light crimson eyes set ablaze, he had wished to directly gaze back into them. That was a resolute initial desire, which could now be perceived as awakening of love. Lay, oh dear. Japanese letter, DODOGYUUUN. Beyond the dust, what was first in his sight was the black ground dragon dragging its feet. During his confab and contact with Nisama, before one could notice, the ground dragon had gone out of vision. Though not particularly a subject of his interest, he did have a task to fulfill regarding the existence brought along by the ground dragon. He wished to erase that existence, which unpreparedly lured Nisama's mind. Oneself being the only one to refer to Nisama as Nisama and yearn for her was sufficient. Nisama belonged to oneself alone. Lay. Ah, there it is. On the opposite side of the ground, dragon twisting its build, there lay the form of the sleeping beauty drooping by the wall. With the body raised just ideally, it would be easy to aim for the throat to the heart. Immediately bringing an end to that lifetime, he must commence with the main dish, Nisama. Yes, as he distanced closer to the sleeping beauty, Baton Catos took notice. Japanese letter, THE head of the young girl with eyes cast downward, crowned with blue hair, that it was dimly and fleetingly glowing. For naught but a moment, he was puzzled regarding the identity of that glow. However, saying that wasn't possible, he repudiated the answer arising from one's own cognizance. The possibility of the slumbering young girl performing that WRS Japanese letter, RAM. To make a correction. Lay. Japanese letter, tilde HK, Nisa Ram. Ram thought she did not possess the serendipity of time. Japanese letter, HOWEVER. That was wrong. He attempted to call to the owner of the voice he had heard, but was unable to succeed. A strike with velocity exceeding that knocked Baton Cato's face. Astonishment, and the subsequent instant the shock wave pierced through him, pushing him towards the opposite direction in the aisle he had trodden. Lay, Sue. Unable to kill off the vigor of the excessive might, Baton Cato's crashed into the wall twice and came to a halt. Stupefaction preceded agony or anguish. He immediately stood up, then knelt upon the weight of the damage. A profound blow as if shattering until the very core of his body. Wondering just what had happened, Baton Catos made an astonished expression upon his lovely, amiable FCE Japanese letter, Ram. It rather seems, even the heavens are head over heels in love with Ram and Rem's cuteness. Dust enveloped the hole in the wall she had shattered through. An instant after he tried to concentrate his vision in that direction, his face was seized by her palm with velocity that deserted even sound. And from a close proximity, he gazed at the opponent possessing a tight grip of his cheeks, and JW Japanese letter, Lay, Ni, Sama, Ram. Unfortunately, Ram's little sister is asleep in the interior. Ram knows with clarity due to synesthesia. Lay, signs the Ram, it is synesthesia. Ram and Rem were chum sisters, isn't it? Delight or rage, sadness or pain, things like those could be shared amongst. Japanese letter, THE reactivation of a broken horn and its recall as well. He did not distinctly understand what meaning it held. Merely what Baton Catos had witnessed with these eyes had been affirmed. Before being knocked off his feet, what he had observed on the forehead of the sleeping beauty leaning on the wall was a white HORN Japanese letter, the singular asset preponderating her elder sister, that only girl possessed by birth. Because that existed, because that glowed, because that communicated, what purport would it hold? Ram. Though Barusu's plan being a hint is an annoyance, it is fine. Lay, what did Subaru-kun? Ram. Japanese letter, KINDLY. Stop saying Barusu's name with that face and that voice. Lay. Japanese letter, tilde tsu. That moment, with his grasped face and body lifted upwards, Baiting Kados was slammed into the ground with vigor. In nervousness, Baiting Kados swung his limbs. Ram opened and closed her fist, a gesture of seeming affirmation, whilst shedding immense quantities of blood from the scar on her forehead. However, rather than perceiving the cascade of blood as irksome, she loosened her lips in its reception, as though this blood and pain proved the linkage of a vanished bond. Ram, those born in a space of dark are to kindly return to the space of dark. If you took birth in company of cries, then take company of cries and kindly die. Wiping off the blood on her forehead with her palm, eyes of light crimson looked down upon Baiting Kados. Baiting Kados had assembled the plethora of everything until now, wishing for violent emotion to dwell within those eyes. Japanese letter, UPO, and that sin Archbishop of Gluttony. Ram looked down with eyes freezing cold. Ram, the reincarnation of the Oni god. Though Ram never liked it, Ram shall enact it just for today. Japanese letter R A M, S adorable little sister's counterfeit. This time for sure you shall be ripped to shreds. Translation notes. 1. Here, for the first time, Lei uses a pronoun for me, being Chinese letter, washi, which seems to the pronoun of choice of Dorkel whom Lei transformed into. This emphasizes the influence Lei is facing by the memories. 2. Two things here. The first, we uses the pronoun Japanese letter, Atashitachi, which may he the pronoun of choice of the corpulent man whom Lei had transformed, but is also one of the pronouns regularly used by Louis Arneb. The second, us, uses the pronoun Chinese letter, or Ichitachi, which is likely the pronoun of choice of the warrior Lei had transformed into. And finally, for the rem and we all, the pronoun used by Lei is Japanese letter, remtak, because Japanese letter, rem, is what rem uses to refer to herself. Though a literal translation would be a simple we, that misses out on too much nuance, and this is how I've tried to accommodate the Japanese letter, in the pronoun. This line truly shows the chaotic mixture of personas Lei is experiencing. Arc 6, Chapter 84, Heave Ho, Heave Ho. This translation is dedicated to Aelks. Translated by Archbishop Art Sources. Cover. Arena 442 latter image. Barto, commissioned by Pabo. All rights belong to TAPPEI Nagatsuki, the original author of Rei, Zero Starting a Life in a Different World from Zero. This is a translation of the free Japanese web novel into English-Japanese web novel source. Japanese letter, STABILISING. The image was essential in constructing ice, in accordance with imagination. Back when Subaru had initially proposed ice brand arts to her as well, she had considered it to be incredibly handy, but Emilia remained insecure whether she would be able to pull it off. Subaru, it's all right. No need to worry. Emilia-tan will surely be able to do it. So ascertained Subaru to an uncertain Emilia with his thumb raised, she recalled. Now that she thought of it, that too had been completely UNFOUND, ED Japanese letter no. Emilia believed Subaru had supported her back with his reason being, because I love you. In the course of creating weapons she imaged, Emilia studied a lot of illustration. Unlike songs, studying illustration wasn't a specialty of hers. Yet, by drawing time and time again with Subaru, she was met by definite improvement. From the sidelines during her studies, watching Emilia draw with Subaru and Beatrice, Ram was amazed, Otto smiled wryly, Frederica and Petra occasionally joined in, and Garfield advised her on what would be better. Roswell, too, observed Emilia and Beatrice drawing from a distance every so often. For Emilia, these were reminiscences tremendously, immensely valuable, exigent to part ways from. Reminiscences which have, though disappeared for everyone, which were remembered by Subaru. Upon the advent of that thought, a warm emotion surged deep within her chest. Emilia, I shall change that into courage with a HIYRH Japanese letter. Upon the motive power of the surging emotion, accompanied with the weapons of ice she had produced, and the 7 soldiers of ice which advanced alongside her, Emilia tackled the divine dragon Volcanica before herself. As per the aforementioned explanation, the image was essential in the shaping of ice. Naturally, that was the case with weapons, but also with the soldiers of ice brought forth. In other words, the soldiers of ice had been configured to a shape easy for Emilia to image. To summarize, fighting alongside Emilia were 7 Natsuki Subarus. Emilia, but they're more powerful and quick than the real Subaru, so, though Subaru wouldn't lose in naughtiness and frolicsomeness either, his structure differed from that of the soldiers created with ice from its very foundation. The soldiers' strength depended on the density of the mana bestowed upon them by Emilia, and could not be compared with simple sculptures of ice. They were the same as weapons of ice, and no less than steel. Emilia, go! Abiding by Emilia's command, the ice warriors dashing in the vanguard plunged into Volcanica's range. Volcanica did not move, remaining reclined on the colossal pillar in the center of the first layer of the watchtower, and the range of its earlier tail whip was 4 to 7 meters. That instant, as if it had detected the will to hold fast to the pillar, it swung its blue dragon tail with great velocity, making an eccentric sound which could only be described as a hole opened up in the air. The following moment, the upper bodies of the ice warriors in the vanguard got smashed to smithereens. Having bathed in the direct hit from the area of their chest, the trunks of the ice warriors shattered into 2 at that spot, as their heads, taking after Subaru and the sharp look of his eyes, were blown off. Emilia, sorry, but you would have been aimed for regardless of my presence. Apologies to the soldiers of ice turned to touchstones, but now she precisely understood Volcanica's aim. Though the divine dragon had gotten Alzheimer's, had blanked out about the trial as well, the will to intercept all opponents distinctly aiming for the pillar yet remained alive within it, regardless of the existence or non-existence of its life. Henceforth, she wielded a course of action. Emilia, soldier sans, please. In concert with Emilia's voice, the ice warriors jumped in order to overtake the silver-haired young girl. The first one was shattered, leaving 6 ice warriors. Each fell in respective separate directions and headed towards the central pillar whilst creating a faint difference of time. Volcanica, Japanese letter THOU, who hath reached the top of the tower. Step forth through the first floor, almighty petitioner. Sensing the presences of the approaching ice warriors, the divine dragon repeated its vocal message yet again. Seeing it relay that which was not, but an enumeration of words now devoid of meaning, to dulls possessing no ears to hear from, made Emilia feel potent desolateness and a heart-wrenching sense of misery. Despite having been turned to this shape, Volcanica was trying to protect something, though she did not know with whom, with what, and for what purpose had it exchanged that PROMISE Japanese letter, Volcanica, Japanese letter, I am Volcanica. In accordance with the ancient covenant, I ask the will of thee who hath reached the summit. Within the blink of an eye, 2 of the ice warriors armed with weapons were shattered with a swing of the tail, though each had taken a defensive stance as an instantaneous response. One had everything below its waist blasted off. The other had its right half of its body subjected to the same, as they crumbled, unable to make any decent movement. Hence, the remaining 4 headed for the tail, returning to its original position from the attacking stance to place a check on it. It may be possible that not simply Alzheimer's, but its legs and loins had become weaker and unsteady as well. If it was in a state where simply standing up was arduous for it, then pinning down that tail would be sufficient. Emilia, brace yourselves. With the aim of immobilizing the tail, 3 ice warriors joined their arms together, attempting to mow down those ice warriors all at once. Yet again the tail of the divine dragon deserted sound behind. Though similar to the whip Subaru used in arrangement, its pace and might was in an entirely different league. Had it been Subaru's whip, then Emilia could have caught it barehanded, but that would be impossible for the dragon's tail whip. Potency, which would have taken any ordinary living being's entire might. The divine dragon hurled it with listlessness akin to brushing away insects. The impact brought forth by that tail once again struck the 3 ice warriors lined up side by side with lowered waists. However, the shattering resonance supposed to have echoed did not resound here, for she had generated a wall of ice behind the 3 ice warriors with lowered waists, which supported them. Should she know the strike was coming, she had countermeasures prepared. Despite the entirety of their bodies developing cracks, the ice warriors, taking after the young boy with a sharp expression of eyes, raised the edges of their mouths. And from the rear of the three who had halted the impact, the remaining final one jumped ahead, having been charged with a separate role. What the final ice warrior wielded was a weapon known as a Sasumata. On the spearhead of the handle, similar to a long arrow, a curve-shaped fitting with the purpose of not stabbing, but subduing the opponent was fixed, seemingly called so for its usage as a catcher. Using that Sasumata to thrust it down, it pinned the divine dragon's ill-mannered tail down onto the floor. The dragon tail, having ceased movement, even its utmost slim end of the tail was bulky like a log and impossible of being held back by simply one Sasumata, so the cracked three successively tackled with Sasumatas as well. And 4 convenient points were arrested by the Sasumatas, and even the divine dragon had its tail BLOCK, Japanese letter, Volcanica, Japanese letter, THOU, who hath reached the top of the tower. Step forth through the first floor, almighty petitioner. The subsequent instant, with a sound of the world being splintered, the 4 leaping bodies of the ice warriors were gouged in their entirety. Everything upwards of their hips had vanished cleanly, and with only their lower bodies left, the ice warriors crumbled. The one responsible was not the tail having gotten serious after being IMMOBILISED Japanese letter, but claws. Whilst on the floor, Volcanica used its left frontal limb instead of its tail. By merely that, Emilia's soldiers of ice had been extinguished with certainty and without escape. She narrowly escaped being tricked into believing it had become infirm. Emilia, if both the limbs and the tail are doing well then, why did just your important brain get blanked, damn it? Volcanica. Japanese letter, I am Volcanica. In accordance with the ancient covenant, I ask the will of thee who hath reached the summit. Emilia, I get it already, for God's SAKE Japanese letter, repetition which would have driven anyone into further frenzy aside from Emilia. Despite having to hear it, Emilia's resolved spirit of challenge shan't shatter. What could be shattered were only the soldiers of ice, though naturally that did slightly hurt her heart. Emilia, it's all right. It's not as if I didn't get to know anything. Asserting that the death of the shattered ice warriors had not been in vain, Emilia too headed towards the tail's range. However, the Sasumatas of ice suppressing the tail were going strong, rendering the sacrifice of the 4 ice soldiers worthwhile. Thus, naturally, claws would now aim for Emilia instead of the tail, BUT Japanese letter, Emilia. The range which both of your hands reach is shorter than the tail, yes, and also. Before those claws could seize Emilia, ice spears passed by Emilia and drew near the divine dragon. They had been hurled by ice warriors brought forth once again in Emilia's rear, at their original POSITIONS Japanese letter, the maximum number of ice warriors Emilia could create was 7, but it was possible for them to be recreated whenever they got shattered. In other words, the ice warriors could stand up again however many times until Emilia exhausted her strength. Precisely like the true Natsuki Subaru, Volcanica, Japanese letter, THOU, who hath reached the top of the tower, step forth through the first floor, almighty petitioner. Emilia, Kaya Tilda. Upon the incessant downpour of ice spears outside of its range, Volcanica slammed its forelimbs into the front. That singular strike seemed as if rending space, producing a shock wave that appeared to be an eternal mark of its claws, swallowing the entirety of the first layer, including Emilia and the ice warriors. Japanese letter, whilst halting the impact on her body brought by the shock wave. Emilia strained her amethyst-colored eyes. The central pillar Volcanica was protecting. Its firmness was solid, and she had not been able to carefully observe the pillar yet either. From a distant view it appeared to be no different from the other 5 pillars, but that judgment too was premature. However, what Emilia sought utmost here, instead of the central pillar itself, WRS Japanese letter, Emilia, Japanese letter, LOCATED on its top, the tower's summit. Undauntedly stepping into the wind, Emilia kicked the floor with might on that very spot. She was yet too distant to take any action regarding Volcanica or the pillar. However, Stepping ahead here was the correct answer. For the ice warriors, restored from their initially shattered states, lowered their waists and braced their arms, and catching Amelia's feet as she stepped ahead, assisted her into a leap towards greater height at once. Having pinned down the tail, directing its attention to the pillar, she used that interval and headed towards the uppermost stratum which she sought the utmost. Though a combination Emilia would not recklessly use either, Emilia's intuition, having reached this far, implored that the summit was one which must be reached. The great leap which borrowed the ice warrior's assistance, using it to jump above Volcanica's head at once, she made for the topmost surface of the pillar. Should she simple ascend to the uppermost stratum from THERE Japanese letter, Emilia, Japanese letter, THE hack. The following instant, whilst Emilia attempted to make her fingers reach the pillar, a tranquil heat wave grazed her feet. Japanese letter, NO. It was not tranquil. Sound had simply died at the hands of its exceeding might and heat. If it had killed the very concept of sound, it would be no enigma for it to have converted to a soundless phenomenon. Emilia's perception detected the extinguishment of the ice warriors deployed across the first layer. The one which had lent its hand to shield Emilia's vision, the four which had thrown ice spears in its support, the two which had sprinted for supplementing Sasumatas, disappeared at the same second, and what accomplished this was neither Volcanica's tail nor its forelimbs. Volcanica, Japanese letter, I am Volcanica. In accordance with the ancient covenant, I ask the will of thee who hath reached the summit. Yes, the death wail of scorching air was heard from its mouth, which never parted solely with its majesticness. With the arrival of another one of its reiterations into her ears as a start, Emilia comprehended the resuscitation of the killed concept of sound, whilst at the same time her fingers reached for the pillar's topmost surface. Somehow desperately fixing her body, Emilia looked down below. There spreading wide was the first layer, scorched white. White fumes akin to smoulders rose from multiple spots, with not even the wreckage of the ice warriors supposed to have existed left behind. Such heat, such might, such a NNIHILATION Japanese letter, THE breath of the divine dragon Volcanica had burnt all to naught. Emilia, both the tail and the legs are doing well, can even spit goddamn fire, and yet. Volcanica, Japanese letter, THOU, who hath reached the top of the tower. Step forth through the first floor, almighty petitioner. Emilia, good Lord, I get it. I do understand. I get it so. Oh. Responding with a lack of grievousness, taking into account the events that had occurred, Emilia widened her eyes midway through. Steadily, the eyes of the divine dragon aimed upwards, the yellow eyeballs reflecting Emilia within themselves. RND Japanese letter, Volcanica, Japanese letter, I am Volcanica. In accordance with the ancient covenant, I ask the will of thee who hath reached the summit. Whilst pronouncing so, Volcanica unfolded both of its blue wings and stood up at its position. Emilia, O hell no Japanese letter, tilde HK. Comprehending the hazard of the events occurring below, Emilia extended her hand towards the topmost surface of the tower in great panic. In the interlude she was preoccupied with that, Volcanica deracinated its tail, being restrained by the Sasumatas, and sought to slowly flap its wings. It intended flight. It was, after all, the divine dragon Volcanica. Flying for it would be a matter of COURSE Japanese letter. But since Emilia had never witnessed a flying dragon, her sense of reality had been puny. First of all, would a creature with a body so gigantic truly be able to soar in the skies? Emilia, I've only ever seen Puck and Roswal fly too. It was ineluctable for Puck, a spirit, and Roswal, an eccentric magician, to fly. From what she had heard in the southern Valatia Empire, just like ground dragons or water dragons, there existed flying dragons named winged dragons, so Volcanica was possibly also considered as a winged dragon. Or perhaps, to categorize dragons, and the dragon as the same may be an in ITSELF Japanese letter, Emilia. Heave ho, here, Shah. Letting out an enthusiastic cry, Emilia clambered towards the tower's top at her greatest possible speed, though from a distant view her speed was jaw-droppingly astonishing. Even if Emilia were to make fortunate effort beyond common sense, she lacked one card to be able to desert everything behind and dash on ahead. Volcanica, Japanese letter THOU, who hath reached the top of the tower. Step forth through the first floor, almighty petitioner. She was not hallucinating to be hearing that voice from a distance closer than before, for she had not managed to desert everything below her behind. The pronouncement had ascended to the same altitude as hers. Japanese letter UNFOLDING, both of those blue wings, an unbelievably humongous frame fluttered midair. Majestic and dignified, the divine dragon Volcanica soared into the doomed sky with pressure of presence ignorant to its decline. Its evolving air of intimidation, or the glint in its eye glaring the opponent impotent, its tail, or its forelimbs, even its breath, none of it turned traitor to it being a hyperranked dragon chronicled in legends. However, the singularity which did turn traitor to Japanese letter Emilia. I tend to go above the first layer, so I may not be your enemy. Volcanica. Japanese letter I am Volcanica. In accordance with the ancient covenant, I ask the will of thee who hath reached the summit. Poured with a voice conveying it possessed no ears to hear from, as Emilia clung to the pillar, Volcanica's menace resumed pursuit of her. Inhaling, Emilia gritted her molars and borrowed the power of a foothold which did not exist there and jumped over the tail whip. Emilia. Yahoo! Practical usage of Ice Brand Art's Japanese letter, rather than clambering up that pillar, she installed footholds at its flanks, accelerating her speed by jumping above them. Emilia, would the limbs become free too? Kia. The instantaneously drawn twin swords of ice energetically repelled the slamming tail away. A strike swung whilst relying on guesswork. Both of Emilia's arms, from her wrists to her elbows, went numb due to the vigor, rendering her seemingly unable to wield another novel weapon for the multiple seconds it would take her to stand up. However, unlike the damage taken by Emilia, Volcanica had simply swung its tail. Despite its transiency, the divine dragon witch resumed to undertake the same conduct before the challenger swung its tail, its endeavor being to drop Japanese letter no, to crush the opponent seeking to capture the pillar. Emilia, Japanese letter tilde HK. Emilia's breath was packed in response to that approaching tail. Should she be repelled once, she did not perceive she would have enough stamina left to reach the pillar once again. Should she suffer a direct hit from the tail notch with scales, she would surely be left in a terrible state. She could not let that tail's attack connect. Emilia, I can still work rear tilde Ellie hard. She could not use her arms. However, she could move her legs. She could aim for the top. Though she had created footholds in order to aim for the top, that shall not be sufficient. There was a limit to the number of ice ploys she could generate at once. She could not let that labor go to waste. Fulfilling the purpose of the footholds, she then shall be met by that which was ENDLESS Japanese letter, Emilia. Japanese letter, I get it. Volcanica. Japanese letter THOU, who hath reached the top of the tower. Step forth through the first floor, almighty petitioner. Yet another tail whip drew near Emilia, to whom a great idea had just occurred. Emilia somehow evaded it by borrowing the ordinary power of the footholds. And bringing forth the new foothold she had thought of towards the pillar, she ingeniously grasped that hand by extending her own hand. Emilia, please, soldier-san. Responding to that voice of Emilia's, the one to creak its arms constructed of ice was an ice warrior taking after Subaru, having been generated yet again after being burnt to a NNIHIL a TION Japanese letter, but merely its upper body. Not simply a foothold, but an existence which functioned as both a foothold as well as a reliable ally of EMILI, rest Japanese letter, that was the course of ice with simply their upper bodies growing out of the pillar, one after the other. Since they simply had their upper bodies growing out of the pillar, and she did not have to create their legs, she could also raise their number to greater than 7. Making around 10 of them grow out of the pillar at once, Emilia borrowed their hands and headed upwards. Emilia, here, ya, shia, all right, why? Borrowing the hands of the upper bodies of ice growing out of the pillar in a literal sense, Emilia climbed towards the topmost surface of the pillar. Meanwhile, Volcanica did attempt to obstruct Emilia, but the men on the pillar hindered it from the side. Captured in its attribute of protecting the pillar, Volcanica was unable to leave the ice warriors on that pillar. The generated ice warriors hurled swords and axes of ice towards Volcanica, and as the divine dragon repelled them, it hunted the ice warriors on the pillar one by one through its tail or forelimbs. Although, whilst Emilia headed for the pillar's top, T-O-P Japanese letter, Emilia, though this spot is a bit tough. To have overcome the hazard would be somewhat too lively an impression, but with the ice soldier's strength and sacrifice as the foundation stone, Emilia's hands finally reached for the topmost surface of the pillar. Though she would reach the uppermost stratum of the tower in around 10 more meters, the topmost surface of the pillar was in a bent condition akin to that of a rat guard, so climbing hereon would be the deed of utmost difficulty. The situation was one wherein even people who specialized in mountain climbing would be troubled. Fortunately, Emilia specialized in tree climbing. In the past, her zeal for it had led her to be scolded by Fortuna and Arch. Emilia, the numbness of my fingers is also all right. Now I can. Regaining the sensation of her numb fingers, Emilia tackled the bent, unkind pillar. Grasping the hand of the ice warrior growing reversely on the slant, she drifted her legs mid-air towards the unstable skies. But thanks to the ice warrior's assistance, her climb was stable. What remained was only for Volcanica's obstruction to be Japanese letter, Emilia, Japanese letter, tilde HK. That moment, faint slackening and a prank by destiny infiltrated. Volcanica, Japanese letter, I am Volcanica. In accordance with the ancient covenant, I ask the will of thee who hath reached the summit. The outbreaking potent jolts were caused by a severe strike into the pillar by Volcanica's tail whilst it articulated so. It waved impact through the entirety of the pillar, thoroughly fissuring the ice warriors with solely their upper bodies growing out of that pillar, shattering them at once. And neither was the ice warrior lending its hand to Emilia on the slant an exception. Emilia, Japanese letter, H. The hand she had grasped shattered from the tip of its shoulder, and Emilia's body fell, having lost its support. The ice warrior, with a sharp expression of eyes, tried to halt her, but neither of its hands could reach any more. Instantly, suspension enveloped the entirety of Emilia's body, putting Emilia's risky climb of the pillar to waste, invalidating it all and placing her back onto the first L-O-Y-E-R Japanese letter that was not what occurred. Emilia, Lord save me, tilde. The height of the pillar she had attempted to clamber, Emilia was supposed to fall down multiple tens of meters. Emilia inhaled upon that premonition, however. Something caught Emilia's hips unexpectedly quickly. Not an ice warrior. In terms of sensation, all of the ice warriors growing from the pillar had all been shattered. Furthermore, her hands were immediately touching something rugged and rigid Japanese letter, Emilia. Could it be Volcanica? Japanese letter, THOU, who hath reached the top of the tower. Step forth through the first floor, almighty petitioner. A voice reached her from close proximity as Emilia confirmed the winds of high heights and the sensation below her hips. Due to the nearness of that voice, Emilia made a delayed realization. Japanese letter, Atishi, had fallen on top of the divine dragon Volcanica's back. Emilia, Japanese letter, tilde HK, stay focused. From here I may be able to. She may, once again, be able to use Volcanica as a stool and reach the pillar. So planned Emilia, but the distress of being unable to execute that with ease descended upon her. Flapping its wings, Volcanica ascended and twisted its body, intending to throw her off. Emilia, Japanese letter, UGH, U tilde rug. Enduring the mighty, powerful wind assailing upon her body, Emilia desperately clung to the dragon's spine. Physical wind Emilia had never felt until NOW Japanese letter, what she was clinging to were scales, every single one of them colossal and tenacious akin to rocks, and she would not be able to persist for long should things remain this way. Furthermore, Volcanica was merely flying in the sky with freedom. She was not basking in a tail whip, hammer arm, much less its dragon breath. It was merely flying with vigor, seeking to make the clinging Emilia fall. Should she lose to this, it would be far too Japanese letter, Emilia. Japanese letter, I would no longer be able to look Subaru and everyone else in the eye. Should she heedlessly open her mouth, her lungs might get ruptured by the plunging wind. Her eyes cast downwards, her molars gritted tightly, Emilia thought back to the people she cherished beyond her eyelids. Resolve akin to having to die, but that was not the case. The purpose of Emilia thinking of the people she cherished was so that she could face forward, for her to be given a push on her back, and to gain the courage to look ahead. Japanese letter. Even whilst being swallowed by the tremendous winds, Emilia forced her eyelids to open. A circumstance wherein she had to pour the entirety of her strength, or she would be unable to even open her eyelids. In its midst, without losing the strength of her amethyst eyes, Emilia dared to open her eyes to discover a means to survive. Humans are beings who end up closing their eyes in times of being crushed by fright and insecurity. But the people whom Emilia cherished, depicted in the rear of her eyelids, faced forward in precisely such times. People who did not close their eyes in times precisely as those. She must have her eyes remain open. In order to reach for something, in order to hold someone's hand, Japanese letter, Emilia. Japanese letter, T weirdo. The whole surface, left and right, everywhere, the spectacle was under the rain of blue. Though Emilia being in skies, even above clouds, was also a reason. It was also because the divine dragon Emilia was clinging to was clad in brilliant blue scales. Since everything aside from that quickly passed by due to their exceedingly high speed, even Emilia's perception of moving bodies, which could discern even the path of a thrown ball like a seam, couldn't capture the world within itself. Thus, what Emilia's awareness captured was not the world outside of the blue. Volcanica, Japanese letter I, am Volcanica. In accordance with the ancient covenant, I ask the will of thee who hath reached the summit. Volcanica soared whilst twisting and turning its body. It seemed the area Emilia was clinging to was around the base of Volcanica's wings. Enigmatically, the dragon did not move its wings with that much engagement. Though it was necessary for birds and insects to flutter their wings for flight, the principle of dragon's flight appeared to be different. It was surely closer to Puck or Roswell's mechanism for flying. If Japanese letter, Emilia, Roswell used magic, Puck too used a mysterious power so. Unfortunately, never had she tried this with Roswell, nor did she intend to. However, for an extensive duration, Emilia had lived and spent time together with her family, whom she thought comprised of solely one. For this singular year, they had been separated, and there had been multiple instances of her feeling incredibly lonely. Sometimes she nearly cried at night, but reminiscences provided support through it, and the voice present within those reminiscences showed hope to Emilia in this pressing time. That WRS Japanese letter, Emilia. I'm just guessing here, but could it be that you also don't like to have your neck tickled? The amethyst eyes opened with force, captured the long neck of the divine dragon twisting its frame. Below that great draconic jaw, amidst the uniform blue scales, was a soul-white scale. Japanese letter, The days of frolicking about with Puck dawned onto Emilia's mind. Stop it, Leotilda. If you do it so softly, then my concentration will get disturbed, you know. Emilia. Japanese letter, ISNT that right, Puck. Accompanied with a responding voice, Emilia concentrated her consciousness. Amidst this mighty wind, Emilia did not possess the strength to directly reach that white scale. However, what she had learnt by the pillar could be resuscitated even should the other party change from an inorganic to an organic substance. Emilia. Japanese letter, SOLDIER-san. Ahead of Emilia's cognizance, the soldiers of ice once again appeared around the white scale. Ice soldiers which were solidly supporting each other with merely their upper bodies, and one that was born in their core steadily extended its hand towards the white Japanese letter, Volcanica, Japanese letter, H, N. Japanese letter, FOR the first time, Emilia heard a voice apart from the divine dragon's repetitions. Japanese letter REVERSE scale, there existed a phrase so. This phrase, originating from ancient Chinese traditions, spoke of dragons, who were legendary beings, each possessing a singular scale which shan't be touched on their throat, called a reverse scale. A dragon, whose reverse scale was touched, fell into rage and assuredly killed the opponent. Originating from that custom, to touch a part of the opponent which shall not be touched came to be expressed with the phrase, touching the reverse scale. Of course, Emilia possessed no reason to be aware of such origins of historic phrases from a disparate world. She sought to touch the white scale on the dragon's throat in order to muddle the concentration of the opponent, who was vigorously flying about attempting to make her fall, and buy an interval of time. HOWEVER Japanese letter, Emilia, Kaya tilde a tilde a tilde. Screaming as she was hurled into the air, Emilia witnessed the earth and the heavens revolve round and round for her. However, her suspension mid-air lasted even shorter this time compared to when she had landed on the dragon's spine earlier. Caught by a solid sensation, Emilia took an entirely defensive stance and tumbled. And nimbly standing up at that spot, she remained cautious regarding her environs. Japanese letter, breathing hoarsely, Emilia glanced around her environs. Fortunately, there were no hints of an abrupt attack assailing down upon Emilia. That too was a matter of course. At present, Volcanica, the subject of her utmost vigilance, was far, far above. Volcanica. Japanese letter, HRRHRRN. As if extraordinarily revolted by its white scale being touched, Volcanica agonized as it ascended to higher skies. With the echo of a whale ostensibly crunching the sky, Emilia involuntarily rounded her eyes. Emilia. Puck used to enjoy it, though. Regardless, it was each person's individual response to enjoy it or to not enjoy it. Admonishing herself to not become self-assertive, Emilia affirmed the sensation of her limbs. Tremendously swung about by Volcanica, the blood flow of her body had become slightly strange. Depending on the situation, hindrances in the blood flow resulted in the phenomena of losing vision due to lack of blood flow into the brain, but Emilia had managed to barely hold out. And with that affirmation, Emilia took notice. Emilia, Japanese letter RH, this place is. Upon looking around, Emilia's field of vision was a story above than the time she had arrived at the first layer. The absence of the 5 pillars supposed to be in her environs was proof of her having arrived at an altitude above there, a PEX Japanese letter to name. Precisely this place was the uppermost stratum. She had reached it, in the form of getting dropped off Volcanica's back. The uppermost stratum of Pleiades' watchtower, an untrodden territory, at LRST Japanese letter, Emilia. Hell yeah, I did it. It was well worth working hard and persevering. With a modest reaction to the emotionally moving happenings, Emilia put a hand on her chest and made haste towards the core of the uppermost stratum immediately. Should she act nonchalantly, the agonizing Volcanica may return. Before that occurred, she must discover the trial with the purpose of saving Subaru and the rest. Emilia, please, give me a problem that even I know the answer to. Though Volcanica, having forgotten the trial, too was a problem. What was another problem for Emilia was whether she would even be able to solve the trial of the first layer in the first place. Bearing that fear, Emilia headed towards the center of the uppermost stratum, and arriving at the base of a pillar extending to the heavens there, Emilia said, "Ah," and widened her eyes. There it was. A peculiarity not possessed by the 6 pillars in the floor below. There certainly it was, the enigmatic peculiarity possessed solely by the pillar in the center of this uppermost stratum. It WRS Japanese letter, Emilia. Japanese letter, SOMEONES, handprints. The uppermost stratum of Pleiades' watchtower, what was at the base of the pillar in its center, was a black monolith, and on that black monolith printed were handprints. Japanese letter, SIX handprints of respective differing men and women had been printed. Did you enjoy reading this translation of The Ray, Zero Starting Life in Another World unlicensed web novel? Please consider supporting the translators of the Witch Cult translation team through our Patreon. Arc 6, Chapter 84, Heave ho, heave ho. This translation is dedicated to Ailks. Translated by Archbishop Art Sources. Cover. Arena 442 latter image. Barto, commissioned by Pabo. All rights belong to TAPPEI NAGATSUKI, the original author of Ray, Zero Starting a Life in a Different World from Zero. This is a translation of the free Japanese web novel into English Japanese web novel source. Japanese letter, STABILISING. The image was essential in constructing ice in accordance with imagination. Back when Subaru had initially proposed ice brand arts to her as well, she had considered it to be incredibly handy, but Emilia remained insecure whether she would be able to pull it off. Subaru, it's all right. No need to worry. Emilia-tan will surely be able to do it. So ascertained Subaru to an uncertain Emilia with his thumb raised, she recalled. Now that she thought of it, that too had been completely UNFOUND, ED Japanese letter no. Emilia believed Subaru had supported her back with his reason being, because I love you. In the course of creating weapons she imaged, Emilia studied a lot of illustration. Unlike songs, studying illustration wasn't a specialty of hers. Yet by drawing time and time again with Subaru, she was met by definite improvement. From the sidelines during her studies, watching Emilia draw with Subaru and Beatrice, Ram was amazed, Otto smiled wryly, Frederica and Petra occasionally joined in, and Garfield advised her on what would be better. Roswell, too, observed Emilia and Beatrice drawing from a distance every so often. For Emilia, these were reminiscences tremendously, immensely valuable, exigent to part ways from. Reminiscences which have, though disappeared for everyone, which were remembered by Subaru. Upon the advent of that thought, a warm emotion surged deep within her chest. Emilia, I shall change that into courage with a HIYRH Japanese letter. Upon the motive power of the surging emotion, accompanied with the weapons of ice she had produced, and the 7 soldiers of ice which advanced alongside her, Emilia tackled the divine dragon Volcanica before herself. As per the aforementioned explanation, the image was essential in the shaping of ice. Naturally, that was the case with weapons, but also with the soldiers of ice brought forth. In other words, the soldiers of ice had been configured to a shape easy for Emilia to image. To summarize, fighting alongside Emilia were 7 Natsuki Subarus. Emilia, but they're more powerful and quick than the real Subaru, so. Though Subaru wouldn't lose in naughtiness and frolicsomeness either, his structure differed from that of the soldiers created with ice from its very foundation. The soldiers' strength depended on the density of the mana bestowed upon them by Emilia, and could not be compared with simple sculptures of ice. They were the same as weapons of ice, and no less than steel. Emilia, go! Abiding by Emilia's command, the ice warriors dashing in the vanguard plunged into Volcanica's range. Volcanica did not move, remaining reclined on the colossal pillar in the center of the first layer of the watchtower, and the range of its earlier tail whip was 4 to 7 meters. That instant, as if it had detected the will to hold fast to the pillar, it swung its blue dragon tail with great velocity, making an eccentric sound which could only be described as a hole opened up in the air. The following moment, the upper bodies of the ice warriors in the vanguard got smashed to smithereens. Having bathed in the direct hit from the area of their chest, the trunks of the ice warriors shattered into 2 at that spot, as their heads, taking after Subaru and the sharp look of his eyes, were blown off. Emilia, sorry, but you would have been aimed for regardless of my presence. Apologies to the soldiers of ice turned to touchstones, but now she precisely understood Volcanica's aim. Though the divine dragon had gotten Alzheimer's, had blanked out about the trial as well, the will to intercept all opponents distinctly aiming for the pillar yet remained alive within it, regardless of the existence or non-existence of its life. Henceforth, she wielded a course of action. Emilia, soldier sans, please. In concert with Emilia's voice, the ice warriors jumped in order to overtake the silver-haired young girl. The first one was shattered, leaving 6 ice warriors. Each fell in respective separate directions and headed towards the central pillar whilst creating a faint difference of time. Volcanica, Japanese letter THOU, who hath reached the top of the tower. Step forth through the first floor, almighty petitioner. Sensing the presences of the approaching ice warriors, the divine dragon repeated its vocal message yet again. Seeing it relay that which was not, but an enumeration of words now devoid of meaning, to dulls possessing no ears to hear from, made Emilia feel potent desolateness and a heart-wrenching sense of misery. Despite having been turned to this shape, Volcanica was trying to protect something, though she did not know with whom, with what, and for what purpose had it exchanged that Japanese letter, Volcanica, Japanese letter, I am Volcanica. In accordance with the ancient covenant, I ask the will of thee who hath reached the summit. Within the blink of an eye, two of the ice warriors armed with weapons were shattered with a swing of the tail, though each had taken a defensive stance as an instantaneous response. One had everything below its waist blasted off. The other had its right half of its body subjected to the same, as they crumbled, unable to make any decent movement. Hence, the remaining four headed for the tail, returning to its original position from the attacking stance to place a check on it. It may be possible that not simply Alzheimer's, but its legs and loins had become weaker and unsteady as well. If it was in a state where simply standing up was arduous for it, then pinning down that tail would be sufficient. Emilia, brace yourselves. With the aim of immobilizing the tail, three ice warriors joined their arms together, attempting to mow down those ice warriors all at once. Yet again the tail of the divine dragon deserted sound behind. Though similar to the whip Subaru used in arrangement, its pace and might was in an entirely different league. Had it been Subaru's whip, then Emilia could have caught it barehanded, but that would be impossible for the dragon's tail whip. Potency, which would have taken any ordinary living being's entire might. The divine dragon hurled it with listlessness akin to brushing away insects. The impact brought forth by that tail once again struck the three ice warriors lined up side by side with lowered waists. However, the shattering resonance supposed to have echoed did not resound here, for she had generated a wall of ice behind the three ice warriors with lowered waists, which supported them. Should she know the strike was coming, she had countermeasures prepared. Despite the entirety of their bodies developing cracks, the ice warriors, taking after the young boy with a sharp expression of eyes, raised the edges of their mouths. And from the rear of the three who had halted the impact, the remaining final one jumped ahead, having been charged with a separate role. What the final ice warrior wielded was a weapon known as a Sasumata. On the spearhead of the handle, similar to a long arrow, a curve-shaped fitting with the purpose of not stabbing, but subduing the opponent was fixed, seemingly called so for its usage as a catcher. Using that Sasumata to thrust it down, it pinned the divine dragon's ill-mannered tail down onto the floor. The dragon tail, having ceased movement, even its utmost slim end of the tail was bulky like a log and impossible of being held back by simply one Sasumata, so the cracked three successively tackled with Sasumatas as well. And four convenient points were arrested by the Sasumatas, and even the divine dragon had its tail BLOCKED Japanese letter, Volcanica, Japanese letter, THOU, who hath reached the top of the tower. Step forth through the first floor, almighty petitioner. The subsequent instant, with a sound of the world being splintered, the four leaping bodies of the ice warriors were gouged in their entirety. Everything upwards of their hips had vanished cleanly, and with only their lower bodies left, the ice warriors crumbled. The one responsible was not the tail having gotten serious after being IMMOBILISED Japanese letter, but claws. Whilst on the floor, Volcanica used its left frontal limb instead of its tail. By merely that, Emilia's soldiers of ice had been extinguished with certainty and without escape. She narrowly escaped being tricked into believing it had become infirm. Emilia, if both the limbs and the tail are doing well then, why did just your important brain get blanked, damn it? Volcanica. Japanese letter, I am Volcanica. In accordance with the ancient covenant, I ask the will of thee who hath reached the summit. Emilia, I get it already, for God's SAKE Japanese letter, repetition which would have driven anyone into further frenzy aside from Emilia. Despite having to hear it, Emilia's resolved spirit of challenge shan't shatter. What could be shattered were only the soldiers of ice, though naturally that did slightly hurt her heart. Emilia, it's all right. It's not as if I didn't get to know anything." Asserting that the death of the shattered ice warriors had not been in vain, Emilia too headed towards the tail's range. However, the Sasumatas of ice suppressing the tail were going strong, rendering the sacrifice of the 4 ice soldiers worthwhile. Thus, naturally, claws would now aim for Emilia instead of the tail. But Japanese letter, Emilia. The range which both of your hands reach is shorter than the tail, yes. And also, before those claws could seize Emilia, ice spears passed by Emilia and drew near the divine dragon. They had been hurled by ice warriors brought forth once again in Emilia's rear, at their original POSITIONS Japanese letter, the maximum number of ice warriors Emilia could create was 7, but it was possible for them to be recreated whenever they got shattered. In other words, the ice warriors could stand up again however many times until Emilia exhausted her strength. Precisely like the true Natsuki Subaru. Volcanica, Japanese letter THOU, who hath reached the top of the tower, step forth through the first floor, almighty petitioner. Emilia, Kaya Tilda. Upon the incessant downpour of ice spears outside of its range, Volcanica slammed its forelimbs into the front. That singular strike seemed as if rending space, producing a shock wave that appeared to be an eternal mark of its claws, swallowing the entirety of the first layer, including Emilia and the ice warriors. Japanese letter, whilst halting the impact on her body brought by the shock wave. Emilia strained her amethyst-colored eyes. The central pillar Volcanica was protecting. Its firmness was solid, and she had not been able to carefully observe the pillar yet either. From a distant view it appeared to be no different from the other 5 pillars, but that judgment too was premature. However, what Emilia sought utmost here, instead of the central pillar itself, WRS Japanese letter, Emilia. Japanese letter LOCATED on its top, the tower's summit. Undauntedly stepping into the wind, Emilia kicked the floor with might on that very spot. She was yet too distant to take any action regarding Volcanica or the pillar. However, stepping ahead here was the correct answer. For the ice warriors, restored from their initially shattered states, lowered their waists and braced their arms, and catching Emilia's feet as she stepped ahead, assisted her into a leap towards greater height at once. Having pinned down the tail, directing its attention to the pillar, she used that interval and headed towards the uppermost stratum which she sought the utmost. Though a combination Emilia would not recklessly use either, Emilia's intuition, having reached this far, implored that the summit was one which must be reached. The great leap which borrowed the ice warrior's assistance, using it to jump above Volcanica's head at once, she made for the topmost surface of the pillar. Should she simple ascend to the uppermost stratum from THERE Japanese letter, Emilia. Japanese letter THE heck. The following instant, whilst Emilia attempted to make her fingers reach the pillar, a tranquil heat wave grazed her feet. Japanese letter NO. It was not tranquil. Sound had simply died at the hands of its exceeding might and heat. If it had killed the very concept of sound, it would be no enigma for it to have converted to a soundless phenomenon. Emilia's perception detected the extinguishment of the ice warriors deployed across the first layer. The one which had lent its hand to shield Emilia's vision, the 4 which had thrown ice spears in its support, the 2 which had sprinted for supplementing Sasumatas, disappeared at the same second, and what accomplished this was neither Volcanica's tail nor its forelimbs. Volcanica, Japanese letter, I am Volcanica. In accordance with the ancient covenant, I ask the will of thee who hath reached the summit. Yes, the death wail of scorching air was heard from its mouth, which never parted solely with its majesticness. With the arrival of another one of its reiterations into her ears as a start, Emilia comprehended the resuscitation of the killed concept of sound, whilst at the same time her fingers reached for the pillar's topmost surface. Somehow desperately fixing her body, Emilia looked down below. There spreading wide was the first layer, scorched white. White fumes akin to smoulders rose from multiple spots, with not even the wreckage of the ice warriors supposed to have existed left behind. Such heat, such might, such a NNIHILATION Japanese letter THE breath of the divine dragon Volcanica had burnt all to naught. Emilia, both the tail and the legs are doing well, can even spit goddamn fire, and yet. Volcanica, Japanese letter THOU, who hath reached the top of the tower. Step forth through the first floor, almighty petitioner. Emilia, good Lord, I get it. I do understand. I get it so. Oh. Responding with a lack of grievousness, taking into account the events that had occurred, Emilia widened her eyes midway through. Steadily, the eyes of the divine dragon aimed upwards, the yellow eyeballs reflecting Emilia within themselves. ND Japanese letter, Volcanica. Japanese letter, I am Volcanica. In accordance with the ancient covenant, I ask the will of thee who hath reached the summit. Whilst pronouncing so, Volcanica unfolded both of its blue wings and stood up at its position. Emilia. O hell no Japanese letter, tilde HK. Comprehending the hazard of the events occurring below, Emilia extended her hand towards the topmost surface of the tower in great panic. In the interlude, she was preoccupied with that. Volcanica deracinated its tail, being restrained by the Sasumatas, and sought to slowly flap its wings. It intended flight. It was, after all, the divine dragon Volcanica. Flying for it would be a matter of course Japanese letter. But since Emilia had never witnessed a flying dragon, her sense of reality had been puny. First of all, would a creature with a body so gigantic truly be able to soar in the skies? Emilia, I've only ever seen Puck and Roswal fly too. It was ineluctable for Puck, a spirit, and Roswal, an eccentric magician, to fly. From what she had heard, in the southern Valatia Empire, just like ground dragons or water dragons, there existed flying dragons named winged dragons, so Volcanica was possibly also considered as a winged dragon. Or perhaps, to categorize dragons, and the dragon as the same may be an in ITSELF Japanese letter, Emilia. Heave ho, here, Shah. Letting out an enthusiastic cry, Emilia clambered towards the tower's top at her greatest possible speed. Though from a distant view her speed was jaw-droppingly astonishing. Even if Emilia were to make fortunate effort beyond common sense, she lacked one card to be able to desert everything behind and dash on ahead. Volcanica, Japanese letter THOU, who hath reached the top of the tower. Step forth through the first floor, almighty petitioner. She was not hallucinating to be hearing that voice from a distance closer than before, for she had not managed to desert everything below her behind. The pronouncement had ascended to the same altitude as hers. Japanese letter UNFOLDING, both of those blue wings, an unbelievably humongous frame fluttered midair. Majestic and dignified, the divine dragon Volcanica soared into the dune sky with pressure of presence ignorant to its decline. Its evolving air of intimidation, or the glint in its eye glaring the opponent impotent, its tail, or its forelimbs, even its breath, none of it turned traitor to it being a hyperranked dragon chronicled in legends. However, the singularity which did turn traitor to Japanese letter Emilia. I tend to go above the first layer, so I may not be your enemy. Volcanica. Japanese letter, I am Volcanica. In accordance with the ancient covenant, I ask the will of thee who hath reached the summit. Poured with a voice conveying it possessed no ears to hear from, as Emilia clung to the pillar, Volcanica's menace resumed pursuit of her. Inhaling, Emilia gritted her molars and borrowed the power of a foothold which did not exist there and jumped over the tail whip. Emilia. Yahoo! Practical usage of Ice Brand Art's Japanese letter, rather than clambering up that pillar, she installed footholds at its flanks, accelerating her speed by jumping above them. Emilia, would the limbs become free too, Kia? The instantaneously drawn twin swords of ice energetically repelled the slamming tail away. A strike swung whilst relying on guesswork. Both of Emilia's arms, from her wrists to her elbows, went numb due to the vigor, rendering her seemingly unable to wield another novel weapon for the multiple seconds it would take her to stand up. However, unlike the damage taken by Emilia, Volcanica had simply swung its tail. Despite its transiency, the divine dragon witch resumed to undertake the same conduct before the challenger swung its tail, its endeavor being to drop Japanese letter no, to crush the opponent seeking to capture the pillar. Emilia. Japanese letter, tilde HK. Emilia's breath was packed in response to that approaching tail. Should she be repelled once, she did not perceive she would have enough stamina left to reach the pillar once again. Should she suffer a direct hit from the tail notch with scales, she would surely be left in a terrible state. She could not let that tail's attack connect. Emilia. I can still work rear tilde Ellie hard. She could not use her arms. However, she could move her legs. She could aim for the top. Though she had created footholds in order to aim for the top, that shall not be sufficient. There was a limit to the number of ice ploys she could generate at once. She could not let that labor go to waste. Fulfilling the purpose of the footholds, she then shall be met by that which was ENDLESS Japanese letter, Emilia. Japanese letter, I get it. Volcanica. Japanese letter, THOU, who hath reached the top of the tower. Step forth through the first floor, almighty petitioner. Yet another tail whip drew near Emilia, to whom a great idea had just occurred. Emilia somehow evaded it by borrowing the ordinary power of the footholds. And bringing forth the new foothold she had thought of towards the pillar, she ingeniously grasped that hand by extending her own hand. Emilia, please, soldier-san. Responding to that voice of Emilia's, the one to creak its arms constructed of ice was an ice warrior taking after Subaru, having been generated yet again after being burnt to a NNIHIL, a TION Japanese letter, but merely its upper body. Not simply a foothold, but an existence which functioned as both a foothold as well as a reliable ally of EMILI, rest Japanese letter, that was the course of ice with simply their upper bodies growing out of the pillar, one after the other. Since they simply had their upper bodies growing out of the pillar, and she did not have to create their legs, she could also raise their number to greater than 7. Making around 10 of them grow out of the pillar at once, Emilia borrowed their hands and headed upwards. Emilia, here, ya, sheer, all right, why? Borrowing the hands of the upper bodies of ice growing out of the pillar in a literal sense, Emilia climbed towards the topmost surface of the pillar. Meanwhile, Volcanica did attempt to obstruct Emilia, but the men on the pillar hindered it from the side. Captured in its attribute of protecting the pillar, Volcanica was unable to leave the ice warriors on that pillar. The generated ice warriors hurled swords and axes of ice towards Volcanica, and as the divine dragon repelled them, it hunted the ice warriors on the pillar one by one through its tail or forelimbs. Although, whilst Emilia headed for the pillar's top, T-O-P Japanese letter, Emilia, though this spot is a bit tough. To have overcome the hazard would be somewhat too lively an impression, but with the ice soldier's strength and sacrifice as the foundation stone, Emilia's hands finally reached for the topmost surface of the pillar. Though she would reach the uppermost stratum of the tower in around 10 more meters, the topmost surface of the pillar was in a bent condition akin to that of a rat guard, so climbing hereon would be the deed of utmost difficulty. The situation was one wherein even people who specialized in mountain climbing would be troubled. Fortunately, Emilia specialized in tree climbing. In the past, her zeal for it had led her to be scolded by Fortuna and Arch. Emilia, the numbness of my fingers is also all right. Now I can. Regaining the sensation of her numb fingers, Emilia tackled the bent, unkind pillar. Grasping the hand of the ice warrior growing reversely on the slant, she drifted her legs mid-air towards the unstable skies. But thanks to the ice warrior's assistance, her climb was stable. What remained was only for Volcanica's obstruction to be Japanese letter, Emilia, Japanese letter, tilde HK. That moment, faint slackening and a prank by destiny infiltrated. Volcanica, Japanese letter, I am Volcanica. In accordance with the ancient covenant, I ask the will of thee who hath reached the summit. The outbreaking potent jolts were caused by a severe strike into the pillar by Volcanica's tail whilst it articulated so. It waved impact through the entirety of the pillar, thoroughly fissuring the ice warriors with solely their upper bodies growing out of that pillar, shattering them at once. And neither was the ice warrior lending its hand to Emilia on the slant an exception. Emilia, Japanese letter, H. The hand she had grasped shattered from the tip of its shoulder, and Emilia's body fell, having lost its support. The ice warrior, with a sharp expression of eyes, tried to halt her, but neither of its hands could reach any more. Instantly, suspension enveloped the entirety of Emilia's body, putting Emilia's risky climb of the pillar to waste, invalidating it all and placing her back onto the first L-O-Y-E-R Japanese letter that was not what occurred. Emilia, Lord save me, Tilda. The height of the pillar she had attempted to clamber, Emilia was supposed to fall down multiple tens of meters. Emilia inhaled upon that premonition, however. Something caught Emilia's hips unexpectedly quickly. Not an ice warrior. In terms of sensation, all of the ice warriors growing from the pillar had all been shattered. Furthermore, her hands were immediately touching something rugged, and RIGID Japanese letter, Emilia. Could it be Volcanica? Japanese letter, THOU, who hath reached the top of the tower. Step forth through the first floor, almighty petitioner. A voice reached her from close proximity as Emilia confirmed the winds of high heights and the sensation below her hips. Due to the nearness of that voice, Emilia made a delayed realization. Japanese letter, Tishi, had fallen on top of the divine dragon Volcanica's back. Emilia, Japanese letter, tilde HK, stay focused. From here I may be able to. She may, once again, be able to use Volcanica as a stool and reach the pillar. So planned Emilia, but the distress of being unable to execute that with ease descended upon her. Flapping its wings, Volcanica ascended and twisted its body, intending to throw her off. Emilia, Japanese letter, UGH, UG. Enduring the mighty, powerful wind assailing upon her body, Emilia desperately clung to the dragon's spine. Physical wind Emilia had never felt until NOW Japanese letter, what she was clinging to were scales, every single one of them colossal and tenacious, akin to rocks, and she would not be able to persist for long should things remain this way. Furthermore, Volcanica was merely flying in the sky with freedom. She was not basking in a tail whip, hammer arm, much less its dragon breath. It was merely flying with vigor, seeking to make the clinging Emilia fall. Should she lose to this, it would be far TOO Japanese letter, Emilia. Japanese letter, I would no longer be able to look Subaru and everyone else in the eye. Should she heedlessly open her mouth, her lungs might get ruptured by the plunging wind. Her eyes cast downwards, her molars gritted tightly, Emilia thought back to the people she cherished beyond her eyelids. Resolve akin to having to die, but that was not the case. The purpose of Emilia thinking of the people she cherished was so that she could face forward, for her to be given a push on her back, and to gain the courage to look ahead. Japanese letter, even whilst being swallowed by the tremendous winds, Emilia forced her eyelids to open. A circumstance wherein she had to pour the entirety of her strength, or she would be unable to even open her eyelids. In its midst, without losing the strength of her amethyst eyes, Emilia dared to open her eyes to discover a means to survive. Humans are beings who end up closing their eyes in times of being crushed by fright and insecurity. But the people whom Emilia cherished, depicted in the rear of her eyelids, faced forward in precisely such times. People who did not close their eyes in times precisely as those. She must have her eyes remain open. In order to reach for something, in order to hold someone's hand, RND Japanese letter, Emilia. Japanese letter, THT, weirdo. The whole surface, left and right, everywhere, the spectacle was under the rain of blue. Though Emilia being in skies, even above clouds, was also a reason. It was also because the divine dragon Emilia was clinging to was clad in brilliant blue scales. Since everything aside from that quickly passed by due to their exceedingly high speed, even Emilia's perception of moving bodies, which could discern even the path of a thrown ball like a seam, couldn't capture the world within itself. Thus, what Emilia's awareness captured was not the world outside of the blue. Volcanica, Japanese letter I, am Volcanica. In accordance with the ancient covenant, I ask the will of thee who hath reached the summit. Volcanica soared whilst twisting and turning its body. It seemed the area Emilia was clinging to was around the base of Volcanica's wings. Enigmatically, the dragon did not move its wings with that much engagement, though it was necessary for birds and insects to flutter their wings for flight. the principle of dragon's flight appeared to be different. It was surely closer to Puck or Raswal's mechanism for flying. If S.O. Japanese letter, Emilia, Raswal used magic, Puck too used a mysterious power so. Unfortunately, never had she tried this with Raswal, nor did she intend to. However, for an extensive duration, Emilia had lived and spent time together with her family, whom she thought comprised of solely one. For this singular year, they had been separated, and there had been multiple instances of her feeling incredibly lonely. Sometimes she nearly cried at night, but reminiscences provided support through it, and the voice present within those reminiscences showed hope to Emilia in this pressing time. That WRS Japanese letter, Emilia. I'm just guessing here, but could it be that you also don't like to have your neck tickled? The amethyst eyes opened with force, captured the long neck of the divine dragon twisting its frame. Below that great draconic jaw, amidst the uniform blue scales, was a soul-white scale. Japanese letter, THE days of frolicking about with Puck dawned onto Emilia's mind. Stop it, Leotilda. If you do it so softly, then my concentration will get disturbed, you know. Emilia. Japanese letter, ISNT that right, Puck. Accompanied with a responding voice, Emilia concentrated her consciousness. Amidst this mighty wind, Emilia did not possess the strength to directly reach that white scale. However, what she had learnt by the pillar could be resuscitated even should the other party change from an inorganic to an organic substance. Emilia. Japanese letter, SOLDIER-san. Ahead of Emilia's cognizance, the soldiers of ice once again appeared around the white scale. Ice soldiers which were solidly supporting each other with merely their upper bodies, and one that was born in their core steadily extended its hand towards the white SC, Japanese letter, Volcanica, Japanese letter, H, N, Japanese letter, FOR. The first time, Emilia heard a voice apart from the divine dragon's repetitions. Japanese letter, REVERSE scale, there existed a phrase so. This phrase, originating from ancient Chinese traditions, spoke of dragons, who were legendary beings, each possessing a singular scale which shan't be touched on their throat, called a reverse scale. A dragon, whose reverse scale was touched, fell into rage and assuredly killed the opponent. Originating from that custom, to touch a part of the opponent which shall not be touched came to be expressed with the phrase, touching the reverse scale. Of course, Emilia possessed no reason to be aware of such origins of historic phrases from a disparate world. She sought to touch the white scale on the dragon's throat in order to muddle the concentration of the opponent, who was vigorously flying about attempting to make her fall, and by an interval of time. HOWEVER Japanese letter, Emilia, Kaya tilde. Screaming as she was hurled into the air, Emilia witnessed the earth and the heavens revolve round and round for her. However, her suspension mid-air lasted even shorter this time compared to when she had landed on the dragon's spine earlier. Caught by a solid sensation, Emilia took an entirely defensive stance and tumbled. And nimbly standing up at that spot, she remained cautious regarding her environs. Japanese letter, breathing hoarsely, Emilia glanced around her environs. Fortunately, there were no hints of an abrupt attack assailing down upon Emilia. That too was a matter of course. At present, Volcanica, the subject of her utmost vigilance, was far, far above. Volcanica. Japanese letter, HRHRN. As if extraordinarily revolted by its white scale being touched, Volcanica agonized as it ascended to higher skies. With the echo of a whale ostensibly crunching the sky, Emilia involuntarily rounded her eyes. Emilia. Puck used to enjoy it, though. Regardless, it was each person's individual response to enjoy it or to not enjoy it. Admonishing herself to not become self-assertive, Emilia affirmed the sensation of her limbs. Tremendously swung about by Volcanica, the blood flow of her body had become slightly strange. Depending on the situation, hindrances in the blood flow resulted in the phenomena of losing vision due to lack of blood flow into the brain, but Emilia had managed to barely hold out. And with that affirmation, Emilia took notice. Emilia. Japanese letter H. This place is. Upon looking around, Amelia's field of vision was a story above than the time she had arrived at the first layer. The absence of the 5 pillars supposed to be in her environs was proof of her having arrived at an altitude above there. A PEX Japanese letter to name. Precisely this place was the uppermost stratum. She had reached it, in the form of getting dropped off Volcanica's back. The uppermost stratum of Pleiades watchtower, an untrodden territory, at LRST Japanese letter, Emilia. Hell yeah, I did it. It was well worth working hard and persevering. With a modest reaction to the emotionally moving happenings, Emilia put a hand on her chest and made haste towards the core of the uppermost stratum immediately. Should she act nonchalantly, the agonizing Volcanica may return. Before that occurred, she must discover the trial with the purpose of saving Subaru and the rest. Emilia, please, give me a problem that even I know the answer to. Though Volcanica, having forgotten the trial, too was a problem. What was another problem for Emilia was whether she would even be able to solve the trial of the first layer in the first place. Bearing that fear, Emilia headed towards the center of the uppermost stratum, and arriving at the base of a pillar extending to the heavens there, Emilia said, "Ah," and widened her eyes. There it was. A peculiarity not possessed by the 6 pillars in the floor below. There certainly it was, the enigmatic peculiarity possessed solely by the pillar in the center of this uppermost stratum. It WRS Japanese letter, Emilia. Japanese letter, SOMEONES, handprints. The uppermost stratum of Pleiades watchtower, what was at the base of the pillar in its center, was a black monolith, and on that black monolith printed were handprints. Japanese letter, SIX handprints of respective differing men and women had been printed. Did you enjoy reading this translation of the Ray Zero Starting Life in Another World unlicensed web novel? Please consider supporting the translators of the Witch Cult translation team through our Patreon. Arc 6, Chapter 85, Good Loser. Translated by Archbishop Art Sources. Cover. Taker Re Art Source 1. Re Zero Chikuanda Art Source 2. Kuzu Art Source 3. Re Zero Mayo. All rights belong to TAPPEI Nagatsuki, the original author of Ray Zero Starting a Life in a Different World from Zero. This is a translation of the free Japanese web novel into English-Japanese web novel source. Japanese letter, THE greatest knight, to name himself so entailed courage. He indeed took pride in being called so, extolled so by others. However, never had there been even a single instance wherein he had labeled himself as the utmost, finest. He possessed the conceit of having lived days of stockpiling unsparing hard work and diligent devotion to learning. However, in his incompetent and inexperienced destiny, he was not, but surrounded by unending excelling pioneers, comrades commanding respect, and juniors worthy of admiration. Though vexing, he considered that to be bliss. To be acknowledged by someone ought to be reward for strenuous efforts and diligence. Much less, in the endeavor to be acknowledged by everyone, the strenuous efforts and diligence must be such devotion that they are regarded as extraordinary, that everybody is amazed by solely those. Japanese letter, H.D. himself, truly worked hard enough to be worthy of that. He certainly did possess the conceit of having lived days of stockpiling unsparing hard work and diligent devotion to learning. However, did he transcend boundaries? Did he polish and refine oneself every day until he had exhausted all of his strength? Inspired by the strenuous efforts of others, did he pledge further hard work to his ideals? He shall answer his own question by himself. Julius Juculius had indeed accomplished that. Transcending boundaries, polishing and refining oneself until he exhausted all of his strength. With inspiration from the strenuous efforts of others, he pledged further hard work to his ideals. Japanese letter, HENCE, before the existence who stood as the pinnacle of the sword, he held his head high with confidence. Julius. Japanese letter, I am the greatest knight. Julius Juculius. The sword of the kingdom, that shall slash you down. Read. Japanese letter, grasping the hem of his mantle, Julius bowed, and ahead of him the sword saint stood silently. He closed his other eye, which was not concealed by the eye patch, and did not look at Julius. But silently bracing his bulky, burly arms, he pondered about something. However, his pondering did not last for long. By simply their short fellowship until now, it was clear that he was the one to possess the disposition of being utmost unsuited to ponderation. THUS Japanese letter, read. A tilde, a tilde, a tilde, a tilde, H. H Japanese letter, bloody hell. With an intense scratch of his head, the sword saint, Reed potently stomped the floor once. Upon that singular blow, the clear floor of the second layer quaked as if fissuring. Though Echidna, who was watching over the confrontation of the two, drew her body back, Julia stood firm, unwavering. Witnessing that, Reed clicked his tongue with ash. Reed, appearances. Yeah, appearances, aye. You really do be speaking shit like my follower. What an insufferable bastard you're you. Julius, though unfortunately I am not acquainted with him, I must offer my sympathies to the man whom you say is your follower. Reed, who the hell said my follower's a dude? Talkin' bastards round ain't gonna be amusin' in the first place. The follower I'm talkin' bout's a woman. She's got a nice face, but damns her reasonin' annoyin'. Julius, a female, then, what is the similitude between myself and her which you speak of? Read. Don't you make me say it gain and gain. As wrinkles appeared on his snout, Reed expressed a ferocious smile akin to a shock. And unfastening the locked fold of his arms and knocking his cheeks with his hands, Reed, stenchy reasonin', and having a good face. Julius, Japanese letter, Reed. Hell, so you won't even get irritated. Damn uncute. Well's fine. Snorting his nose in response to Julius' destitute reaction, Reed magnificently crackled the bones of his neck. Afterwards, through his blue eye, he observed Julius Japanese letter, no, not merely Julius, but his environs too. The quivering fleeting lights seemingly encircling Julius, their brilliance had strengthened compared to what it was earlier. Above all, this would be his first time making these girls' debut before Reed this way. Julius, my buds, no, my lovely maidens, do you perhaps have anything to object regarding them? Reed, nothing. Nice women ain't of any regard to their race. Unfortunately, I ain't interested in women I can't sleep with. Japanese letter, YOU, would have grown stronger had you broken your shell, you know. Julius, if you say so, then a path like that certainly may have existed. Something like offering advice to juniors was fickleness unimaginable considering Reed's personality. For him to have done so must be due to Reed's own moodiness, and him deeming Julius, desperate form, who not but clung to sword, to be wasteful. If you're going to cling to the sword anyways, then take a stance paying no heed to appearances. Japanese letter, THT had been the attitude and resolve he sought for Julius, and that too had been a realizable path. HOWEVER Japanese letter, Julius. I decided to walk this path. Or possibly, instead bearing what is my true self, as you say, may make me stronger. Julius was aware that should he himself not be powerfully conscious of it, he would naturally become that way. A sudden instant, a narrow exchange of blows, should a solitary bit of his rind distinguish between life and death, that the face of the true Julius would come out. However, that spoke of a scenario wherein he would not be powerfully conscious of it. Japanese letter, HE shall no longer waver. Julius, hereby I declare, I shall think through myself as a knight. Furthermore, instead of the path you tried to guide me to, I shall become myself who excels in all fronts. Read. The hell kinda reasoning makes you say you're gonna be doing that, you, Julius. It is obvious. Japanese letter, THE knight I lay my trust in is the personification of ideals. He is noble, just, and stronger than any other. Then it is inevitable that I, who name myself as a knight, must be that way as well. Read. Japanese letter, HRH. Even by his own word, a ludicrous reasoning, an illogical line of argument and claims, high-handed arbitrariness and natural subject of ridicule. However, even if Reed overtly expressed his rage upon hearing that, he simply displayed his sharp fangs and laughed, directing no disgust or disdain whatsoever. ND Japanese letter, read. Gonna make you cry. Articulating so, Reed tossed aside the chopstick he held, and before Julius, who was gazing in wonder, took a great leap towards the rear and stood back. Subsequently, he steadily extended his hand towards the side. What his huge palm was gripping to was the stipulated sword planted into the white layer. Reed Astrea, originally supposed to have merely lent his existence as the trial taker of the watchtower. By some twist of fate, he detached the arrangement of the tower through intense self-consciousness, and finally, by overriding the flesh body of the raiding Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, had fulfilled even a pseudo-revival. In this condition, in this position whereby he did not need to abide by the tower's trial, only then did Reed draw out the stipulated sword for the first time, abiding by his original role. NAMELY Japanese letter Julius, Japanese letter GRIN his forgiveness, by hand of the fool who has reached the heavenly sword. Reed, that's my line, you know. Well, though I totally forgot 'bout it. Julius, I thought so, thus I stated it in your stead. Japanese letter, I challenge you. Reed, like hell I'd give you forgiveness, you dunce. Gonna make you cry ugly. Before Julius, who had his knight's sword braced in his front, Reed crudely pointed the sword he had drawn out. No intervals whatsoever. Assuming a relaxed stance, having reached the extremes, the ultimate SWORDSM, and then Japanese letter THE pinnacle of all who wielded the sword Saint Reed Astrea, Julius, and NOW Japanese letter Reed, however you'd like. Julius, Japanese letter en guard, placing faith in the chivalry shaping oneself, Julius Juculius tackled the sword saint with the entirety of his might. Both his body and heart felt light. In a non-figurative sense, that was the might of enhancement enveloping Julius as he swung the knight's sword. Needless to say, the stability of mind had an immense influence in battle. Upon consideration, to state Julius had been in an insecure condition ever since he had arrived at this Pleiades, WATCHTOWER Japanese letter, no. Ever since he had gotten his self's name plundered in the Watergate city, would be unerring. Of course, Julius admonished and restrained his own self as much as possible, forbidding it from showing on his face. Self-control anyone would appraise as akin to rationality of STEEL Japanese letter, however. It was not something that had been praised. Furthermore, forbidding the inferior form of his self from showing on his face, the consequence of having deceived his comrades, and even his own self, had led to the unsightly defeat of successive, consecutive losses ever since their arrival at this tower. Julius ought to have placed his trust in others, to begin with. Losing his presence of mind due to the impact of having the existence of his self forgotten, whilst merely pitying his self, who had been broken off from the other person's world, he failed to notice what he should have placed faith in the utmost, were the people whom Julius cherished, whom he trusted in, whom he had pledged his loyalty to, whom he had entrusted his back to, such humans who would simply disregard Julius Juculius, who had been broken off from their world without their notice. Japanese letter a BSOLUTEL, why not? He could assert so. Hence, what Julius ought to have done had been simply one thing. Appealing with sincerity, he should have indicated his affection by his volition. Japanese letter THE way he had done so with his buds. Julius, I should have retied the severed bonds. One who is nobody can become anybody for nobody, but I myself am I living witness to that. Child of a commoner who was nobody, had become even the utmost attractive and cool knight in this world. Julius, who had become nobody, was supposed to have become somebody once again. RND Japanese letter, Julius. No matter how many chances should I be given, I would surely still be charmed by the seemingly blazing young man that day, perceive ideals on the back of one who stood for the night, and challenge you, the pinnacle of the sword after a LL Japanese letter. Reed, blabbering 'bout shit. Damn cheeky of you, upon Julius, decapitating Slash, who had his determination set on the tip of his sword, Reed bellowed whilst matching in with the same sword strikes. As the entirety of his body lay subject to those sword moves and sword might, Julius straightened his yellow-hued eyes and felt wonder. Restarts included, this would be the fourth time he was battling Reed this way. The first challenge, and the immediately subsequent defeat. This time, with moreover the confinement of the narrowed watchtower's entirety, and having successfully recontracted with his buds, was the fourth time. Within all of this, Reed using a weapon aside from CHOPSTICK's Japanese letter, though referring to chopsticks as a weapon had exceeding room for doubt. Anyhow, him swinging something aside from chopsticks would be for the first time. And in these moments, with the pinnacle of the sword saint having wholly gripped the sword, he thought, Julius, your sword power hasn't changed compared to the time you were using chopsticks. Reed, lie tilde qui I jus said, damn it. The reason I'm strong ain't 'cause I swing the sword. The only reason I'm strong is jus 'cause I'm strong. Defending against the sword strikes being casually swung down overhead, once his knees creaked, a pursuit aimed for him from directly below. Narrowly tiding over the attack he had borne witness to for the first time, Julius flew towards the rear upon the impact. Reed trailed that, not by breaking into a pursuit, but by simply taking a few long steps. Though one would grow to suspect his peculiar gait, there was nothing special about it. By merely stepping forth upon the thought of catching up with the drawn-back opponent, readily inventing and realizing a new form of gait, unlike any of its previously existing schools, was simply Reed's ability. Just as Reed himself had averred it, that was simply a matter of his norm exceeding existence. Reed, do you wanna cry now? Julius, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. No, the feeling of challenging a legend is livening up my chest. Not a bluff, Julius responded with truthfulness whilst being impelled. Yes, that was true. The one before his eyes was Reed Astrea. By his legends, simply how many times had Julius had gotten his heart throbbing, eyes twinkling, and had admired him, yearned for him. Meeting that person in reality, though he had been precisely astonished by his personality, his strength had been the very ideals he admired and yearned for. Henceforth, simply how wasteful had his self been in what he engaged in, all whilst possessing the opportunity to exchange words, exchange swords, exchange beliefs, and conviction with him Japanese letter, Julius. Ha! Whilst crossing swords with the genuine one, Julius exhaled upon the arrival of an unforeseen thought. Exceedingly out of place, however, the anticipation made his heart throb, truly delightful and piquant. Reed, the hell you smillin' bout? Julius, nothing, a thought simply dawned on me. Japanese letter, ONCEI, fulfill my objective here and return to the service of my lord, that I shall challenge my friend, Reinhardt. Julius pronounced his idea upon Reed's inquiry. Never even once had Julius competed against Reinhardt in their sword skills until now. On the contrary, before it was determined that they would be in differing camps in the royal election, the idea of vying with each other over anything at all had never occurred to him. Japanese letter, T.H.E. regret of never having attempted to gain an equal standing. That, too, had been one of the reasons why Julius served Anastasia and faced in the royal election. However, even had he not possessed those sentiments, Julius still would have been enchanted by Anastasia's immense talent, wished to see the same dreams as her, and stood at the same place. Thus, from the very beginning, never had he been in need of dull excuses or roundabout stances. From the very beginning, he simply should have taken 2 wooden swords and headed over to Reinhardt. Once in the past, Reinhardt and the strongest swordsman of the Wallachia Empire had crossed swords. That day, when everyone in the parade ground had possessed wild enthusiasm toward the atmosphere of the sword, Julius too felt warmth in his chest. For that had been the RNSWER Japanese letter. Reed. Ha, that's a name I ain't ever heard of. Who the hell's this nobody? Julius. He is your descendant, and along with being the present-day sword saint, my friend. Reed. Ka, the kid of my kid, Juice, an outsider by that point, goddamn. I ain't gonna notice him, even if I see him by some roadside. Intertwining sword moves and kicking moves, Reed elucidated his irresponsibility whilst snorting his nose. Finding faint refutation in that dissertation, Julius attempted to open his mouth whilst exchanging SWORDS Japanese letter. Reed. I'm startin' to get fed up of talking 'bout outsiders. Do you wanna have a damn chat with me? Julius. Japanese letter. Though I will not deny that, I shall deny. Reed. Japanese letter, Julius. If only there was the time, I would have liked to exchange words with you, let it be for 2 days or for 3 days. However, at present the time for that purpose, regrettably, does not exist. Telling me to make haste, my back is being pushed. THUS Japanese letter, with distance opened in between. Reed lifted his cheeks whilst viewing Julius. In Reed's blue eye was Julius' form, augmenting its luminosity. The swirling 6-colored lights intermingled, gently commencing to paint an aurora, a rainbow. ND Japanese letter, Julius. Japanese letter, El Closeria. The radiance of the emitted rainbow swept a conquering white world towards Reed. Julius himself widened his eyes as well, upon the emitted aurora's span and might. As of now, that was maximal spirit arts transformed to a magic of extraordinary scope, with it being treated the same as before, now inviting DISC OURT ESY Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, BUDS Japanese letter, no. He shall not refer to those girls who had verbatim made their occluded gift and talent bloom as buds. Those girls who had achieved growth capable of being perceived as sublime, with beauty, with charm, with heroism, with dignity, vividly, were not buds but maidens. To monopolize those girls entirely to himself, as all 6 of them exhibited their respective glamour, may have made him a sinner greater than the sin archbishops. HOWEVER Japanese letter, Julius. Even if you all forget me, I love you all. As though to catch up with the emitted aurora, Julius stepped ahead. The radiance of rainbow clad in 6 elements broke through all shields and shattered the target. Hence, before the rainbow-colored light, the options left for the opponent were merely TWO Japanese letter, to take up the gauntlet or to evade. Reed, Japanese letter, HRH. And in accordance with his personality, Reed Astrea shan't dodge the radiance of rainbow. Responding to the radiance of rainbow surging forward in front, Reed raised his burly arms and slashed down the sharp edge of the imperial stipulated sword he was gripping to. With no reliance on special magic or divine protections, a sword move named as pure VIOLENCE Japanese letter in a sole swing. That was what expunged the maximal magic Julius had fired with all of his might. However, that too had been factored in by Julius as he paced ahead. Vaulting ahead from the rear of the expunged aurora, Julius borrowed the strength of his sword and his maidens. Julius, arrow. Upon that instant, the red and green spirits responded to the call and unified their strength. The wind formed a whirlpool around the blazing flame, generating a tornado of incandescence at Reed's feet. Sensing the coil of the heat wave underneath, Reed nimbly escaped upwards before being scorched. However, only now did the linkage of the spirit night, of the greatest night, commence. Julius, Kua, Ik. The yellow spirit yielded a protuberance on the clear floor, propelling Julius' frame further upward. Simultaneously, the glow of the blue spirit glaciated the moisture in the air, hindering Reed's ascent, who had jumped upwards. Clicking his tongue, Reed inverted his stance through an evidently beyond human deed of stomping the air, and stationed his legs onto the ceiling of ice-generated midair, scowling at Julius whilst upside down. Firm strength poured into Reed's arm, and an interception aimed for the ascending JULIUS Japanese letter, Julius. Ness. In the juncture wherein the sword saint's counterattack drew near him, the white and black spirits intermeddled with the world with their respective powers. The white light bestowed strength upon the entirety of Julius' build. The black light weakened the might of Julius' enemy, however, meagerly. The paltry differentiation born in those moments was a central figure in the immediately following outcome. Reed, Japanese letter, with the ice ceiling turned foothold shattering to fragments, Reed's hurled form blurred due to his velocity. The artless stance of the stipulated sword launched a certain type of a lengthwise and crosswise stab of the ultimate KIND Japanese letter, sensing it not as a menace. Julius held his chest steady and confronted it. The withstanding truth was that upon the crossing of a sword slash and a sword slash, the stronger side repelled the other. Thus, Julius opened his eyes. Japanese letter, THE eyes which had continually, perpetually watched that which proceeded upwards, proceeded forwards. Julius. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, killing the very concept of sound and light, reads flash cleaved space. He shall affirm. Should it be the stipulated sword or the chopsticks, regardless, come what may in that flash's path, it shall be slashed down. For that was the very manifestation of the notion of the sword. The sword is that which is brought forth for the purpose of slashing objects down, and sword moves was the term denoting the techniques for slashing objects down with that sword. Henceforth, the flash which slashed down all of objects in the world was the culmination and the long-cherished original desire of the sword and sword moves. Those slashed by it shan't forget the truth of having been slashed down for eternity. Thus, the scar Julius Juculius sustained beneath his left eye shall not fade away for eternity. That was the indemnification for having dodged the sword saint's flash from a distance near enough to graze past. Julius, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, renouncing his receiving stance, he perceived through the opponent's sword with momentary offense and defense. The slashed fundus of his eye spouted blood. However, he shall not close his eyes. Maintaining his focus on the opponent, he swung his arm. Reception renounced, he rained 100 flashes with OFFENCE Japanese letter, Julius. Japanese letter, a L Clarista. The greatest ever sword strike of Julius Juculius painted the colors of a rainbow. It captured the smile of Reed Astrea, ferocious like that of a SHRK Japanese letter, THEI patch, concealing the left eye of the sword saint, was pierced by the knight's strike as it swayed into the air. Julius, Japanese letter, the instant he descended upon the clear floor with his toes, he sensed the echo of footsteps to be frightfully blaring. The moment he became conscious of that, Julius, heart in the depths of his chest, having forgotten to beat, commenced movement in panic. Subsequently turning towards the rear, he gazed at the burly spine facing towards him. Reed, Japanese letter, his red long hair jolting, the back stood firm and still. The great man gripped to the stipulated sword in his right hand, and his left hand was positioned at his face. The spot which that left hand was touching, therein originally was supposed to be an eye patch, but currently it was absent. The eye patch that concealed the left eye of the sword saint at present had fallen at Julius' feet. Julius. So it connected her. His voice quivered as he looked down upon the eye patch fallen on the clear floor and the knight's sword in his own hand. Though his whisper sought to affirm the occurred happenings, it possessed an excessive lack of connection to reality. To him, this seemed as though a transient dream, that this all would slip away and vanish through his fingers. HOWEVER Japanese letter, through not the notion of words, the 6 lights extolled Julius' established achievement. The warm flowers named his beloved sought to fill the void born in Julius' heart, and accompanying the commend of his blooming M, or IDENS Japanese letter, Echidna. Japanese letter, JULIUS. Hearing the soft voice, Julius turned his gaze towards its direction. The great man with his spine turned towards him, the maidens transmitting commend, overlooking the battle from a locus disparate from either of them, having called to Julius, was a female with light purple hair. With a face identical to that of his lord, whom he cherished, whom he pledged to dedicate his sword to, the artificial spirit who shall live for eternity, with whom he had a relationship of unknowingly mutually wounding each OTHER Japanese letter. Whether the reason for her solicitude for Julius was because she cherished Anastasia, or due to the functioning of his divine protection of gathering spirits, the answer remained veiled. However, the being of someone who watched over the resolution of Julius Juculius eased his heart to such an extent, he thus held up his knight's sword in gratitude. Julius, Japanese letter, wordlessly, he hoisted his knight's sword up towards the heavens. Remnants embellished with the aurora glistened, the path of the sword verbatim delineated a rainbow. That was surely akin to blessings showered upon the knight, named Julius Juukulius. Japanese letter, read. Japanese letter H a D. This been the shitty bloody trial, this would have made for your victory. Articulating so, the great man steadily stomped on the floor in a tangent. Once he turned around, no wound lay visible on Reed's face. What the tip of Julius' sword had reached had evidently been merely his eye patch. However, neither was even Reed shameless enough to exaggerate so and say it did not reach him. Above all, his prior remark had not been his unwillingness to admit defeat, but the truth. Had this indeed been the continuance of the trial of Pleiades' watchtowers, second layer Electra, at the point of having a single blow connect successfully, Julius would have passed it and gained the right to challenge the upper stratum. However, the battle between Julius and Reed was no longer a question of the tower's trials. They were battling in order to settle this between a soul knight and a soul swordsman, a man and a man. Reed. Japanese letter. Having lost his eye patch, Reed, with both of his eyes awakened, gripped the stipulated sword with both of his hands. Clutching the sword's grip, he braced the sword with the eye at its aim. Japanese letter. YES, so braced the sword saint. Not for artlessly swinging sticks, but braced the sword in order to slash the enemy down with certainty. Reed, don't be complaining, even if you vanish to nothing. Julius, even if I were to wish to complain, it would be difficult to find a way to do so when I would possess no mouth to complain from. Reed, ha, rascal, ain't even gonna laugh at jokes, goddamn. You what's your name, Gain? Julius lifted his eyebrows upon being inquired for his name by the legend. Though he had assuredly named himself on countless instances before him by now, he did not possess recollection of that. However, him not having recollection of that was now insignificant, for he apprehended that with this question, Reed had indisputably, for the first time, acknowledged Julius, Juculius. Since it is a name easy to forget, I request of you to remember it. Pronouncing a redundant remark he would not have perceived as humor simply a short duration ago, Julius pointed the vanguard of his knight's sword towards Reed as well. And once again, he implored for the aid of the six spirits, who had not but labored for him immediately previously. Should it be his present self and these girls, then he shall surely reach to farther heights of the rainbow's aurora. Al Clausiria and Al Clarista. Borrowing the might of the six spirits, the rainbow's aurora furling the power of the six elements. Japanese letter Clauseri, which fired that maximal magic, and Clarista, which made it dwell upon the knight's sword. A secret ritual further beyond, which he had not once succeeded in due to his inexperience. Japanese letter, Julius. Japanese letter, HEREBY, vanquish. Japanese letter, COME. In that juncture, an aurora submerged the white space. The bands of rainbow tackled the great man of crimson. The original rainbow spirit arts devised by Julius Juculius, a secret amongst its secrets. Neither launching the light of rainbow furling the six elements, nor making it dwell upon the sword, but cladding oneself in it, and exterminating the opponent by becoming the aurora itself. Julius. Japanese letter, a L. Clanver. That superlative strike of the spirit knight was directly assailed upon by a clear white flash. From the very beginning until the very end, the transcendent dimension of offense and defense far surpassed the ability of an untrained eye to keep pace with it. Needless to speak of the colliding sword strikes, but the bewildering interchange of positions and footwork. Which side was dominating, and which side lay inferior, even that alone could not the pale cerulean eyes capture. That was entirely regardless of this flesh body not being her original belonging. Merely, there present were those who were vying for a matter of life and death within that dimension, and compared to them, the world she lived in simply was an exceedingly lesser dimension, that being withstanding truth. If the sense of worth and values of living beings reposed in their might as living creatures, then herself was frail, pertinent to worthlessness. Moreover, that was also the evidence of herself having lived for a time, equating multiple centuries in indolence, with her back turned towards the path of enhancing, uplifting oneself. Ever since she first became cognizant of herself, she had the hunch that the purpose of the unnatural existence named herself had been fulfilled the very moment she had taken birth. If anything, taking birth itself had been her purpose, and the purpose had been fulfilled at that point of occurrence. Henceforth left as is, she purposelessly wandered the world, unable to evade the void of multiple centuries. She did not mind even if she died. However, she merely possessed no reason to die. Thus, delaying her demise in inactivity for much too long, she indulged in sloth, and during her course of prolongation she had happened upon the young girl. Enchanted by the way of the young girl leading a vivid way of life, her glaciated life attained warmth. The young girl who possessed a diminutive frame and spoke implausible big talk. Whom would she turn out to be, or would she be unable to become whomsoever? She yearned to bear witness to that with her own eyes. And before one could take notice, such intrigue and interest of hers became INSIGNIFIC, or NT Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Japanese letter, Japanese letter. I don't want to lose you, or the children you cherish. She was aware that what was termed as flowing time was kind yet cruel. Though time healed wounds, it also rendered emotions obsolete. Having lived for a long, lasting period of time, she newly mused. Japanese letter, Th did not want to forfeit this to the past. Though that, too, is an impossible wish. Even if she implored for it to stop, time evanesced all without halt. Lives, bound to possess minuscule and feeble lifetimes, displayed all kinds of changes within their time. Just as the nameless knight, who had his name plundered, who remained in the memories of no one, proved that he was a singular human named Julius Juculius. Japanese letter, The knight clad in the radiance of rainbow, plunged directly into the white light. Against Julius, who gambled upon and unveiled the secret ritual, Reed Astria's actions were terribly simple. To swing down the sword he had swung up, a deed of sword strikes likely repeated the most in this WORLD Japanese letter, it obliquely bisected the world, becoming a light which wrecked all in its path to ruin. Neither a special magic, nor a special move. With a mere swing of the sword, the world was scorched with the light. Unintelligible, whether Reed Astrea exceeded norms, or if all sword saints were such. Though what was certain WRS Japanese letter, JULIUS, that she wished to devote her strength, such that the aurora would not be outpushed by the absurd white light. That was indubitably her genuine motive, however. An act like directly interfering into that battle, prior to being suicidal, would be uncouth, and that sin would not bequeath her even the right to complain should even her soul be shattered in repentance. And the young GIRL Japanese letter Echidna was aware that herself could not do anything. In this place, if there was anything she could do for Julius Juculius, who had transformed into the aurora. Japanese letter, her hand on her slim chest, she sensed the existence slumbering in its depths. The original possessor of this flesh body, the reason why she would not awaken from her deep slumber. In its search, Echidna had arrived at this tower of the San C Japanese letter, HOWEVER, that had been deceit. Echidna was already aware of the reason why she would not wake up. The girl who declaimed her greed, who boasted her desire to attain all kinds of everything. Never letting go of what she had once put in purse come what may, since she utmost loathed having to let go, having to part ways with anything, there was only one sole reason which she could reckon. Having ceded the body over to me, and temporarily lying dormant in your yard, you are in a state wherein you won't receive any interference from the outside world. Japanese letter, BEC, a US, the yard, is a certain kind of Eigen world. And by her own volition, she had secluded herself away in that place, the reason being obvious. Japanese letter, SHOULD, she come outside, she would incur the effects. The abhorrent authority of the sin archbishop of gluttony, she would incur its effects. She would forget what she wished to never forget, relinquish what she wished to never relinquish. Anastasia Harshin would forget Julius Juculius. So was her purpose. HOWEVER, Japanese letter. It seems everybody who came to this tower are all staunch boneheads. Japanese letter, a LL of them, appear to be uncute to the point of dying dwelling over losing something. In this duration of nearly 2 months, she had attempted to imitate her way by herself, but now was the right time. Besides, since she had observed his positives and negatives, his flurrying self as a nameless knight from close vicinity, even if that girl was to forget, she could apprise her. Ah, is that so? Wielding no purpose, the artificial spirit who had fulfilled its duty upon the point of taking birth. Though she had judged, she wielded solely that unpleasant duty, contrary to expectations. That was not where it came to an end. The young girl she cherished, the knight she cherished, and acting as the intermediating bridge between the chipped two. Was that onus not a task of vital significance? Was that not of such vital significance that she could smile musing this had been the purpose of her birth? THUS Japanese letter, echidna. Japanese letter, T. Oh, not even see your knight be at his coolest. A deed so wasteful, is it not unbecoming of your miserly self? Japanese letter, The white light, hunted the aurora down as though to paint it out. Furthermore he pressed, with the entirety of his soul, and having borrowed the might of the six spirits he had reforged his contract with. He had gambled upon and unveiled a secret amongst secrets, whilst the opponent had merely swung the sword earnestly, solemnly. Japanese letter, INDEED. He was utterly astounded by that absurd exceeding of norms. Simultaneously, since he also possessed the emotions enunciating this, is how it must be overflowing within his chest, he found his own self to be irredeemable as well. With a swing of the sword, the world fissured. That was the special move of the sword saint which transpired when Reinhardt swung the sword as well. Suddenly, in the midst of a rivalry between a life and a life, Julius contemplated. Reinhardt and Reed, should they battle each other, simply who would prevail as more powerful? A legend and a legend, a sword saint and a sword saint, in the unattainable battle who would be declared victorious. Unfortunately, the opportunity to make certain of that shan't pay a call. Julius, then I have no choice but to confirm it with this body of mine. The opportunity to exchange swords with Reinhard van Astria with all Reed Astria befell only upon ones who reached this tower. Moreover, the possibility existed solely for Julius and the young girl named Emilia who had headed towards the upper stratum. Japanese letter H. E. bore no intention to concede that duty to anyone else. Thus, what remained for him was to simply triumph, to jostle this white light and slay Reed Astria with the radiance of rainbow. For that purpose, the entirety of his soul and his sword power, requiring a single step, FURTHER Japanese letter, should a scintilla of pride and might dwell upon the tip of the greatest knight's SWORD Japanese letter, echidna. Japanese letter, JULIUS. A call improbable to reach. Within impact rendering the passage of time indistinct, however, the time necessary for each convergence of swords was less than a fraction of a second. This was the offense and defense of this momentary world. In that space, much less, in the midst of a battle being fought at the risk of life and death, nobody's voice could possibly reach. Julius. Japanese letter, however, the voice certainly swinged Julius. Perhaps not his eardrums, but it instead had reached something far deeper within, the innermost depths of his chest. Given he had resolved in his heart to wear the shell-named knight, he must respond to it without fail. That is why, hearing the voice he could not possibly have heard, Julius turned towards the one whom could not possibly have viewed, and exchanged gazes with those pale cerulean eyes. The luminescence dwelling in those large, spherical eyes had distinctly changed from what it had been just BEFORE Japanese letter, G, oh get 'em, my knight. Japanese letter, IN that singular sentence, dwelled the one final push of sword power he required. Julius, Aya, Kua, arrow, ik, in, ness. Requesting for one final push, he called to the spirits with whom he had become a part of the aurora with. In order to surmount the white light, beyond which present was the form of the enemy he ought to defeat, directly before him. In order to make the tip of the sword reach beyond the white LIGHT, Japanese letter, Julius. O tilde, 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 O tilde H, Japanese letter HK. Opening his mouth to an extent unbefitting of him, he raised his voice to the extent of vomiting blood. With an expression possessing the preparedness to die, discarding elegance into the wind, merely ensuring the bones supporting his self did not fracture, with his paramount dedication towards it, Julius stepped forth. Read. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, and receiving the rainbow's aurora intensifying its brilliance, the ambushing white light too escalated its vigor. Furthermore, strengthening their might, the radiance of rainbow and the white light collided VEHEMENTLY Japanese letter, Julius, Japanese letter RH. That which seemed as though it would subsist for eternity was met by an unforeseen fall of curtains. Julius, Japanese letter RH. Dumbfounded, Julius noticed the feeble voice spill from his throat, the mutual clash of their maximal powers, its abrupt fall of curtains. However, without halting its vigor, his sword, embellished with the aurora, had directly stabbed through the opponent's vitals. Julius. Why? Reed. Ah, shit, if this ain't a borin and din. Julius plunged into turmoil, being the one to be blamed for the stab, whilst on the other hand Reed, who had been stabbed, remained calm. Heedless of the stab in his chest, he did not even express a frown. Was that a deed of his tenacious force of will? And if not so, was the anomaly which transpired on the flesh body of that great man the cause? Disparate from the penetration of Julius' sword, a WOUND Japanese letter no, a crevice had been yielded in the chest of Reed Astrea. And that was not confined to merely his chest. His arms and legs, neck and cheeks, throughout profuse sections of his body stretched wounds akin to cracked glass. Intuitively, Julius comprehended what it was. Originally inconceivable distortion stood corrected. This was a phenomenon of that mechanism. Read. Ultimately, it's bout that. The human named me ain't fittin' in any vessel other than myself. Whilst gazing at the palm of his fissuring self, the insight Reed grumbled was correct. Captured due to the authority of gluttony, in the form of pillaging the right of control over that flesh body, Reed Astrea had acquired SUBST, or NC, Japanese letter, however. The truth that until the bitter end, this body belonged to the sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Roy Alford, who had become the foundation, shan't change. In other words, the receptacle named Roy Alford was unable to endure the workings of the norm exceeding soul named Reed Astrea. Its failure materialized in the final phase of the battle against Julius. Julius. Then I'd much rather if you might as well, Reed. Well, if I didn't get eaten by this guy, I may have punctually gone at it till the end. In that case, it would have ended at the point you felled the eye patch after all, you know. Julius. K.H. Reed. Kahaha. Everything ain't gonna go the way you want for weak folks. Do you wanna cry now? Tossing the stipulated sword aside, Reed mean-spiritedly laughed whilst revealing his teeth. How come could he laugh that way? As is, his disappearance now was a future set in stone. Instead, had he defeated Julius, he may have possibly been able to once again walk his lifeline which had terminated once, even though he had let that possibility slip through his hands. Reed, are you a fool, you? Something like livin' once gain. Who the hell's gonna do something that troublesome? First of all, the hell's gonna happen if I run into me somewhere, Julius, I'm sorry to say, but you have already passed away due to old age multiple centuries ago. Even if your present self were to walk around, for your former self that would be. Read. Ha, then, are you worshipping the mug of my kid's kid who's like an outsider or something? Bullshit. Treating his own descendants as outsiders, his recent remark seemed to be his true sentiments. Appearing to earnestly not possess any interest in a second lifeline, Reed crackled the bones of his neck. Reed, first of all, the hell are you telling me to do after comin' back to life, hey you? Like playin' round with the fiercely frizzlin' who passed by earlier, though the hottie over there's pretty nice too. Then there's also that woman with an erotic look, Julius. Oh, so do you truly possess no lingering attachment? Reed, nah damn it. Doing what I want to do when I think I want to do it's my style. You too would have it much easier should you do that. Julius, my gratitude for the advice. However, that would instead be much more of a thorny path for me. His self chose to willingly wear the shell. Deceiving himself or acting as though a part of his foundation was a separate article would also be apt labels. Having realized that choice was befitting of his self, that it aligned with his wishes, even if Julius perceived Reed's extravagance to be dazzling, he shan't opt for it. Hearing that response of Julius, Reed snorted his nose in annoyance. Subsequently, the wound on his chest Japanese letter the crevices born as a result of transcending bounds, the solitary wound differing from those, he touched with his fingers, Reed. You don't you misunderstand. K, your sword reaching was a fluke. Had this been my body, something like you wouldn't even be left able to rub snot onto others. Julius, I would not do such a thing in the first place, though. Reed. Ha, how boring. Spitting out, Reed knocked Julius' shoulder with the hand he had touched his chest with. While stiffening his body upon that impact, Julius took in a deep inhale. Not yet had he accepted or reacted to everything. However, he deemed letting these moments free by merely losing his presence of mind upon the occurrences before his eyes and experiencing turmoil to be far more unendurable. The crevices dilated, the end was already visible. Hence, Julius hoisted his own knight's sword he had unsheathed, before his Japanese letter, Julius. From the bottom of my heart, I revere your sword power. Reed, I ain't needin' a bastard's admiration. Japanese letter, I take my leave with my victory, Julius. Julius, Japanese letter, with his name vocalized in his final pronouncements, Julius gazed in wonder. However, as per the resolve in his heart to not be flustered, he concealed that astonishment behind a smile and bowed, just as he had confidently named himself before this legendary being as the utmost finest knight, just as the ideals of Julius Juculius were molded to not bring shame to his admiration. Julius, yes, until the very end. Japanese letter, IT is your victory, Reed Astrea. Reed, ha, now that's a nice face, damn dejected loser. With those words marking the end, the crevices of Reed Astrea Japanese letter, Japanese letter, unlike their visual impression, the crevices which dilated until the very end were not accompanied by sound. Unlike the shattering of glass, the great man of red hair was extirpated like diminishing light Japanese letter in his stead. Collapsed onto the clear floor was a young boy of a petite build with distended cold eyes. One who ate the memories and names of others and handled them per his will, bizarre eating and a blasphemer. The sin archbishop of gluttony, Roy Alford, had collapsed, scuppered. Roy, Japanese letter, indistinct whether he was alive or dead. Gluttony, remained immobile with not a single twitch. However, identical to Reed, he merely had the deep gash on the left side of his chest, its fatality incontestable. Ascertaining merely so with his eyes, Julius lowered the knight's sword he had hoisted as a demonstration of honor, sheathing it into the scabbard he wielded, and turned backward. The aurora unfettered in Julius, environs were six spirits with augmented brilliance. Without the strength of these girls, who had bloomed into maidens from buds, the one to be lying on the clear floor this way surely would have been his self, rather than the opponent. For that, he must convey his gratitude and appreciation conscientiously. However, with apologies to those girls, he must defer that demonstration of gratitude. Steadily, Julius advanced. Ahead in the direction he was headed, intently watching Julius, was a gorgeous, slender, petite female with pale cerulean eyes. Undulating light purple hair, the personage adorned with a white outfit unfitting for the sand dunes. By her feet was a white fox, with the pupils of its eyes wavering in suspense. The form of her, who had always been miming as a scoff, the significance of its presence there. Once again letting himself be aware of that, Julius closed his eyes. Indeed, Japanese letter, Julius. Japanese letter, PLERSED, to meet you. The statement he had conveyed to the Sword Saint as a challenger heretofore, he expressed once again. But the sensation deep within his chest in these moments differed from the enhancement preceding battling. However, there also existed something which remained the same, as though the opening of a new page in a tale of adventure, the adventurous heart of a youth yearning for the night. I am. Kneeling at that spot, Julius articulated the first words and the other person responded. His stance remaining lowered, Julius awaited the upcoming words. He reckoned he could wait for however long a duration. What felicity this was, to have faith that should he wait, he would assuredly hear her words. Anastasia. Japanese letter, I-A-M, Anastasia Harshin. Julius. Japanese letter, Anastasia. I want everything in this world. So great and cool Oni-san, what's your name? With elegance she smiled, and he could perceive exactly how she must have tilted her head afterwards. Remaining knelt down and his face lowered and concealed, saying, Julius took a short inhale, and Julius. I am Julius Juculius. Japanese letter, Y-O-U-R, one and only night. Anastasia. Japanese letter, Julius. You may have forgotten. However, I am one who has devoted the sword to you, one who dedicates the entirety of his strength for you and aids your will. A respectful bow with the knight's sword placed on the floor forby, Julius at last raised his countenance. Before him, no matter what gaze should his lord have, he shan't regret. It is unbefitting of a knight to lose his presence of mind, be confounded, face downward. For the very existence who put up appearances the utmost, and sought to possess a cool and charming air, was whom Julius admired and yearned for. And looking down upon that Julius, the young girl narrowed her spherical eyes, Anastasia. Really, I don't remember, though, but Julius. Japanese letter, Anastasia. At the first glance, I thought. Japanese letter, T, I gotta make this Oni-san mine. At such proximity were the blazing, sparkling eyes of his eternally craving lord, revealing the intent to not relinquish anything and everything. To the greed seeking to obtain everything, Julius Juculius devoted his sword once again. A sublime play, like the tale of a lord, a knight in FICTION Japanese letter, the restoration of the plundered bond of lord and retainer was realized in the second layer of Electra. That was the accomplishment of eliminating one of the 5 obstacles set forth by Natsuki Subaru. Great Library Pleiades, the second trial Japanese letter hereby concludes. Arc 6, Chapter 86, Conversing of What Yesterday Held. Translated by Archbishop, proofread by Nanashi Art Sources. Cover Archbishop Art Source 1, Sakanadru Art Source 2, Sakurels Art Source 3, Archbishop Art Source 4, Kuzu. My heartfelt gratitude to Nanashi for her immense assistance throughout the course of this chapter. All rights belong to TAPPEI Nagatsuki, the original author of Rei. Zero, starting a life in a different world from zero. This is a translation of the free Japanese web novel into English Japanese web novel source. Since long before, she had harbored misgivings. Her lord, whom she devoted her allegiance to, Roswell L. Mathers, for the purpose of achieving his ultimate goal, killing the dragon who safeguarded the kingdom of Lugnica, was necessary. She was a vital and indispensable piece for that plan of Roswell's. For Ram to have heard that from none other than himself would be an event that occurred close to 10 years in the past. The village of the Oni clan blazing scarlet, having saved Ram and Black from there, Roswell sought recompense. And in exchange for retribution for the Oni clan, Ram decided to pay that compensation. That she shall thus cooperate, let it be for the plan to kill the dragon or whatever else. But merely for a singular point was Ram unable to find the answer within herself, that being the essential way of killing the dragon. It was not easy. Even if plans were to be meddled around with and measures were to be taken, that was not easy. Should that moment arrive, simply what would Ram be able to do? You will know when the time comes. Japanese letter, Y-O-U-R role, which only you 2 elder sister and black square can fulfill. She felt she had once heard such words, which had been chipped off. Curiously, she had never given deep thought to what that meant until today. B-U-T Japanese letter. It is finally understood. What Roswell-sama was aiming for. All of Roswell's actions were for the purpose of the ultimate goal he had clasped throughout his long lifetime. For that purpose, he had concealed himself deep within the kingdom of Lugnica. For that purpose, he had saved Ram and Black. For that purpose, he had put a check on Sanctuary as a touchstone. For that purpose, he had tested Natsuki Subaru. Even if he inevitably had to alter his original scheme, All of the preparation until that point had not been futile. Japanese letter, no. He would not let it be rendered futile. That was who he was. Hence, the answer came forth within Ram as well. The reason why Roswell took custody of a pair of young Oni elder sister and Black Square. The Black Square, had been taken in as substitute for Ram's lost horn. The elder sister and Black Square that were Ram and Black, with the two of them acting as a single Oni. He had taken them in his hand for killing the dragon. Naturally, not even Roswell could escape from the effects of the authority of gluttony. As a matter of consequence, he too must have forgotten why Black had been taken into his mansion. However, even if he had forgotten, he must have immediately discerned his own self's aim. And whilst observing Ram and the others make strenuous efforts to recover Black from the damage of gluttony, he did not disclose that truth. Honestly, he is S.O. Japanese letter. His scrupulous nature won't change, isn't it? Though his plans had once suffered a setback due to Subaru's actions, he yet resumed his handiworks for fulfilling his goal behind the scenes and whilst remaining vigilant for a chance to strike. A nuisance of a nature. Wonder what he must be doing about now when Ram was not there to watch him. However, so she thought as well. Japanese letter, T. In this journey, by the point of having allowed Ram to accompany Subaru and the others as they tried to save Black. Could Roswell have perchance foreseen the possibility of things turning out this way? She may be overthinking. To begin with, the appearance of the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony in Pleiades' watchtower was an unforeseen circumstance, and there was no way he could have possessed confidence in Ram and Black being placed into a hazardous situation. This may have been an excessive misapprehension on Ram's part, an overestimation of the man she dearly loved. HOWEVER Japanese letter, IT feels far better to believe that the man you love placed trust in you anyways. That he thought, should Ram be there, Black, and the other members will remain safe and protected. That he thought, if need be, Ram would take notice of the supposition Roswell had concealed, and by her volition would turn over the trump card for the purpose of killing the dragon, that he bore such faith. That the man named Roswell L. Mathers had acknowledged the 10 years of the woman named Ram, to believe so felt far, far better. That is WHY Japanese letter, Ram. Japanese letter, RIGHT now. Ram truly feels the greatest she ever has. Kindly get knocked down. The accomplishments established by the Fist King Niji Rockhart is a noteworthy narrative in the Gladiator Island Jinnenhive of the sacred Valachia Empire. Japanese letter, NO, once had been a narrative, having been met by the tragedy of the authority of gluttony. Now with both sides of name and memories plundered, there existed not anyone anywhere who knew of the achievements established by him as a gladiator. On the Gladiator Island, wherein strength was used for exhibition, Niji, solitarily, using his empty hands as weapons, survived hundreds of death duels, and finally attained the right of liberation from slavery. Conceiving the refined fighting spirit in his fists, intercepting swords and daggers, before his fists which shattered steel whatsoever obstacle was equivalent to a maiden's soft skin. He likely could have been termed as the one to have beaten the most humans to death in history. With his inordinately brutal, nefarious techniques, the carnivorous beast Beliheinelger is a rare serial killer who made the holy kingdom of Gustico shudder. Japanese letter, NO, once had made it shudder. Having been met by the tragedy of the authority of gluttony, now with both sides of name and memories plundered, the vast counts of misfortune and precepts he yielded as a murderer remained not in anyone's memories. By birth, Blee displayed abnormal growth and acquired strength of physical body impossible to be realized in average humans, and embracing the men of his liking to death, he piled up copious, atrocious crimes. Superhuman strength, which his enormous build materialized, and sturdy skin, which sustained not a single scratch from swords and daggers. This murderer, who sought touch and warmth, was one of the most dreadful criminals feared along with the bowel hunter. 1. The career history of the leaper Dorkel is eccentric. Formerly a merchant living in Kararagi city-states, Dorkel is a deviant who disengaged from his path upon hearing the voice of something not HUM or N Japanese letter, so he had once been. Met by the tragedy of the authority of gluttony, now with both sides of name and memories plundered, the truth of him having become a laughingstock for many as a deviant vanished, with there no longer being anyone remembering that. One certain day, Dorkel discarded away his life, including his wife and children, and opting for the path espousing that which did not exist, he became a freak who chose to have contact with the witch cult. Though Dorkel manifested a paramount power differing from magic, it deviated from the doctrine of the witch cult, a heresy within heresy, banished even from the witch cult. In other words, they were transcendental beings from the kinds of enigmatic persons, eccentric persons, and deranged persons, impossible to be competed against by ordinary humans. Furthermore, they remained unfinished by the mere virtue of being themselves, and blended together with all possible kinds of memories within gluttony, had been finished into articles of greater superlativeness. What would be the consequence should Niji Rockhart obtain Heinelger's endurance and Dorkel's ability of phantom teleportation? It will be the fruition of a singular, brutal, fiendish, atrocious existence seldom seen throughout time. Until now, and amongst all of what yesterday held, the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Lay Baitenkados, had not achieved that. For within the grand hotpot named himself, by blending all probable kinds of memories together, he feared the very existence named himself being taken into the hotpot. However, even if he were to drink up the contents of the mixed hotpot, he shouldn't be taken in Japanese letter at the very least. That was what Baitenkados' notion came to be. And since it had come to be so, he experimented what all he had never ventured to do until now, possessing not the slightest of qualms or hesitance for breaking through the established bounds of his own self. For the gourmet who utterly ate every possible kind of excelling, transcending talent, history, potentiality in this WORLD Japanese letter, all until the very horizons of gourmet delicacies, and persisted in amassing it all within oneself, is precisely whom Lay Baitenkados was. Thus, on this day, what was born in the tower situated at the eastern edge of the world was a warlock agglutinated with every technique and odd talent, regardless of heredity and posteriori. The warlock possessed arms which destroyed all, possessed a flesh body which did not accept any type of attacks, possessed magical arts which rejected and countered back any possible technique, and was endowed with even the wisdom, genius, and intellect grasping everything that existed. No matter how extensive a survey should be taken of history, never had there been a being who excelled in every single kind of ability to this extent, and neither will any other take birth hereafter for thousands of years to come. This was a selection of the world's possibilities brought forth by the abominable calamity referred to as a witch factor. Born from the grand hotpot which condensed solely excelling articles, the supreme gourmet delicacy, ITSELF Japanese letter, RAM. Japanese letter, YOU shall be given 3 chances. With that rare existence before her, the young girl with peach-colored hair uttered with 3 fingers raised. The young girl, bleeding from her forehead, with an icy gleam in her light crimson eyes. She was in a condition wherein wounds covered her entire body, and multiple spots of her slim build had sustained tremendous injuries which would impede in movement. Even aside from those, there existed a mountain's worth of reasons why she should not be able to stand up. He was aware of that, the prime cause not being wounds or blood loss, but that her petite body failed to function as a vessel for accepting the existence named herself. Japanese letter, TRULY heart trending, he ruminated so. Ram, 3 times you shall be allowed to strike first. There is something Ram would like to test. Exceptional, is it not? However, such deep emotions concerning her not in the slightest, the young girl asserted so whilst 3 of her fingers remained raised, as though to instigate this side. Thrice, a deathly verdict. To begin with, even once would be implausible for her to endure. And neither did he possess any particular reason to disregard that avouch. He not at all contemplated whether this was a trap, either. For the young girl was not one who would meaninglessly proffer such negotiation. He merely thought he must earnestly impart to her That unbridled confidence brought about the destruction of oneself on instances as well. That upon being taken into the same grand hot pot, there shall also be things UNDERSTOOD Japanese letter, lay, Japanese letter, NEE Sama, stand by. Vehemently, making his hind legs amassing strength erupt, he hammered a blow as per wish. That was a strike crammed with the Fist King's technique and finesse of destructive force, possessing far too excessive might for the destruction of a solitary young girl, and it was absorbed by well-featured visage of the young GIRL Japanese letter, Ram. Now, first. Lay. Japanese letter, tilde HK. During the moment he conceived he had captured her with certainty, the face of the young girl evaded the fist from a vicinity seemingly close enough for Lanugo to graze past. And positioning her hand on the stretching arm, her fired knee strike smashed the right arm from the elbow. An improbable happening. The tenacious flesh body even the slashes of the heavenly sword could not penetrate into. Its stretched arm and the joint of the ELBOW Japanese letter, by kneeing into the fixed point that existed solely at this locus, were destroyed by the young girl. HOWEVER Japanese letter, with the impact of the fractured right arm as is, he fired his left foot up towards the young girl's visage. Though not reprisal for the arm, this side's own fired knee aimed for her face as well. The lengthy, slender leg, the fair knee smashed and crushed the young girl's tender snout, ruining her gorgeous VISAGE Japanese letter, Ram. Second. Upon hearing the utterance vocalized by those slim lips, he doubted his ears. He had executed it such that her mouth would be rendered defunct. However, responding to the knee strike approaching from the side, the young girl moved her hand, as though nimbly tracing it, and gently averted its trajectory upward. The fired knee smoothly transited overhead of the young girl, as though it had been fired to trace the empty skies from the very beginning. RND Japanese letter, Ram. Third. With his right arm and left knees strike dodged. Using the impetus of his gyrating body, he fired a rebuff from his left elbow, sharp and solid. Upon making a direct hit, it shall crush the young girl's cranium like a berry and expel its contents out onto the floor of the tower. So Japanese letter should have done. The rebuff aiming for the young girl's temple of the forehead was halted merely by a number of swivels of her body. And the young girl, dodging the elbow as if informed of its arrival, grasped this side's face once again with her extended hands, Ram. Truly a fool. And voicing with maximum cold-heartedness, vigorously knocked this side's cranium onto the floor. Twisting, turning, winding, meandering, Baiting Kado's changed his form before her eyes and charged, advancing towards her, and upon knocking him to the ground, Ram pointed 3 fingers towards his face. Ram, one who spars thinking he has 3 chances, gets defeated in all 3 of those chances. Should you spar with not even the serious intent to win, then you shall be abandoned even by fortune. Lay, Boo Ga, HK. Ram, thank you, it has been proven. Japanese letter, NOT, even the serendipity of time, is now an enemy of Ram. For Ram, the utmost appalling enemy was absurd fortune itself. However, Ram had exorcised that by her own hand, and had made even that prostrate before herself. No longer was there anything to be fearful of. Lay, Japanese letter, tilde tsu. Sprawled on the ground, Baiting Kado swung both of his legs up and stood up with the impetus of swinging them down. And towards the approaching enemy seeking to hammer his fractured arm in, Ram stepped ahead, wielding no vacillation. Blood streamed down from her forehead. However, that ache and sense of loss boiled Ram's blood from the innermost depths. Ah, how truly infuriating. This sensation, this enchantment, always had she thought of it as vexatious. The odious Oni instincts, warmly welcoming battling, exalting the brandishing of strength, the craving which boiled blood for the purpose of killing enemies who ought to be killed, had Ram always detested. That is why that night, when the horns sprouting from her forehead had been broken off, she thought she had been liberated, and yet. Ram, how truly ironic. Grousing so, Ram caught the hammer arm and shoulder through the opponent with identical momentum. Casting him onto the floor, she kicked his head, propelling him further towards the interior of the aisle. She could not allow him to draw close to her rear, wherein was the mutilated ground dragon, along with the young girl leaning on the wall. Rem, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. The young girl who resumed her slumber without change, the horn fleetingly glimmering on her forehead asserted being. Originally, the young girl who remained asleep possessing no will of her own could not have made her horn function, regardless of being a member of the Oni clan. However, even with the actual feeling of that remaining vanished, Ram was twin sisters with the young GIRL Japanese letter, that which is referred to as synthesia, was a substanceless link, oft-tied, between blood-related beings. Having attended to the perpetually slumbering Rem during the past year, Ram too had sensed that existence itself. Not by merely the similitude of outward appearance, but precisely due to the presence of that sensation, Ram had succeeded in objectively accepting the truth of that girl being her younger sister without dissent. However, between herself and Rem, even the synesthesia remained odious. Had Rem gotten even a single nightmare, her fright may have gotten transmitted to Ram. However, during this past year, not even once had anything akin gotten transmitted to her. In other words, the perpetually slumbering Rem saw no dreams. Japanese letter, UNCERSINGLY. She simply gazed into the darkness beyond her eyelids, merely respiring within a desolate, void world. Thus, it was not but a coincidence for her to have noticed this way of abusing said synesthesia here. Though irksome, it was by dint of Subaru's idea. Because he took up Ram's burden through a queer power and bestowed upon her the strength to fight, she conceived an idea accomplishing the same. Those connected together with synesthesia shared mighty sentiments, or even wounds and agony at times. Though she was ignorant of its principle, this hypothesis was there within a book in Beatrice's forbidden archive, which she had once read in the past. Japanese letter, THT, what was termed as synesthesia, operated with the connection of the odd between two differing individuals. What was termed as the odd was the source of power existing in the depths of the HUM, or N Japanese letter. It could also be synonymous for the soul. Though on instances, it was also used in place of mana as power for utilizing magic. Originally, the odd was the pure property itself that made the human be human. The consequence of having a territory that shan't be trespassed by anyone, that mutually linked those born of the same womb, perhaps resulted in synthesia, so propounded the theory. In the end, it came to be determined as a common belief, and was not something that had been proven. However, since it had been left in the forbidden archive, it surely was not some phony spiel either. Above all else, Ram personally had taken a liking to that theory. To have one's own self and someone else be connected together by birth was a lovely thing. Ram. A multitude of problems were caused due to that bothersome horn after all. The impulse of destruction transmitted by that white horn, Ram loathed it. She was exasperated by her environs lionizing Ram as the reincarnation of the Oni god as well. There existed not a fragment of connection between that obscure obsolete being and Ram. Ram shan't deem value in precisely such an entity. Henceforth, to have one's own self and someone else be connected together by birth, independent of such an entity, was a lovely thing. And if such a connection with someone truly did exist, Japanese letter, Ram, Japanese letter, CERT, or INLY, by birth itself, Ram could not have been stopped from loving her. Even as an infant, she shan't pay regard to means for the sake of protecting that bond. For the sake of protecting her, for the sake of admiring her, for the sake of adoring her, for the sake of loving her, she shall surely devote her all. THUS Japanese letter, Ram, please do forgive your bad Nisama, who is making you shoulder the burden at this time as well. By way of synesthesia, Ram shared the burden levied upon her own flesh body to her sleeping younger sister. It was in consequence of having experienced Subaru's authority by herself once. Having witnessed something once, Ram could largely materialize it identically. What Subaru did was an identical CONTRIV or NC, Japanese letter. It possibly coercively connected others, odd with one's own odd, inducing a fairly arbitrary synesthesia. Subaru sighed could possibly consign his burden over if he felt inclined to do so as well. But since Subaru was a fool, he would not do so. Contrarily, by taking it upon himself, he endeavored to abate the burden of his allies. Ram. Japanese letter Truly a fool. Words she had pronounced toward baiting Kato's a short time ago. However, despite being the same words, they did not echo the same. What Subaru had achieved through the authority, Ram could reconstruct it with Rem, whom she was connected to through synesthesia. She was oblivious to what had transpired at Subaru's side. However, this would surely serve to ease him. Ram, too, could abscond from the repulsive situation, namely being connected with Subaru for long. In lieu, Ram's burden was streaming towards Rem, LTHOUGH Japanese letter, Rem. Japanese letter, Rem, perpetually slumbering, spoke not. Merely gallantly, splendidly, with the white horn she was made to grasp in a stacked H, or NDS Japanese letter, Ram's broken horn that had been fitted inside her wand. With that as a catalyst, she was consigning the mana flowing into her own horn over to Ram. It was unfathomable how prodigious a burden shall be laid onto Rem's body for mediating the expansive mana which Ram required. Japanese letter THEREFORE. This was a decisive battle of brief duration. Lei. Nisama tilde. A roar into time, after having been hurled by her kick, Baiting Kato's rebounded towards Ram while smiling. Utilizing the might of the seeming leaper, the magical technique erased the existing distance in between in the span of a blink of an EYE Japanese letter, however. Even that technique of phantom teleportation was rendered futile should it get viewed in its entirety by the opponent. Ram, you certainly are slow, sluggard. At this rate, Ram will become an old woman. She purloined the opponent's field of vision with clairvoyance. The opponent's focus, eye movements, the part wherein strength was being poured, by synthesizing these she could read the aim with greater ease than reading the mind. Dodging the perforating palm, she reversely twisted all 5 of its fingers as it slipped through. Pounding a rebuff into his throat, seeking to give rise to a skreek, she slammed the opponent into the wall with a sharp spinning kick. Lei, ga, tilde HK. Ram. Although Ram is cute even when she has grown old. Whilst pronouncing so, she seized the opponent's nape through his clothes and lowered it, dropping him onto the floor by his head yet again. Pelting that face with her heel, she pulverized his snout. Stepping backward and evading both of the arms attempting to grasp her, she belabored him with innumerable blades of wind. Lei. Japanese letter GHI, a tilde. Ram. What an ugly shriek, coming from such an adorable face. His entire body slashed by blades of wind, Baiting Kato's disappeared while spouting blood. As ever, his flesh body unremittingly repeated transfiguration, however, solely what was atop his neck, that which she was acquainted with by sight, shan't attempt to transform. She was close to vomiting, though Ram shall not, because that would be inelegant. Lei. Japanese letter, whilst shedding immense blood, Baiting Kato's artlessly swooped down upon her. Stating unerringly, he was surely making free use of miraculous superhuman techniques. Coalescing the might of multifarious transcendental beings, from the outset, he must be formulating techniques impossible of being reconstructed by anyone. That excelling blitz, specializing in all possible orientations, was shut down by Ram through outstripping violence. She guillotined those monumental techniques of hundreds, of thousands, using might worth millions. This was what the battle had now come to be. She sought not to even come in contact with Baiting Kato's. Her condition felt well. She grew accustomed to it in Subaru's absence after all. She had unfastened approximately 2 more shackles. Likely 50% of her PRIME Japanese letter no, since Ram had been very young in those days. Aspects of her that had matured were far mightier now compared to Ram back then. And to not wallow in that might was Ram's forte. Ram. Having the horn broken was correct after all. If it weren't for that night, she may have eventually yielded to the horn's allurement. Though she wanted to proclaim that to be improbable, she could not ascertain if it truly was improbable. Thus, Ram attested to the present being correct and boasted the invigorating nature of the path she had walked. Owing to the loss of her horn, Ram lived without having to become the Oni she detested. Ram, to begin with, if it weren't for that night, Raswal Sama couldn't have been met, so it wasn't even worth making a comparison. No greater conclusion. Wielding that as the answer, Ram presented her palm forwards. At the surface of her palm appeared Baten Kados, having leapt through space. His countenance, astonished by having the point of his appearance read through, she gripped it tight. Ram, you cannot fly in continuity, isn't it? Have grown tired of looking at your magic tricks, and that face as well. Lay, W or I, Japanese letter, Ram. No waiting. An icy pronouncement, Ram materialized a blade of wind in her palm which grasped the opponent's face. Within that juncture, his eyes, his nose, his lips, his ears, with all possible parts of his face slashed, Baten Kados screeched whilst vomiting blood. With the same momentum, she gouged his face with the blade of wind until it was minced to naught. And from Ram's palm, who sought to accomplish so, Baten Kados, form disappeared in but an instant. However, albeit he escaped, he shan't be able to escape from the wounds, from the agony, from the reality. Lay. Ah, a tilde H, a tilde H, Japanese letter, tilde tsu. Whilst squalling, Baten Kados writhed as he shed profuse blood instead of tears. Whilst observing that, Ram steadily advanced her feet towards his side. Hearing Ram's approaching footsteps, Baten Kados' form changed. The proprietor of a gigantic, burly flesh body. Japanese letter, Knocking, the imminent fist down, she shattered his knee. Kicked down, Baten Kados' figure altered in order to escape from Ram. The giant of a bearded face, taking a spherical stance, solidified his defense. Japanese letter, Kicking, his frame upward. She nailed him onto the ceiling with a barrage of fists, gradually transforming what was below his skin, which was the subject of vaunt, into lumps of flesh. In order to kill Ram, who conferred upon him interminable torture, Baten Kados' form altered. The bald old man, the magical technique of phantom teleportation. Japanese letter, WHILST, pitying the magical trick whose stratagem had already come to light. She caught him, drove his face into the wall, and sprinted as though to whittle his entire frame. Lay. Ah, baba, tilde, a tilde, Japanese letter, tilde HK. Repressed by Ram's prodigious might, Baten Kados' entire frame was paired, retaining no place to escape to. Winding and meandering, his form transfigured within Ram's grasp as though seeking the optimum solution. Suppressing it altogether, Ram grieved for the hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of victims with all of her might. A memorial held via vehemence for those men and women who had been captured by gluttony and had the arts they forged, the paths they walked, the emotions they loved, trampled upon, slighted, and disparaged. No longer would arts, paths, emotions be utilized. For naught was efficacious against Ram. Ram, kindly take your own responsibility by yourself. Swinging her arm, Ram heaved aside the blasphemer who had his entire frame tempestuously paired. Falling over the floor of the watchtower, Baten Kados shuddered and trembled. Slowly, steadily, gradually, his form proceeded to alter. Having relied on multitudes of memories, his form CHRNGED, Japanese letter, Ram. Ah, long time no see. Ram wanted to meet this face, though this would make for around the third time doing so. Lay. Japanese letter, H, Ka, Ah. As she wiped off the blood on her forehead and loosened her lips, ahead of Ram's glance was Baten Kados. It was Baten Kados, in the truest possible purport. Not the cunning and wily existence who had, until now, borrowed the faces and techniques of others, but Baten Kados, who had returned to his own face and form. Regardless whom should one become, whom should one depend on, whom should one resort to, it is impossible to escape from oneself. Just as even upon losing her horn, the actuality that Ram was an Oni did not change. Just as even upon having her memories plundered, the actuality that Ram was Rem's elder sister did not change. Ram, in the very end at least, would you like to try resisting using your own strength? Lay, Japanese letter, Ram. By the way, you said something curious on the spiral staircase, didn't you? Japanese letter, it seems you have a younger brother or younger sister, isn't it? For the sake of your younger siblings, how about putting your willpower to display? Collapsed down, Baton Kato's painful breathing abruptly diminished. He had not lost his life. He had reacted to Ram's remark. Younger brother and younger sister. The moment he heard the echo of those words, Baton Kato's breath faintly calmed down. And steadily, Baton Kato's revitalized his body at his LOCUS Japanese letter, lay. Oh ah, oh ah, little sister, don't. Ram. Don't lay a finger on her, you say. Sorry, but do you think you're in a position where you can make such an insistence? Have you ever lent your ears to someone's plea even once? Lay, but still, Ram. Japanese letter, distorting his blood-stained, crumpled face, Baton Kato's pleaded with a tearful voice. Upon the call of that poignant, yet remarkably genuine echo, Ram slightly straightened her eyes. Afterwards, along with a sigh, she closed her eyes. Ram. Will THINK Japanese letter, lay. Japanese letter, NEE Sama, is far too kind. Within the juncture, the moment her gaze went astray, Baton Kato's bequeathed simply those words behind and erased his form. The spatial leap of the leaper DORKELL Japanese letter, leaving not a single vestige behind, the blasphemer vanished from her field of vision. Japanese letter, HE had escaped. 1. Lay. Haha tilde tsu. Ahaha tilde tsu. Ahaha tilde. Utilizing the odd talent of Leaper Dorkel with freedom, Baton Kato's fled from Ram's territory. No longer shall he consider recklessness like eating Ram. Paying no regard to appearances, he chose flight. Can't win, can't win, can't win against that one. Just as he had thought, that one was a monster. How conventional for her to have bought time and returned after becoming more powerful as well. That one was a kind of existence who shan't get atop neither the platter of gourmet nor the platter of bizarre eating. Lay, Louis and Roy, really sorry you two, but you know tilde W. Preliminary preparation of ingredients is crucial in gourmet. Whilst pressing the injuries of his entire body, Baton Kato's melancholically laughed upon his younger brother and sister who had been aiming for the same prey. Louis had promptly withdrawn from the war front to safety, and Roy too would be rampaging in a separate site about now. If that Oni were to just aim for those two, he would also be able to withdraw at leisure. Since Roy of bizarre eating did not know when to retreat, he may finally die, but it can't be helped. Rather, he had been getting fed up of Roy's bizarre eating. Because that chap laid waste to hunting grounds per his pleasure, there must have been instances where gourmet delicacies supposed to come around to this side had gotten stolen away. Japanese letter, NO, had what his self feasted upon until now truly been gourmet delicacies. Lay, each and every single one useless. A tilde H shit. Shit. Something like that, to think something like that exists, you know, tilde W. Even though it would have been all good had we not known about it, you know, tilde W. That was not a sentiment induced by the feelings of a younger sister doting on her elder sister. That was a sentiment yearning for something inestimable, unfathomable, IMMENSE Japanese letter born from Baton Kato's. Within, in the truest of truest sense, a potent emotion wishing for its desire from the depths of his heart. Want to completely eat that one. With all of body and soul, want to completely savor that one. Championing gourmet, he intended to have eaten all possible emotions and transcending, excelling talents. However, now that he was aware of the presence of the genuine in this world, everything had faded away. All of what the existence named lay Baton Kato's, as the sin archbishop of gluttony, had trusted as possessing worth and garnered, crumbled to ruin and transformed into rubbish. Those lavish dinner tables which had been visible with such glisten had been reduced to sand pits with mud dumplings atop. Lay, want that one. Want it. It Japanese letter. If for the sake of eating that one, throwing anything and everything away would be completely fine. If for the purpose of eating that one, there would be no regrets in losing all that had been amassed until now. Don't want to savor anything other than that one. Don't want to fulfill oneself with anything other than that one. Lay, aber Gui. Whilst sprinting, vomit leaked out from the edge of Baiting Cato's mouth. Pain or anguish were not the cause. It was merely unbearable. Articles he trusted to be the finest were not so, and due to having become aware of what was supreme, all of what fulfilled his self was foul. Why did he regard anything aside from that one as splendid? Commend anything aside from that one? Surfeit anything aside from that one? Simply what of him would be gourmet? Should he love anything aside from the truly splendid Japanese letter? Lay. A tilde H, that's right, that is right. Isn't that right? Surely that is right. Certainly that is right, indeed that is right, because that is right, because we wish for it to be right. Gluttonous drinking tilde-tsu. Gluttony tilde-tsu. Surging appetite, hunger advancing toward fulfillment, and the outcry from his heart wishing for and imploring desire. The desire to become one, the desire to blend together. If appetite was to intake external existences, then the gluttony impelling his self was superlative love. Lay, love you, love you. Yes, love you tilde-tsu. Ni-sama, no, Ram. We love you Japanese letter, the maximal emotion blooming within his self. Whilst he attempted to clamor it loud, his words were abruptly interrupted. The cause was pain, and that it was the incidence of a novel anguish. Lay, Japanese letter H. Checking his cheek, Baiting Cato's ascertained his palm dyed with rich blood. The fresh slash, a wound ripping Baiting Cato's cheek, who had been heading towards the outside of the tower in order to esc a PE Japanese letter its cause, empty space. Lay, Japanese letter, wordlessly stretching his finger to that point. Baiting Cato's observed his finger get cut. In the empty space was an invisible blade. Lay, ha! That was the same technique as what Baiting Cato's had displayed to Ram at the spiral staircase. The art of installing blades of invisibility in space was a legendary shinobi technique, but it didn't matter whose memories it was in since he had already thrown it away. The issue was the presence of a blade here, which Baiting Cato's did not remember placing behind. Lay, it can't be. Avoiding the blade that had slightly cut his finger, Baiting Cato's attempted to advance his feet further towards the INTERIOR Japanese letter. His tiptoes were blown off, and he inclined backwards whilst shrieking, Ahi tilde HK. And with the inclining back of his head also slightly whittled, he rigidified his face and stood still. Japanese letter HE was enclosed by invisible blades. Lay. Ha, seriously. He had shown it to her merely once. Once in the midst of battle, that too it was an invisible technique, so she must not have seen it either. Moreover, she had not ever practically even stepped foot in this place. Yet regardless, she had seized this side's escape route and had stationed invisible blades in advance. Japanese letter. Baiting Cato's put his hand, not on his left eye which had been slashed by the blade of wind and had ceased functioning, but on his right eye which was narrowly in good health. Japanese letter THROUGH clairvoyance. Ram was jointly sharing this eye. She did not let Baiting Cato's escape. Overlapping with this eye, she shan't let him escape. Lay, hear her. Baiting Cato's laughed. No longer could he do anything but laugh. He had loved. For the first time had mightily, powerfully yearned for something. He was charmed by that unordinary essence. Rendi Japanese letter lay. Ah, wait, please do wait. Hold on, a bit more, just a bit more, so tilde-tsu. No matter how much shall he implore to clairvoyance, the voice shan't reach, that was per knowledge. Thus his frantic calls were not for the opponent to hear. They were for impelling oneself. In great fluster and haste, Baiting Cato's held fast to the wall immediately beside him. He had done something impetuous by discarding away what he had eaten. If only the remarkable genius of the Fist King had remained, he could have overcome this facing no hardship. Deferring those emotions as well, Baiting Cato struck his arms into the invisible blades. The wrists of both of his hands erupting, blood cascaded out of the mouth of those wounds. It hurts, but pain doesn't matter right now. Lay, please do accept our feelings tilde-tsu. Please do watch over our wishes tilde-tsu. Merely, Pressing his arms spouting blood onto the wall with all of his strength, he drew letters. With dusky blood, using his small, petite body with all of his might, he drew enormous, gigantic letters onto the wall of the sand tower. Lay, Buha tilde tilde HK. And making his own self stand back, he viewed those letters with his right eye dilated. For those letters of blood depicted on the wall, to reach the one whom he eternally wished for from the bottom of his heart. Because if her then, certainly, until the very end of the end, she shall kindly watch over whilst remaining overlapped with his own self. Lay, love, why Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, BEFORE. He could reach the end of his words. The Sin Archbishop of Gluttony had been beheaded by a blade of wind. Ram. Japanese letter, FULA. Swinging her fingers, having hurled the blade of wind, Ram whispered merely a single word. Even if the proportion of magic had impact within its range of effect, that power itself did not undergo severe change. Not to mention, if only a slim neck was to be blown off through the cutting ability of the blade of wind, then even the minimum power sufficed. Pursuing the back of Gluttony, who had fled, Ram had fired a solitary blade of wind. She had deftly grasped the trace of the desperately escaping Gluttony through clairvoyance. She had employed certain tricks as a hurdle in his path for her aim to be precise, but they seemed to have functioned well for how hurriedly they had been constructed. And on the brink of the final blade's arrival, Gluttony undertook abnormal conduct. Slashing off his own arms, using that blood, he drew letters of blood onto the wall. Though that which was squalid and dreadfully arbitrary was malignant bedevilment possessing no worth to even be VIEWED Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. At the very end of the end, having watched over the upward soar as those blood letters burled and gyrated, she closed her eyes. She did so entirely because she could not have taken relief otherwise. She had not an atom of obligation that she ought to watch over. The blasphemer erred his final choice. Had he put his life on the line for the sake of his younger siblings, Ram would not have denied him mercy either. However, putting aside the undeniable genuinity of his words, he also used that as bait and deceived Ram, making it also a tool for his own self-survival. He likely did not know the method of restoring what was eaten either. Had he known, he was supposed to have pleaded for his life with that as material for negotiation. Japanese letter, HE did not. Thus, he had to suffer nemesis. Ram. Those who wield the sword fall to the sword. Those who cling to evil fall to evil. Those who yield to fire fall to fire. Japanese letter, or ND. Those who wish for the Oni fall to the Oni, destroyed by what one relies on. Japanese letter, THT was the divine providence of retribution Ram placed her faith in. Swinging her arm down, she let a long exhale. Afterwards, Ram turned backwards, returning to the extensively ruined isle. She could not have fought at close vicinity, so she had taken upon herself to be further distant. A vexing sense of distance, hence Ram's gait spontaneously became restless. Japanese letter, DODOGYUUUN. Once she made her return by treading through the collapsed wall, what greeted Ram was the cry of a tall ground dragon. That jet-black ground dragon had aptly maneuvered its body and concealed Rem's figure behind. Worst-case scenario, had the one to return not been Ram, then it perhaps intended to act like a shield or so. Despite being in such a tattered state, for it to gallantly abide by Subaru's command, it was truly a ground dragon too good for SUBRU Japanese letter, Ram. Japanese letter, NO, that's wrong. Did you also wish to protect Rem? Japanese letter, Ram. Yes, you truly are a good girl, Patrash. She softly caressed that ground dragon's neck. It would also be necessary to immediately carry her wounded, injured self to the green room as well. Even the ground dragon who exemplified befitting loyalty could not be made to strain itself with these injuries. Neither did Ram wish to do anything preposterous to the benefactory PERSON Japanese letter, the benefactory dragon of her younger sister. Subsequently, expressing her gratitude to the ground dragon, Ram made her way to Rem, who was being protected behind her. The sharing of the horns might utilizing synesthesia had already been undone, so no horn was present on her forehead. However, the recall of having shouldered Ram's strength, commensurate with that of the Oni guard, had soundly eaten into that body of hers, such that Ram herself felt heavy upon contemplating the recall that surely will pay a call upon her soon. But Japanese letter, Ram. Right now, at this time, anything boorish cannot be thought of. Gently kneeling down at her position, Ram positioned her hand onto the cheek of her perpetually slumbering younger sister. The bond as sisters devoid of actual feeling, now accompanied with a far greater certitude of actual feeling compared to before, she felt lovability and cherishment overflow. With her horn broken off, having lost her might as the reincarnation of the Oni god, she had lived until today. For what purpose did that night of blazes befall? Until now Ram had surmised it had befell for the purpose of making her herself. Neither did she consider that to be mistaken. However, starting today, in this moment, that changed. The reason why that day, Ram's horn had been broken OFF Japanese letter, Ram. Japanese letter IT was to realize today here that Ram is Rem's Nisama. For she had been able to actually feel, with the contact between the soul and the soul via synesthesia, that they were twins who shared the same world, that they were irreplaceable elder and younger sisters. Ram. More than ever before, Ram wants to talk to you. What kind of a time did you and Ram spend? What kind of a yesterday did you and Ram collect? Let's replenish the devoid reminiscences together. Since time flowed without halt, however many reminiscences of the future could be mounded. Thus, for everything to not everness remaining unknown, remaining unremembered day after day, let's make flowers bloom in reminiscences as many times as need be. Ram, let's converse lots of what yesterday held. The sleeping beauty shan't respond. Although, without letting her chest congeal upon her silence, and instead fulfilling it with something warm, Ram smiled. While smiling, with no longer any qualms for her own emotions, she moved her lips. Ram. Japanese letter, LOVEU, Ram. Certainly, no matter how the time they had collected by the two of them had been, these emotions alone shan't turn traitor. Enigmatically, upon vocalizing what was identical to the last words of the distorted sin archbishop, though it was ultimately the same note, it did not echo the same. Those who are unbeknownst to love, and those who live in love, can never echo the same. Never can they echo the same. Translation notes. 1. Here I have gone for embracing, for a bit of ambiguity in wording, because the use of Chinese letter could literally be translated as hugging the men of his liking to death, could also imply that he used to rape and kill the men of his liking. 2. In Lei's line, oh, little sister, don't. The two our are oritachi, Chinese letter, and bokutachi, Chinese letter, respectively. In context of his siblings, Lei uses oritachi to refer to all three of them or him and Roy, and bokutachi to refer to himself individually. He also uses bokutachi, then oritachi in this specific order. For the first time here, Lei says oritachi, first then bokutachi, likely emphasizing that though she is his and Roy's younger sister, she is his sister above all. Arc 6, Chapter 87, Distant Regard. Translated by Archbishop Hedge Art Sources. Cover R. Wisteria 993. All rights belong to TAPPEI Nagatsuki, the original author of Ray, Zero Starting a Life in a Different World from Zero. This is a translation of the free Japanese web novel into English Japanese web novel source. Her head swayed from left to right rather violently. He slowly came to notice someone was carrying her like luggage, and this someone was running as if their life depended on it. Not that it was particularly her first time being carried like this, no. To say she was actually used to it would be an exaggeration. It would rather be much more apt to say that she had experienced being lugged around like a suitcase very often, though the fault for that lay in her partner, who had little consideration to spare for her. Maylie, stop shaking me so much, Elsa. Regardless of how many times she requested, they fell on deaf ears. Yet nevertheless, she found it hard to describe her relationship with her. Calling her an accomplice or a partner was difficult, as this relationship lacked the foundation of trust required, and the two were nearly not close enough for her to call Elsa her sister or mother. Calling her a friend felt strange, as that was definitely not what their relationship was like, but calling her an acquaintance was just as difficult as they weren't as strangers to one another. So Maylie always sunk into deep thought over this. What kind of relationship did they truly have? What did Elsa see herself as to Maylie? Maylie, come on, stop shaking me so much. Voicing her complaints mattered little, but saying nothing at all felt like she had resigned herself, so she couldn't let herself up either. Thus she kept speaking up, even if her words would not be heard, or so she at least tried. As if coding her words, some hot liquid flowed out of her mouth before she could speak. Her first thought was that her breakfast was flying out of her mouth, but that was incorrect. It was blood, deep crimson in color, gushing out from the depths of her tiny body. Subaru, she won't stop bleeding, damn it. Biko, what should we do? Beatrice, for now, just make sure she throws up whatever blood is in her throat completely, I suppose. Things will get much worse if the blood clots there, in fact. Voices rung around her, then she was abruptly tilted to her side. Blood unendingly ran up her throat and out her mouth, mixed with her cough and mucus. Something touched her lips, and the blood clotting in her throat was quickly sucked out. It was just in the nick of time, as air finally filled her lungs and rushed to her brain. Subaru. Faye, all right, she's breathing again. Biko, hit her with some healing. Beatrice. I know, I suppose, but we can't keep doing this over and over, in fact. Subaru. I get that. I pushed Maylie too far, this is on me. I'll pay my dues. Maylie realized there was some shouting going on above her, but from the moment she could breathe, her mind and body became too heavy to make anything out. No, that couldn't have been the case. She must have been tired all along. It was only that the body perceived that its biggest danger was gone, so her consciousness could finally focus on other functions. She could finally feel exactly how bad the damage she'd taken was. Her hands and feet were limp, and her head spun. She'd thrown up close to 3 cupfuls of blood. She felt as if her entire body were ablaze, but she could pinpoint that the origin of those vicious flames was her back. There was something wrong there, something very wrong with her entire back. That was likely the reason why she couldn't move her body and was continually throwing up blood, she thought. The two shouting on top of her, what she was doing right before this, all of it was vague and foggy. Yet, even in her world of fog and mist, she could make out something distinct. Indeed, that was Maylie. A promise. She could make out the distinct silhouette of a promise she'd exchanged with someone. From the moment forth the titanic scorpion had changed its color, the light it fired was the greatest it had till now. The swelling bright, white light scattered in all directions, turning numerous aflame-hungry horse kings aiming for its crimson hide to dust, sending ripples across the sea of sand. Of course, neither Subaru nor Beatrice could avoid being caught up in the destruction, but Maylie had the worst of it all. Having to command the witch beasts led her to lean too far ahead, so when the titanic scorpion, the crimson scorpion, unleashed its counterattack, she was caught within its vicious aftermath. The only silver lining was she had escaped being skewered by needles of light. Should she have been so much as scraped by one, her tiny body would have surely been vaporized. However, even if that had not come to pass, it still remained truth that she was hit directly with a blast strong enough to part and ripple the sea of sand. That alone was enough to deal near-fatal damage. Subaru. Maylie. She was in an awful state when Subaru and Beatrice rushed to get to her collapsed body on the sand. Perhaps due to curling up at the last moment, the most major of her injuries were on her back. With her black cloak blown off by the blast, her marred skin lay bare under burnt cloth. Faced with her charred and lacerated skin in front of his eyes, his vision wavered for a moment. However, Subaru, am I really that stupid? What on earth am I here for? Latching onto his consciousness with a bold fist, he called forth the power hidden within him. Corleonis was already active, the power that allowed him to shoulder the pains and burdens his companions felt. He increased its flow from Maylie to him, allowing him to take on almost all of the pain Maylie felt from her near-fatal injury. Naturally, it would be unwise to take on all of her pain, that if it were to cause him to collapse, the consequences would be unforeseeably great. Thus he took on the greatest of portion he could manage without fainting. But Subaru, I'm still good. I can take it right, Natsuki Subaru. Were it his previous self here, he may have lost both his composure and his heart, ending in an unsightly show of disgrace. However, Subaru understood well what it meant to go down the path of Natsuki Subaru. He knew what purpose his existence served, naturally, but he also knew there were some things he alone could accomplish. Therefore, Subaru, Emilia Tan, Julius looks to be doing just fine. Echidna, Patrash, and Rem seem to be safe too. He looked through the presence of his companions fighting their battles within the tower, confirming to himself their statuses. While Emilia's disappearance gnawed away at him, he also felt concern about Julius' status during his battle with Reed. Even Echidna and Patrash's locations within the tower filled him with anxiety. But in the end, he decided to put his faith in all of them. Instead, he turned his attention to Ram and the melee who lay right in front of his eyes. Subaru, KH. Immediately, Subaru groaned, his viscera on fire. Meili's burden of pain had begun flooding into him. In truth, taking on Ram's strain was exhausting as it was. Taking on Meili's burden of near-death pain was akin to suicide. Subaru, shit. He'd thrown out his words with vigor, but could not find enough of it to push his limits further. Thus it came down to him requiring to reduce the flow of burden from Ram to him to take on more of Meili's pain, who was near death. Ram, being as sharp as she is, would likely be able to deduce his reasoning from that alone. Subaru, I'm definitely gonna get yelled at later. Heh, look at you in this pitiful state. You'll always be a Barusu, a man of just talk. As that all-too-possible image of Ram flashed through his mind, Subaru grit his teeth and drank back the blood rising in his throat. Even though Corleonis could only take on the mental, and not physical, burdens of others, the spread of the taste of death in his mouth was a sign the feedback was indeed affecting him beyond his mental state. The effect of the mind on the body was far greater than he had imagined. He'd heard before that should a person believe there was a hot iron rod pressed on their skin, burns would appear. In other words, taking on Meili's excruciating pain meant he would experience it, and his body would reproduce the source of that pain. If he didn't exercise caution, Beatrice would have two corpses on her hands. Subaru. Yeah, I'd really like to avoid that. He spat out what blood had accumulated in his mouth, then lifted Meili up in his arms. Then he ducked below a hungry horse king's flaming spear and ran away as Beatrice shot a few arrows of purple to keep it at bay. The hungry horse king that came attacking just now was the one Subaru and co were riding. In a shocking turn of events, the witch beast saw its chance in the chaos and betrayed its new comrades not. It was simply that Meili's divine protection had worn off, resulting in the witch beast to return to its usual cold and bloodthirsty demeanor. Without Meili, witch beasts were enemies of mankind, and by proxy, Subaru's enemies. Such wicked beasts lurked under the sea of sand, in numbers uncountable. Meili, HCK, Subaru, Meili. Meili vomited more blood as Subaru carried her around like loose luggage, desperately avoiding the lunging witch beasts. His frustration at the situation grew only more as he watched the color drain from her face. He had no leeway of settling down and healing Meili. And if this continued, Subaru. Shit, she won't stop bleeding. Biko, what should we do? Beatrice. For now, just make sure she throws up whatever blood is in her throat completely, I suppose. Things will get much worse if the blood clots there, in fact. Beatrice made sure none of the witch beasts dared come closer as she tried to keep up with Subaru's pace with fervor alone. In that time, Subaru shook Meili, trying to get her to cough and spit out all the blood in her throat. However, she looked just as pale, and the trickle of blood flowing out of her did not halt. With no other way out, curled his fist into a ball and pressed one end against her lips, then tried to suck the blood out of her throat through the other way. Meili, HCK, gay, Subaru, Faye, all right, she's breathing again. Biko, hit her up with some healing. Beatrice, I know, I suppose, but we can't keep doing this over and over, in fact. Subaru, I get that. I pushed Meili too far, this is on me. I'll pay my dues. Though to be precise, Subaru had already begun paying his dues for his mistake. Even after he had taken off a part of the burden he had been taking from Ram, he was beginning to turn pale himself. It would all depend on how much more time he could get this way. Subaru. No, this is where I gotta push harder. Can't even call myself a man if I can't. Beatrice. Furia, I suppose. Subaru. Ooh. His teeth clenched, Subaru ran with Meili in his arm as the effects of his authority spread throughout his body. At that moment, Beatrice suddenly jumped and latched onto his head. startled at this unexpected event, but regardless ends up giving Beatrice an awkward piggyback. Of course, Beatrice weighed as much as a ball of cotton. Subaru. Be Beatrice. Subaru, stop trying to shoulder everything by yourself, in fact. We are partners, Subaru and Betty. Maylie is our friend too, I suppose. You're not the only one who wishes to help, Subaru. Subaru. She pressed her tiny hands on his head and softly voiced her appeal. Subaru fell silent. Beatrice moved her hand to Maylie and cast her gentle healing magic. Slowly, a warm light filled her body, and in proxy, Subaru's as well. Beatrice, too, was concerned for her friends. He could feel her emotions come through the warm light. Subaru, KH. Beatrice. Behind them, the witch beasts continued their battle against each other. Fortunately, even with Maylie's divine protection having worn off, the beasts had no desire to make peace with the Crimson Scorpion. The hungry Horse Kings, and the numerous other forms of witch beasts, all were warring amongst each other. The Crimson Scorpion's giant pincers and long tail all smashed away any witch beast that stood between it and Subaru. Then again, more than half of the countless witch beasts were aiming for him, so there was still no time for rest. Subaru, what other choice do I even, truth be told? It wasn't as if he had no other choice. While there was no way to emerge victorious immediately, he could indeed make use of Beatrice's wish to help Maylie to improve his chances. However, he hesitated to carry it out, because he did not know whether it would be possible to put it into practice without trying it, and because the inspiration for that technique had come from the worst of the worst. But Beatrice, Subaru. If your concern for Betty is why you're hesitating, Betty doesn't want that kind of half-assed concern, I suppose. If Betty isn't the reason, then we can go apologize to them later. Together, in fact. Beatrice, Betty wants to share in your pain, in your joy. Don't leave Betty out. That was one of the clauses of our contract, I suppose. He did not know what expression she saw on his face, but she exploded with anger regardless. Because she was riding on top of his head, he could not see her expression. However, he could tell, even if she was puffed up with anger, she looked adorable, this little girl he proudly called his partner. Precisely so, her words offered him the courage he needed and the comfort he desired. He had no room for hesitation. His very reason for his hesitation, his partner herself had declared there was no need. So, Subaru, I totally love you, Biko. Beatrice. Betty loves you more than that, in fact. Once they expressed each other's affections, Subaru gently laid Maylie on the ground. In his heart, he decided he would, at no cost, allow this life to be lost. Subaru. Core Leonis, second shift. He gave his ability, the Lion's Heart, a new name as he changed gears within himself. By doing so, he amplified the effect of his authority, the Little King. He'd been scolded for being a king who carried the burdens of his subjects, all alone. Having said that, this was not as shameless as the greed of pushing one's burdens onto another. What Subaru desired was to divide, to share his burdens with others who would stand with him. In other words, Subaru, second shift division of labor. The burdens that Subaru alone carried, he could now divide and share that burden with one willing to help him carry it. And the only one who offered to do as much while also being in close proximity was Beatrice. Subaru. Subaru. Yeah. Beatrice, this is incredibly taxing, I suppose. Subaru. Well, yeah, it's super taxing. With that, the second part of Core Leonis was activated, and the burden he carried was shared with Beatrice. He could share half of what was his to carry. He could only spare half of that half. Even so, that alone brought him relief. On the other hand, Beatrice's face turned pale as she took on the burden he shared. She yelled to mask her pain, and Subaru returned her thought the same way. It was taxing. It was painful. He wanted to stop right away. To hell with this pretend, king play with taking on everyone's burdens. Therefore, this little king could stand up, only because there were others willing to support him in his endeavors. Subaru. Right, by the way, there's no way in hell. Beatrice. Subaru. I'm pushing that much of my burden on you. Too bad. Having shared his burden with Beatrice, Subaru turned his attention to the Crimson Scorpion as Beatrice continued treating Maylie from his back. He could still feel Shala in there, a light that remained connected to him through Core Leonis. Her faint, but certain light. Yet unfortunate as it was, Subaru could not simply dump the burden he and Beatrice shared and carried onto the Crimson Scorpion, likely because it possessed neither the will to wish for nor accept that burden. Only those who wished to support this little king could share in his burden. Indeed, a truly easy-to-understand, inflexible power. precisely why it allowed its user to hold no pride. He was always reminded that he could stand straight only because there was someone there supporting him. Biko, move your hands while you think. TCH, that's too tall an order, in fact. Her hands would tend to melee, healing her, while her mind would race to think about what to do next to escape their precarious situation. Because the crimson scorpion's tail had lit aglow once more with white light, its malice aimed at Subaru. EMM. His one-time absolute invincibility trump card was flushed away, and the subsequent shockwaves swallowed the three whole. Japanese letter THE happenings below the clouds shall not be conveyed to Emilia, who was above the clouds, but identical to her comrades fighting with their lives on the line. Upon the extremity of passing through a fierce battle, Emilia had finally stepped foot in that place. Japanese letter, making her way to the uppermost stratum of Pleiades' watchtower, further above the first layer, the summit in the truest sense. In the location, she had reached via the sacrifice of multiple ice warriors. What Emilia laid her eyes upon was the base of the central pillar. Japanese letter POSITIONED there was a black monolith. The monolith itself appeared to be identical to what she had seen during the course of the third layer's trial. What was different was that the monolith was not levitating, and the presence of an eye-catching feature at its surface, which was supposed to be completely leveled. That WRS Japanese letter, Emilia. Someone's handprints. Having rounded her amethyst eyes, in Emilia's field of vision were multiple handprints imprinted onto its SURFCE Japanese letter 6 in total, handprints of differing men and women. It could be understood by the size of palms or the thicknesses of fingers that all of them were hands of separate humans. Merely unmistakable that since those personages went out of their way to leave their handprints together like this, they were on close terms with each other and were people connected to this WATCHTOWER Japanese letter, Emilia. Could it be Shola's Master Sama or Reed? That was all Emilia could think of when she pondered about people connected to the watchtower. Volcanica was also here, but all of the handprints present here belonged to humans, so it did not seem that any of his dragon traces had been left behind. Thus, Emilia could think of simply 2 amongst 6 of the people concerning the handprints. Emilia, Japanese letter. Wait, this is. Having thought that far, Emilia felt a sense of discomfort by one of the handprints. Amidst the 6 handprints, that was the gently printed firstly positioned HRNDPRINT Japanese letter, though next to it was a handprint of approximately the same size. The ones positioned as the first 2 were evidently small, perhaps because solely these 2 were handprints of females. And what drew Emilia's attention was one of the handprints, that BEING Japanese letter, Emilia. This handprint is mine. Whilst furrowing her eyebrows, Emilia whispered as she looked down onto her right hand. Though that would be odd, she did not feel it to be so. It seemed one of the handprints printed on this monolith was her own. Japanese letter. Inhaling, Emilia faced the monolith, and in order to dispel her misgivings, she reached for that handprint with her own right HRND Japanese letter. Japanese letter THOU, who hath reached the top of the tower. Step forth through the first floor, almighty petitioner. Emilia, Japanese letter tilde HK, it came back. An instant prior to her touching the monolith, Emilia turned towards the relentless voice descending from above. And once she did, what she saw was Volcanica, who flapped his wings, descending and positioning itself on the uppermost stratum, who had gotten the white scale on his throat touched by Emilia's ice warrior and had agonized tempestuously. Volcanica, Japanese letter, facing her back towards the monolith, Emilia once again confronted the divine dragon. The battle of climbing the pillar had been immensely arduous, but if it were to be resumed here then, she shall be coerced into an intense struggle. This place was spacious in itself, but the uppermost stratum's space was narrower than that of the first layer, difficult to scuffle in. Emilia. Also, it'll be Ria tilde Ellie problematic if the monolith gets broken. The monolith's durability was unknown. When she had encountered the monolith on the third layer as well, she had been stopped from striking it by Julius and Ram, so its solidity remained unclear. However, no matter how sturdily should it be built, Emilia did not believe it could safely withstand a blow by the might of the divine dragon. Emilia, if you hit it, it'll surely break. S.O. Japanese letter, Japanese letter. She could not let him do so, conceiving that thought. Emilia summoned 7 soldiers of ice in her environs yet again. The ice warriors had been thoroughly shattered for the purpose of making her reach the uppermost stratum, but identical to Emilia, their expressions were brimming with determination, reassuring. Matching in with them as they wielded weapons of ice, Emilia held 2 ice swords in her hands, and in unity with the 7 ice warriors, plunged into Volcanica. Emilia, let's go, everyone. Volcanica has a weakness in its white part of the neck. Since he had displayed such a vehement reaction, that white scale was Volcanica's weakness. Though she did not wish to go so far as to wound it, should someone reach merely for touching it, Emilia would be able to obtain time for examining the M-O-N-O-L-I-T-H Japanese letter, Emilia. Japanese letter, E-H. The subsequent instant, Emilia spilled her voice upon the gyrating reversal of her above and below. Japanese letter, far too sudden for her to judge what had occurred. There was merely a nimble sensation of contact at her feet, having priorly stepped ahead in order to advance. That too, so faint that she had noticed its touch only after being turned upside down. And along with T-H-A-T Japanese letter, Emilia. Ah! The 7 ice warriors in Emilia's environs, who had been turned upside down, shattered at once. All of them had solely their heads shattered with skill, transforming into the form of mana unable to resist. By the point of having sensed that by her skin, Emilia took notice with a shudder. This just now had been Volcanica's tail. Volcanica's tail had swiftly swept Emilia's legs and had smashed the heads of the ice warriors with the same. Her throat froze upon comprehending that a singular swift whip by the tail had realized that. This was in an entirely different league from the surprise attack Emilia had instantaneously managed to guard against. If Subaru's whip counted for 1, then Volcanica's tail whip counted for 1,000 or 10,000. That was the margin of difference. Even Emilia would have been relentlessly defeated before that enormous attack. Thus, she held a doubt. Emilia, why did he go soft on me? For Emilia he had swept her legs. For the ice warriors he had shattered their heads. What was the identity of the difference born here? It could not have been that he retaliated against them because they possessed faces identical to what had earlier touched his white scale that seemed improbable. Having thought far, Emilia remembered she had not escaped from the circumstance of having been turned upside down. Emilia, O-N Japanese letter, tilde HK. At this pace, she was just on the verge of being knocked to the floor by her head. Once again, Emilia's legs, who was midair having been turned upside down, were struck with a soft impact from the side. Emilia, bloody, halfway reversed from being upside down, Emilia made a landing in jeopardy. And having raised her face, she made an expression of being ENDRNGERED Japanese letter, Volcanica. What art thou doing? Pronouncing so was the form of the divine dragon, his face pointing toward Emilia's gaze. Emilia, that was quite literally ahead of her eyes and nose. Vicinity that should Emilia inch her face forward even a little, she would touch that rock-hard, robust skin and nose. For the dragon's face to be at this distance itself was enough to astonish Emilia. However, what bewildered Emilia furthermore W-R-S Japanese letter, Emilia. You're saying something different from what you had been constantly repeating earlier. Volcanica, Japanese letter, Emilia. Did you return to sanity? Then, can you talk about some stuff? Like about the trial, or about changing the established rules of this watchtower. There's a lot of stuff I need to discuss. Emilia vocalized rapidly, having descried hope in Volcanica's condition. If the divine dragon whom she thought had gotten Alzheimer's had been restored, she could once again converse regarding the trial. Hence, it would not be necessary for her to forcefully resort to violent measures. Emilia, hey, please, properly converse. Volcanica, what were to happen should thou tumble? Should that perchance happen, I would be the one to accept reprimand, since everyone bows before thee. Emilia, Volcanica. Anxious about the circumstance of everyone within the tower, Emilia desperately implored, whilst Volcanica once again pronounced words that were not a repetition. However, the content did not seem to correspond, as being a response to Emilia's words, her bewilderment augmented. However, Volcanica's amber eyes gazing at Emilia, dwelling therein was a calm hue. Unlike the immediately former ambiguity akin to vacuum, it had the light of emotion. Gently, calmly, he intently gazed at Emilia, as though with her FFECTION Japanese letter, Volcanica, to where have Flugel and Reed gone? It would be lonesome for Shola with not even any words of parting. Farsil, too, would kick up such a racket. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. With his tender eyes maintaining his gaze at her, Volcanica resumed its words. What the dragon recited with a regard of viewing something distant were the names of Flugel and Reed, along with Shola, followed by one more PERSON Japanese letter, though it could not be distinctly ascertained whom that was unless the family name was also asked. Emilia had remembrance of that echo. Farsil, if that was per Emilia's remembrance. Emilia. Farsil, you mean Farsil Lugnica, the king 400 years ago. That was a personage whose name was brought up on countless instances in books he had studied for the royal election. Farsil Lugnic, a Japanese letter, the 35th king of the kingdom of Lugnica, and the great man who had ruled the country 400 years ago during the era of the witch, and having forged the covenant with none other than the divine dragon Volcanica, the last lion king who had etched the first step of long-standing prosperity of the kingdom of Lugnica. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Emilia immediately turned her gaze towards the monolith behind. The handprints of 6PEOPLE Japanese letter, Japanese letter. If Volcanica's words were not unrelated, then could three of the people of the handprints be Flugel, Reed, and Farsil. The remaining three people were unknown, but one, though unconfirmed, seemingly matched Emilia's handprint. The remaining ones were of a man and woman each, likely. Emilia, then, could the woman's handprint be Shola's? That seemed to be the likeliest as a possibility. The identity of the final male handprint was unknown, but around this would be enough to make her calm down. As ever, the greatest issue at present was the fact that there present was a handprint of her own. She was unfamiliar WITH Japanese letter, Emilia. Could it be? I have forgotten about something, aside from mother and everyone else from the forest. Upon beginning to suspect, Emilia realized she had a past wherein she had lidded her memories by herself. Even regardless of so, she was aware that due to the existence of the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, memories and names were in a completely cluttered state. Could it perhaps be that though Emilia had once casually come here and imprinted her handprint, she had now simply forgotten about it? Emilia. No, whatever circumstance may it be, that can't be the case. Though if Puck had been here, I could be somehow gotten to know if I had come here. Volcanica. Japanese letter, WHAT happened. Any worries? Emilia. I'm all right. Thank you for worrying. Thank you, but ultimately, sensing the establishment of dialogue with Volcanica to be dodgy, Emilia was stumped. It was far better than being hammered by its tail or forelimbs without conversation, but the situation of stalemate pertaining to the trial remained the same. Emilia pondered, just what should she do? Japanese letter, Volcanica. If something is the matter, then speak up. If it is thy distress, then I shall take it away. Japanese letter, SATELL. Japanese letter, REFERRED to as such, she inhaled. Japanese letter, Sattler. This was not her first time being referred to as so. Silver hair, amethyst eyes, and being a half ELF Japanese letter, those were the traits Emilia possessed. And upon looking at her, copious humans living in this world would associate her with the existence identical to her. What remained was simply the difference of what it ought to be called. Some called it Sattler, some called it the worst calamity, some called it the witch of envy. Thus, someone referring to Emilia as such was no enigma. However, what was mysterious was that Volcanica had called Sattler's name with deep affection. After all, the trio of Volcanica, Reed, and Flugel, who had shoved his own achievements onto Shola, were the original ones to have sealed Sattler, referred to as the Witch of Envy. Then why for her would I T Japanese letter, Emilia? Why would you speak to the Witch of Envy with kindness? A doubt of faint carelessness to have referred to her as so. To name it as stimulation for the present Emilia would be quite stringent, but at the very least, when she viewed the situation objectively, she realized this single phrase had become the origin. Or perhaps both Sattler or the Witch of Envy could have been adequate. Some called her Sattler, some called her the worst calamity, some called her the witch, and Emilia had referred to her as the Witch of Envy. That WRS Japanese letter, Volcanica, Japanese letter, Witch of Envy. Japanese letter, or LTERATION, was yielded in Volcanica's distant regard. Volcanica's amber eyes, the change born therein was dramatic. Without moving, the dragon's head staring at Emilia was immediately ahead of her eyes and nose. Henceforth, captured by the proximity of the extent of that alteration, Emilia felt chills run through her entire body. She hunched that the change was an unfavorable one. Having been raised in forests, Emilia possessed the experience points named as having grown amongst the wild. She had seen countless animals and witch beasts completely change in situations such as this one. Abiding by that intuition, Emilia jumped backward as though strummed. That had been the correct answer. Emilia, Japanese letter, tilde HK. That instant, the air before Emilia's eyes burst open. Not an exaggeration, quite literally, the space constricted, then subsequently swole and burst open. The phenomenon of unknown principle was queer, as though space itself had rolled over, and had she been in its location, she would have gotten twisted regardless of the strength of her defense. And it had occurred on the location of Emilia's head. Had Emilia been even a fraction of a moment late in lowering her head, she would have died. The tail whip and the twisting of space just now, after having climbed up to the top of the tower, Emilia had gotten countless near-death experiences. She had perhaps never been in a situation wherein her life was endangered as much as this one. Emilia. But since everything is being managed, that may mean Iria tilde Ellie can pull it off. If the element of fate being her ally was letting Emilia live, then even every single breath Emilia was taking was the boon of good fortune. She positively interpreted the situation so. Should she not do so, she would start losing heart due to the subsequent changes in the situation. BEC, a USE Japanese letter, Volcanica, Japanese letter, SATELL. Having spread his wings once again, Volcanica was directing definite animosity towards this side. Observing that, Emilia responded to the desire to stamp her feet. Just after she had thought Volcanica had seemingly returned to sanity, now retrogression. In fact, unlike his earlier seemingly half-asleep state, he appeared to have greater determination than when it had Alzheimer's. Emilia, Japanese letter, ICICLE line. Thus, Emilia liberated her magical strength with determined conviction, without holding back. The atmosphere icily fissured and slowly gave rise to white haze. Though this was still the uppermost stratum of the watchtower located above the clouds, it glaciated the world in white. Making sound, what was slowly generated were arms of ice. Japanese letter M, a KING them pull out lances as they stood on the floor, slowly turning them around. Emilia faced forward. Once again, she had prepared to battle against Volcanica. However, if the strike which swept Emilia's legs was a serious gamble on Volcanica's behalf, then she did not know if she would be able to deal with this previous attack. Strength in an entirely different league compared to when he had a LZHEIMERS Japanese letter, no. He seemed to have Alzheimer's even now. Staring into the opponent's amber eyes straight ahead, Emilia could not label Volcanica's attitude as simply having Alzheimer's. After all, Volcanica's eyes were brimming with sadness, bitterness. Volcanica, Sattler, yes, Sattler, we must stop thee who hast been reduced to the Witch of Envy. Emilia, were you close friends? Volcanica, that day I should not have hesitated. That day, had I not hesitated, everyone would HVE Japanese letter, no response to her question. However, Volcanica's trembling voice itself seemed as though the answer. The lamenting dragon took a deep inhale, and once again came the dragon breath that scorched the world white. Prior to that, Emilia stepped ahead, and she must strike that white scale. Should she not do so, Emilia, and naturally, everyone else as well, would be beyond saving. Emilia. Japanese letter, S-U-B-R-R-U, Beatrice, Ram, Rem, Meili, Patrashjan, Echidna, Julius, Anastasia-san. She thought of everyone who had come to this tower and had suffered, everyone whom she must save, everyone who had their sights set on the same goal as her. By doing so, an unknown strength welled up in the depths of Emilia's chest. Volcanica, Japanese letter, Witch of Envy, Sattler. Emilia, Japanese letter, N-O, that's wrong. I am the Witch of Glaciation of the great forest of Ilior, Emilia. Whilst bathing her entire body in the welling strength, Emilia responded with a loud voice to the divine dragon, who seemed to be misunderstanding her with someone she seemed to be similar to. Let the opponent be the divine dragon, or whatever Japanese letter, Emili, I had everyone by her side. THUS Japanese letter, Emilia. Even if just my name, properly remember it, okay? Japanese letter, TH, final state of the game, surrounding Pleiades' watchtower. A light erupted simultaneously above the clouds and in the heavens.